I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do, so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move, so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead of say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. I make it, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
And we are live. Welcome to Square Work Media's world. I am your host, Square. Welcome to our daily Canine news and entertainment channel. Breaking news, y'all. We heard and we shared that Hogstar had put out a new edition for their cover photo of their magazine. It's quite the doozy. I tell you, that's a big old biggin'. That's a biggin' right there, as they say in the country. That's a biggin'. Boy, that's a biggin'. Boy, that's a big old biggin'. Big old biggin'. It's a big old biggin'. Yeah, it's a biggin', boy. That's a biggin'. Gene, you got your work cut out for you, my man. I tell you what, you really do. You might want to take some knee pads or something to be able to. I don't know what you're going to do. Anyways, hope everyone's having a great weekend. If you're like me and you just got back from going on a over an hour, more than an hour trip somewhere and back shopping to Walmart, and then you just got back in when it's wet as hell outside and raining, yeah, had to go do some things for Brownie, get some stuff from the house. I got some things I'm working on in the background, so if I appear not to be on as much here coming up, just have to excuse me. I'm also filling up my time with these chess lessons I've been taking. I'm trying to play more and more. I'm trying to catch Citizen Z more and more to play, and some new people I've got added. You know, I mean, most people that are young or around my age or whatever and have a very huge rating or a grandmaster, they started when they were a lot younger and stuff. So if I ever expect to hope to get the chance, which I can, to become one, I'd have to, it's a long journey ahead. It's something I would probably be doing, pretty intently for like the first 15 years of my life. And then, perhaps by then I may actually have some recognition. Oh well. If not, then I'll just enjoy it for fun. I think it's very fun, the way that like I've already got notation down. I've got, all the moves with the pieces, the board. I know how to start an opening, how to start a strong opening in a game. You know, now I've got to focus on middle, end game, and learning how to do some other stuff. But I also learned a rule I didn't even know existed in passant, which is basically if a pawn tries to move past one of your pawns where it can't be not unfairly captured, uh, you can take it by moving your pawn to where you would have been to capture them, and it automatically lets you capture them. But it has to be one of the pawns you haven't moved yet, and it has to line up on certain squares for that. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying watching this new film. Uh, it was so bad today, and but I went over there with an umbrella and freaking boots on my clients early this morning. Got done and been home pretty much all the rest of the day. So, but yeah, so what's been going on? My title has to do on a call on what books was saying, like peace could be had. If somebody can tell me how this thing could get better, or peace could be had, or whatever, and you give me a new answer, not some bullshit answer like, oh, leave, you know, that answer wouldn't make peace. People would still make stuff about me, and I'm cursed with one of those minds that I don't have to see something to be aware of it happening. So you have a real answer in settling things up. Of course, I would be happy to take down anything I got that's clapback or troll related to go at other people who have come at me. I wouldn't have one problem taking it down. You know why? It's not something that has to be, everlasting or permanent. Somebody tried to come in there, boy, they came in hot talking about, oh, revenge porn. Revenge porn. Yeah, revenge porn is when you either date somebody or not dating somebody, and you get sent something intimately that's never been on a public website or shared to the public domain, and that person then goes and publishes it uncovered, full, explicit. Number one, public domain, Pornhub, etc. Skip the games, enough said. Two, covered up, explicit. It's or not explicit, not shown explicitly. That's not revenge porn. Nice try, but it's not. So, good luck there too. I mean, and I hear of a stream where they were supposedly making false FBI reports. If anybody, even a troll, has that stream and you want to share it because you want me to react to it or what have you, come in the channel and drop it. What's up, Z? We're getting through the Queen's Gambit. Don't spoil anything still yet if you're further ahead of me, but she just got to Russia. She played the that 16-year-old, I think, and then Brugoff, and yeah. I think it's crazy how in the beginning she's going to that orphanage and they got the kids on vitamin pills and then a tranquilizer pill. That probably is meant to represent a benzo because, man, did you see how they showed addiction in that Netflix film because, or the series, because she basically gets addicted to them because they help her play chess at night in her head if she doesn't take them till nighttime. She takes them during the day, they make you groggy and like a zombie. She saved them for night, and then finally she's like, "Where's the green one?" At the window, and he's like, "That's the only one you're getting now." And she said, "What happened?" He's like, "New state law, no more tranquilizers for kids." And so while they're all watching a movie, she gets a screwdriver from the custodian's office, goes up there, she sees him on the shelf, she opens the screwdriver part of the lock hinge, goes in there, gets the big bottle, starts stashing pockets full of them, and she gets up on the window, and the administrator comes out and says her name, like, you know, in a stern tone, and she just passes out. I guess she took more than one or something. She just passed out in front of everybody and dropped the fucking jar. Yeah, but it's crazy how there's a lot of addiction themes in this. Her adopted mother is you know, a drinker, and she's starting to like drinking. She started smoking pot. Her tranquility pills, yeah, it was like Xanax. It was definitely a benzo, but it wasn't Xanax. Xanax wasn't created yet. It was more likely like a strong form of Librium or something like what I take right now. So literally just Jules. I did a stream earlier, um, privately. It's released now for everybody. Talking about how Jules is a hypocrite. She's literally saying people need to follow the terms and conditions and blah, blah, blah. And if you're involved in real life shit or horrible shit, don't be around me. What about when you was with Workyverse? Oh shit, Alien Assailed. We gotta watch this new Danny Stranger content. I haven't caught up on any Danny Stranger. And look, we got some accounts going and sharing. I turned on KC. Somebody said this was the last of the OG group. Now you got nobody to help you. Look, y'all was never helping me. Telling me you don't care, get over it, you too sensitive, blah, blah, blah. That's not helping somebody. All right? I'm naturally sensitive. And I've gotten a lot of tolerance built up. Y'all give me no credit whatsoever. Even though people who don't like have even admitted like I've changed a bunch. You know, even they can admit it. Y'all can't though, because you can't dare to give me a good compliment ever. So here's the thing, you know, when it comes to this shit and these people saying, you know, Casey was last of the OG, I pulled up a video knocking boots in Pound Town, which was an Andrea stream I downloaded. Casey was talking shit about me there, laughing at me like, yeah, Square being as you know, if you see, that's what I mean. Casey has been way too long okay with saturating and hanging around everybody, no matter if they hate her, don't hate her. She don't know which way is, you know, she thinks just everything she's heard and absorbed, agreed with is the truth. She thinks her not caring about it's the truth, and so should I. And then she tried to say, well, did you get off when they were attacking your school? Oh, yeah, I should get off to show them I'm really scared, let them know they're winning, and then I should have, whenever they pulled something else offline, I should have been able to been strong enough to not go live and talk about it. Because that's what it would have ended up happening. If I had gotten off and actually meant being serious getting off, it wouldn't take them but a week to pass. They would do something new they'd never done offline. It would flabbergast me, and I'd go live about it. By staying online like I did, I prevented something worse from happening. More offline attacks. Because if they ain't getting no fix of me online, they're gonna attack in some way. I'm starting to get to where I can live and be okay with the fact that, put it this way, that uh, they watch me. Probably someone is right now, sniping, whatever, stalking, and they're gonna say all their stuff, whatever they do. That's fine, and all their people. I'm all right with that. Like I could give a shit less about that anymore. It's the offline actions. It's the crazy sometimes online actions, but even the online actions, I'm starting to get over and past that shit too now. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't get a. Uh-oh. We got a privacy complaint, y'all. Somebody's triggered. The only thing you can see, you can't be identified in that. The only thing you can see is your head. Here, let me show you. You can't even see your head. Like, what the fuck? Look, over half of your face, whoever this is, over half of their face is covered up. You can't tell me that you can identify that person, not with them dog ears and shit. Now, just because some people might be on the inside circle and might be able to know, that's because of outside shit. It's got nothing to do with being able to know just from the video, which is the YouTube rule. Where did she, what do you mean land at locale system? Now see, even there's glasses on, which cover up the eyes. And, I mean, that could be several different people. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would want to blow smoke on a cock because, I mean, that's literally like fucking, I mean, that's secondhand smoke. It's so, it's so unhealthy. It really is unhealthy. Let's look at the privacy complaint. What it says: we would like to inform it, but it's staying up, bird. Oh, you think that you can just edit your shit and bypass privacy complaints, but I can't either? Oh, you is crazy. I'm gonna teach your ass a lesson. What's wrong, Big Bird? Do you have problems striking that other thing? That post? Huh. It's almost like I predicted that when I said that you was gonna have a problem trying to privacy strike those. It's a bitch, ain't it? See, there's a bunch of community posts I'd like to privacy strike. However, I can't because YouTube's got this weird bug in their system that when you go on there to report a community post, there's two ways to get a community post. Right clicking the picture, the post, or right clicking the beginning of the post and clicking copy. And it'll say channel and community in the big URL. And the URL will be really long. Or you can hit share and then copy link. And the link is more shortened for sharing. But however, I've tried both of those links multiple times with report and stuff. And only a few of the times after going from the first link to the second link, because there's only two possible links, go first, second, first, second, first, second. Finally, sometimes it did go through and accept it. But here's the thing. It went through and accepted one of them, and I had reported that T-Tree account. And it said that it, received it, but I mean, I never got any more follow-up emails, and the shit's still up. So there's a problem that you're supposed to be able to report community posts for privacy complaints, but you can't right now. At least there's a bug in the system where sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, and sometimes it doesn't even follow through. The same thing happened with another part of the YouTube algorithm. I'm not going to give everything away for free, but let's just put it this way. There's another part of the channels where people's privacy can be violated technically, and you try to report it, and it's like no dice. And I'm not bullshitting by saying that because, like, check this, okay? So remember the thing I used to always get made fun of by the workies? Because I would stream live and try to play like a Saturday Night Live clip or, Family Guy or something. Now, yes, it's very much my fault and a mistake when I play it for so long and don't pause and interrupt it or cut it and fast forward. Like, maybe I should watch some of the stuff I want to do before time, create some timestamps in it, and then go from one timestamp to the set, like 3, 4 timestamps, and then go through it and summarize it and not show it all. That wouldn't be a violation so much. Even though I was pausing it when I was doing this one privately the other night, I haven't even uploaded the content. Here I will. I'll upload it. It's just at the end part, it says it's messed up and it says, stream suspended. It just plays and shows only stream suspended, but for a good while the stream goes. But I'll show you what I mean. This video was hit and flagged for third-party content, right? Kind of like a video here a while back. I had one, they did it before. And they said it was a warning, right? This is it, reacting to Vice's newest video coverage of pedo hunters with Jamil Maddox. It only recorded like 20 minutes, and it's not even fully 20 minutes because of it cutting off the stream. But as you can see, the video is no longer restricted, except it's partially blocked. It says, where's it partially blocked at? Hold on. Okay. Good Lord Almighty. Okay. It says, follow the leader, which is what? But does it? Okay, it cannot be played. Good Lord. Can't be played in any of these foreign countries. Does it have United States on it, though? I don't think it does. Okay, we're getting into the S's. Switzerland. Okay, Tun- Tun- Tunisia, Turks and Caicos Islands. U.S. outlying islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United States, Uruguay, Vatican City, Venezuela. Okay, that's weird. So you mean to tell me if you click on this, nobody can... I want to try it out. Because that's weird. They reversed the appeal. I told them, like in my first appeal, I said, okay, I was live streaming, yes. I said, however, I've read this rule, and from what I've read on the copyright, on the fair use, I said, I'm not just playing it. I said, I've made that mistake before and learn and know that I have to add to it. I have to, stop it and add my own stuff. Like I can't just, and I obviously don't do that with movies or anything. I was like, this isn't a movie. This is a journalistic interview documentary that I'm watching, reacting, commentating on, giving my opinion, because the documentary covers two people I said that I followed for years here on YouTube. And I said, and I react to their content all the time. I never get hit for it. Um, I said they do a very good public service. I said, and I'm purely not even doing this to make any money off of it. Like, I know that that doesn't matter. What matters is if it's fair use, and the fact is it is fair use, and it's being done for a nonprofit educational purpose. And not even in 24 hours, less than that, less than 12 hours, boom, appeal granted. They took the warning off my thing. So now, technically, if it does that again, I won't get a strike. I'll get a warning again, and I'll have another chance to have it appealed, especially if it's the same issue, which with me, that's what it would be. And I asked him, I said, I stream on StreamYard. I don't have two monitors, so it's very hard for me to have studio open and monitoring live studio. I said, because I use my phone as my main streaming device, and my computer is what's hosting the streaming. My computer hosts the streaming, the content, the overlays, all that. So I'm using just these two devices. I said, so when I'm streaming on StreamYard, which is a panel, which is my stage, which makes the video look different right off the jump and adds to fair use, I said, uh, I don't understand how it's still getting, I said, I think it's getting flagged because it's a Vice episode. Vice is a big channel, I understand, and they have content ID claims set up for their stuff and all that, and they have a big team that runs their channels. I said, but I obviously let them know, and they know from on my channel and see that it's Vice. I tell them it's Vice. I shout out Vice. I like and subscribe to their channel. I give them credit. I said, I know that they're a big company, but still, even their content doesn't fall outside of fair use. I said, but I think that's what's hitting me, though, is that you're detecting Vice because I'm live. Even if I'm pausing it every so now, you're still able to eventually pick up that it's Vice, I guess, after you get as much of it. And you warn me, and I don't even see the warning, and StreamYard doesn't even tell me that we're interrupted. I said, I have no idea the stream's interrupted when I'm on StreamYard. The only time I know the stream, by the time I know it's too late, because the StreamYard viewers will go down to 0. I know if the StreamYard viewers are at 0, something's wrong. The stream's probably been interrupted. And literally 9 out of 10 times when the stream goes down to 0 viewers on StreamYard, even though it still says live and is ticking, if I go to my YouTube page, then it will have a referee with a whistle and be like, your content was removed. And so, like I said, it's done that twice now, and I've had it appealed twice. I not on community guideline third party shit before. I never got an appeal granted. I would get appeals granted on other stuff from people, false stuff, reporting and different things, but not this stuff. And so I'm very surprised that not just once now, but twice I've gotten my appeal both times. I think what paid off was I listened to somebody when they said, be very descriptive. And I mean, he said basically, if you're getting this problem, he said, we're all basically having the same issue. There's not any, the only other difference could be is if you're actually just streaming the content uninterrupted, full volume, and not adding or mixing. And, you know, he said, if you're doing that, he said, you're straight up violating it. But if you're doing like we are, he said, you're getting picked up because of the system they have in place, even if you're doing things the right way, because that's just how strong their system is. And he said, the best thing that we found out to avoid that is when you want to react to stuff like that is to pre-record a video. Even that way, you got a good chance of your video, once it's processed and uploaded and they scan it, of getting marked. You have a good chance. But instead of it being a third-party claim like stream removed, it may just block your video in some territories, and it may say you can't be monetized. You know, and if you want to argue that on the basis of fair use, you can. Um, one of those I won since being on this channel. I had a content ID claim on a video that I was like, well, that's actually a video I did purely on like YouTuber stuff, nothing commercial, nothing like. I was like, I want that to be able to be monetized, you know, if that ever happens or gets there. So what I did was I researched, I went into the content ID, I made a claim, and not a full week, but almost a week, I finally got an email back and said, uh, your, I don't know if they called it appeal or um, fair use submission about the copyright claim was approved, basically, and that hold was no longer in there, and then it was already green and not affected, but it just had the little yellow, you know, can't monetize, and I think it was blocked in like 2 countries. Well, I got that removed, uh, and it was monetized. Like it said, video can still be monetized, but it still said banned in 2 countries. Like it still had the name of what that content was, but it was like with fair use. So, and that's just cool because like I'm glad that I paid attention to being able to know how to communicate, because they say that they have computer and system teams that review all that stuff. But your initial appeal and stuff you write, I think that is largely like AI, Chat GPT, read and process based. Maybe every now and then, if it can't figure it out or it's unsure, it will be reviewed or sent to a human to check it. Like they probably get an email that says, you know, whoever's in that department for that series of channels, whatever, like, hey, here's a channel making this complaint, check it out. We need your approval on it. The humans, if the human review are necessary, it's for that either reason or it's for the reason of, you know, they can't, the AI just can't tell the video. That's how you have videos like the live from Cammy's, where he clearly pulls his ball sacks out. It's his balls. You could argue chicken giblets, be a troll, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's his balls. But because his screen was smaller than the rest and everything, and because he only showed his ball and he had everything else covered up by his hand, and he done it in just a few seconds too, over a couple hours, it just missed it. I mean, it legit missed it. You know, um, getting it removed though. Now, if he tried or somebody tried with a timestamp and letting them know that at that timestamp that happened, that's just going to be more suspicious for MC when the FBI come across his file. Because I let them know that the video was up the day I made the report, and I said he may try to get it removed in the attempts that that will help, but I said even if he does, I've got it downloaded. I was like, and I've got screenshots showing the video up and while playing and everything else. And wouldn't you know it, Books? You didn't just do it one time either. Like MC, you did it twice. Now MC has the deniability of saying he was lying. It was just a troll to freak Iceman out in case he was watching Fusions or whatever. But he did come over and say that he pulled his balls out. Then again, like I said, he can claim he's lying. However, you pulled your dick out that one time when MC was going to you saying that all you do is cry all day. You then pulled your nutsack out a second time while on stream. So you did it twice. And funny enough, I just came across that video today while sending my last farewell messages to Casey Army Vet, my response to her message. And I was looking through all the stuff that we corresponded with each other and sent. Did you know I don't think there's but maybe one thing I sent her, and it's not explicit or anything or gossipy or spicy? It's not. No, but she sent me several things. She sent me both of the times of you flashing. So I have a second one now. I have a copy of the first, and I've got a new one of the second incident. I'm going to make that report tomorrow. I've taken a screenshot too of it, of her showing that she done it. She could try to go back in there right now and hit unsend or delete, but I've blocked her, so my messages with her are going to remain the same no matter what she does. But I have no sense in wanting to put them out unless I just absolutely have to, or if she decides to and tries to cherry pick and only put some whatever out. But I told KC basically, I'm done. Like I was like, I'm not gonna give you special privileges than Chi Chi or anything else. I was like, and if you don't want to accept my boundaries that I have in being a friend of mine and being a mod and supporter of my channel, I said, you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not trying to force you to. I'm just letting you know. That's why I kind of was like waiting to hear what she had to say, and she kind of flew past it when I said, you know, I'm not cool with people going to Paula's and birds and stuff and kikiing and laughing up at that shit when they do what they do. And she's like, I don't go over there that much, but I've been to Paula's, and I said, and it's just like I told her in the messages. I said, I didn't even get on to you or say anything about how you've gone to other places. I was like, I know you went to Paula's the day before. You went over there while I was live, and they talked about me, and you hadn't seen me in forever. I was like, but did you leave Paula's and then come see me? No, 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 no. You, went on with your own life, which is fine, You got to do life. You can't always be on YouTube. But I just thought, like, I couldn't help it that stick out. Like, okay, she gets online, she sees they're live and hangs out with them for a little bit. She knows I'm live because they talked about me and probably sniped me a little bit, or at the very least mentioned me that I was live. I was like, but she doesn't even come by, pop on for a second. She don't message me, nothing. The next day, She comes around. I drop the link. She says, "What's been going on?" Because again, she hasn't been around. Uh, and I said, "Oh, um, I laid it out. I was like, we've gone back to the pedo stuff." I was like, look, they first called me a diddler and stuff even back in 2022. This isn't really new, but they've upped the pressure on it. Like, while they use that name, they didn't use it all the time so much because they knew they couldn't prove it. I mean, the fact that Triple T threatened to have stuff put on my computer by a black hacker in my videos so I would go to jail for life, unquote, his words, not mine, that should tell you that one, if someone's going to threaten to have it put on there, then they don't already suspect you have it because they don't think you're a pedo. I mean, that's just basic deductive reasoning. Otherwise, they would say, "I'm going to hire a white hat hacker to expose your computer, and if you got that CP on there, we think you do, your ass going to get locked up for life." That would be a lot different than, "I'm going to have a black hat hacker implant some CP on you that you're not getting or wanting to get you locked up because we just don't like you and you reported in the fucking video, you piece of shit." Well, Triple T, as you can see, people report my shit, and all I'm doing is clapping back. They can't take the heat. Oh, and that's not all. Those two, that's just one preview teaser taste. The next one, if I have to put out, because they don't stop like I've been begging and asking. Even did it in a nice way that day when I fell for that bullshit about. Right back, my phone's dying. Shit. Testing, testing. Yeah, I got this on now so you can hear me till I get that back on. Oh shit. Damn it. That sucks. I legit just fucking broke my blunt. Now I gotta re-roll it. I used to let it bother me because, and this is the trick that they hope on. See, social media brings so many different people into your life and stuff, and there's an easy trap of wanting to be liked by everybody. I mean, especially when you grow up seeing social media channels, and very hardly, not too many times, you run into nothing but sometimes there's stupid comments, sometimes there's like comments that are mean, but they're just a comment somebody left mean. Like, that person doesn't stalk the person, do all kinds of crazy shit like happens over here. There's a big difference in what I knew, the little I knew of what trolling was just basically a select group of a community of individuals, I thought, that got a lot of fun out of either tricking by, going in the comments, somebody asks a question, trying to get an answer, and they make them think that they're giving them the answer, but they're just leading them down a rabbit hole that literally at the end, they're going to be like, dope. Well, that was just a complete waste of time. That was a lie. There's a lot of videos out there that claim, like, if you're having a problem with your phone or something, this has happened to me a bunch of times. I'll look up videos and I'll find one that says what I'm exactly looking for. I go to it. I look at the comments immediately, especially if it's more than a minute or too long, uh, just because I've had this before. And if the first, second, or just the first couple, there's a comment, at least two, sometimes even just one's enough, but usually there'll be more than two, or just two, or two in a bunch of in foreign and that you can't understand. And it's say, wow, you showed us how you do it, but when we go to our option, that option isn't there. And that's the exact thing I thought. I was like, well, he's showing us how to do it, but when I go to do what he says and I click there, only some of my apps have the option to go split screen, and none of them say freeform. Well, then I found another video, lo and behold, finally, after one more pointless video, I found another video that said, okay, go to developer options, and then there's an option that force any window to be resizable, basically, or freeform. Click that, turned it on, boom, solved my issue. I mean, that's just the way the internet is. Um, but this crazy trolling, like, Jules was on there saying so much stuff, like, you can't be using someone's picture. I'm like, Jules, you have an emoji of Bambi as a corn cob. Yes, it's very hard to tell. You were very good to make the opacity stronger than normal. You were very good to put it on a small image. And I think you did it in a way where it just has the outlines. I mean, it shows her face. I know I can tell that that's her face. Like, I can tell that's her face. Now, would most people? No, but you'd tell them. Your audience would. But I can tell that that is her face. But she would probably, I'm sure, have a hard time getting it removed because when you get to that stuff, it's all about editing and how you edit it. And you making it really purple and only showing the lines and kind of like it's almost like you took whatever face picture that was and put it through an AI art sketch filter, and then you turned up the opacity, you put it on a purple corn on the cob, and it looks like her eyes and lips and some of her lines are coming through there, but it's not, her face color. It's all purple and stuff. Looks like a corn on the cob. I mean, you knew what you were trying to do. Don't say you wasn't. Why do you think on some of my fictional characters I made, because they do sometimes resemble someone that could be mistaken or identified as them, even though they're fictional characters. It's like, you remember Homies, the little vending machine characters? Well, these are like my version of them, unsavory emoji characters. We got E equals MC squared, who's got his glasses, his toboggan, his cigarette, and he's holding a cigarette with some of his teeth showing, that yellow tooth, and doing a quirky smile. We got him. We got our other unsavory character, the frog, with his dad, Mr. Roostercock, pouring the cock. Well, getting ready to pour the cock. AI wouldn't have him directly mounting the frog, but AI did make it to where the frog is bending down. And, like, I literally put in there, fucking a rooster, fucking a frog. And, yeah, I mean, it got pretty close. And it didn't flag me either for writing fuck. You can write ugly in that AI. How do you think I made those pictures of the Warthog sisters look like fictional characters in AI? I didn't use any photos of them, nothing. That's straight just text prompt. I was able to write ugly, obese, mysterious white runny stains, dripping off the face and neck. And you can say ew, whatever else, but hey, it's no hesitation, right? It's no hesitation. No hezzy. It's no rules. Although I could never go fully no rules. It would be against things that I fucking have affirmed and taken an oath to believe in. I can't be completely no rules. That's why I said, and they like to make fun of it when I said, I'm a citizen. Like, that's the truth. I said a long time ago, I was like, because I had friends that was wanting to, you know, hit licks and shit, and they wanted me to help take them to hit licks in my car and stuff when I was hanging out with them. Like, I was hanging out with them and experimenting with him down in Jonesboro. He was taking me around these girls' house and his dude friends. I got this chick I got to hook up with and everything. Like, I had a good time, but we was getting like fucked up. There's no doubt about it. We was kids, and we was getting, to party, and everybody got to at least, you know, one dude got more than one girl, but that's because he was, I mean, the plug, the hookup, my friend's old best friend from when he used to live there. So we went down there to visit his old best friend. I live in Missouri. He lives in Missouri. And he introduces me, and he's like, "Oh man!" Like, he got to talking with me, and he said, "Oh shit, dude." He's like, "Man, you know about that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm really." He said, "Me too." He's like, "Man, we gotta." He said later on when old Drew gets preoccupied, he's like, "We got to talk about that. I want to hear what some of your opinions are and different things." And I was like, "Yeah." And then Drew embarrasses me. He's like, "Man, this dude, man, he's only lost his virginity one time." He's like, "Only one time." I was like, "Man," I was like, "Drew." I was like, "Yeah, man, like, he was like, "How did it happen?" I was like, "We was playing quarters, and I was like, my best friend was this chick's best friend, so she kind of hooked me up with her best friend in a way." And he's like, "Oh, snap." He's like, "You should have gotten a three-way with her." I was like, "Man, my friend who's the best friend of the girl that she got me with," I was like, "Me and her are like brother and sister. We couldn't do that." He's like, you say, but are you really her brother though?" I'm like, "No, but that might as well be." Like, I used to hang out with her since we were young, and I've been around her a lot, and I just don't see her that way. He's like, "Trust me, y'all got fucked up enough. Y'all see things anyway." I was like, "Okay." This dude was something else. Like, he was trying to be like a Hugh Hefner type. And I told Andrew, I was like, "Man, he's really crazy." He's like, "You got no idea." He said, "Well, Mr. Willie," he's like, "we got some chicks coming over tonight." And he's like, "And I know one of them." He's like, "I'm expecting you." He's like, "I'm really expecting you to get two." He said, he said, "But just want to be, it won't be pathetic." And I was like, how does anyone gonna get two when he's like, "Oh, you gonna see me get two?" And Drew's like, he's like, "Yeah, man, but that's not," he's like, "I won't even get two." He's like, "No, no, y'all right, y'all right. There's a reason I can get two." He's like, "But he's like, y'all gotta work your magic the old fashioned way, impress them." I said, "Y'all, what have y'all got me into?" He's like, "Man, nothing, just relax." Like, I was always the uptight one. Like, I didn't want to ever get in trouble. Like, when I go out smoking with my friends, I'd be like, "Man, are y'all sure this the right spot we should be at?" I'm like, "Man, the police could roll up anytime." He's like, "Man, the police is never gonna roll up here. Stop tripping, Willie." And I'm like, "Man, I was like, I can't be getting in no goddamn trouble, man." I was like, hell, everybody's expecting me to make a change from, my siblings' journey. They ain't expecting me to follow in the same footsteps, and I ain't about to. you know, like that's what I'm saying. Some of these trolls on here, they try to get y'all to believe like, I just put my grandparents and anyone all throughout my life through hell. That's complete bullshit. When I was growing up, uh, and I'm not shitting on my brother. My brother's come a long way. He's responsible now. He, he's been responsible for a few years. Not just now, like recent, but he has been. He, is a one woman dude, which, he wasn't always that way starting off. Um, he's a present father. He works, he hustles, you know. Yeah, he's been to prison for a short, I think it was only short, like 120 or 6 months. It wasn't nothing. No, I think it's almost about 6 to 8 months, something like that, the longest. And a 120 maybe, something around then. Um, he's no longer a felon now because of the Marijuana Reform Act we passed in the state. He just barely was at that amount where they could, charge him serious. That's what it was. Um, you won't believe this though. Another dude actually ran over a kid on a bike who was a friend of my brother's, who was actually kind of responsible for my brother getting really bad on the Xanax and the pills. And he was driving fucked up, drunk, on pills, who God knows what. He runs over, man, and he kills this kid on a bike. They gave him, of course, vehicular manslaughter, DWI, Um, could you believe that this dude technically, because of the amount he spent before trial and all that went through, and because of the deal he got, he legit didn't go to prison as long as my brother. My brother went for just barely maybe over a year total combined, once on one charge and once on the same charge again, just a little bit more, all weed related based. This dude killed a kid, a vehicular homicide, and he did exactly like 1 year and maybe like 2 months or a month. And then he got out on probation for 10 years, which, hell, he's probably almost done with, if not done with it already by now. Unless he screwed up, which may have been too. I don't know. Didn't keep up with him anymore. But y'all want to try to talk about somebody like that shit right there. I mean, it's fucking insane. How that was. I mean, they just that child didn't live with. Well, put it this way: his mother's mom was taking care of him mostly, keeping him when she could, keep him out of harm's way. He'd occasionally go to his mom's, and supposedly, like, she had different guys over there all of a sudden. Like, it wasn't a safe, stable environment for him. And so, the grandmother took over, basically. He was out riding his bike, but he wasn't with the grandma's carries with, his mom and whatever dudes over there at the time. They didn't keep a close eye on him. They didn't enforce rules or nothing. And he kind of just had his own way. And, I bet when he was at his grandma's, he hated being observed that much because, on the flip side, when he's over there, he can do as he wants. So when he did that as he wanted, he drove way up towards Main Street on the main little highway road it's not a highway in the city, but it eventually turns into a highway. You keep following it. It's Route 84. Goes all the way through where I live and goes all the way through this town where the wreck happened, Crothersville. Goes all the way through Crothersville. And it was on 84. He hit him. And this dude changed his whole life around. This right before I went and had my suicide attempt. He was working with the guy that ends up giving me the kratom capsule that was laced. He was working along with him. He was trying to keep him in work and out of trouble. And his mother had died, in a very kind of screwed up way. And they used to own a restaurant, his family and mom did, called, I'll just say this, it was something on in, like um, wiggle on in or something to that effect, is all I'm going to say. And basically, oh, man, that really destroyed him. And then he got left by his wife, who took custody of his kids, all that. He relapsed. Me and Mr. M, like, we both sternly talked to him one on one. Like, I told him, I said, dude, I got no right talking to you really, because I'm still not fixed. I was like, but I'm not like I used to be. I said, I don't just say fuck it every day. Like, I manage my money better. It's not like when I was young. When I was younger and I first started like inactive addiction, yeah, then I mooched and stuff heavily. Um, if I didn't, I would have had to steal or some other crap. So I didn't, do all that crazy fucked up shit, but I did mooch. I did lie about what needing money for and what I used it for, and that was bad enough, you know. But I told him, I said, man, I was like, I only take what I need to not get sick nowadays. I was like, I don't do extras because I know how bad I've gotten. I said, I don't do anything extra but smoke. I was like, if I didn't have my smoking, I said, shit, I probably wouldn't be able to do how I was doing. I was like, but man, I was like, you're on some strong stuff, dude, and I can't imagine what you're going through. I don't have kids or nothing. He's like, right. I was like, but I can imagine what you're going through with your mom. And I can tell you now, man, like, she watches over you and stuff, and you don't want to make her sad, man. Like, ask her to give you strength. That's what I told him. And he did so much better after me and Mike had talked to him. Then I try to end up killing myself. I leave, go to Massachusetts. Well, when I finally come back, we're still living at our home yet. We don't move out till later near the end of 2021 to 4th Street, which that's when I had the laptop that I thought the only way to get rid of was to use our fire pit, by the way, again for clarification. And when I got back, I was over in Crothersville hanging around, trying to catch up with people. A lot of people had gotten different numbers and stuff, so I was having to go to where I knew they last stayed at, what have you. And a lot of them I did run into. Of course, they were still where they were last time. Some were moved around, couldn't find them. I ran into him and wasn't even meaning to. And I was like, dude, how you doing? He's like, man, what happened to you? And keep in mind, this guy's like a year younger than my brother, but he's still older than me. I said, nothing much, man. I said, I went to rehab, like I told him, I said, you remember, you know, like Mr. M had moved back up north. And dude was like, yeah, he moved back up north. I said, yeah, I tried to go by there, but I knew he wasn't there anymore. He's like, well, after his mother passed. And I said, yeah, I get it. He's like, he couldn't keep that house anymore by himself. And I said, well, how you doing? He's like, man, good. And I was like, you haven't had any issues? He's like, no. Um, I could tell though right then, like he was high as a kite. And I said, all right, man. And he's like, so what are you doing now? Like, what'd they do for you? I said, well, they put me on medication assisted treatment. I was like, usually people just get two of what I take a day. I was like, they gave me three because I have my chronic pain. You know, they were being a little nice to me. I was like, I was treated really nice. I was like, people did me favors, like, you know, like our house manager having the vehicle he did, he ran to the vape shop for me, took me there once. I said I had people I went to work with and was able to carpool. I was like, I survived. No car in Massachusetts, you know. I got to go to Martha's Vineyard. You know, I got to see Plymouth Rock. I was like, it's really not that. He laughed. I was like, it's not that special, man. I was like, and there's trash all on it. I was like, that pissed me off so bad, all the trash thrown down there on it. I was like, hell, Plymouth Rock was just about 14 minutes away from where I went to the doctor. Because I went to the doctor in Plymouth, Massachusetts was my first doctor. Well, not my first outpatient doctor. And he said, well, I'm glad you're doing good, man. And he gave me his number because he said, man, you need to get a card. He's like, they got medical now. This is before a wreck. He's like, he had a couple plants growing. He showed me his enclosure. I said, whoa. And he's like, yeah, man, get you a card. He said, he's like, I can accept two more patients I can be caregivers for. And I did it, but just as quick as I signed up and done all that, got the card, he kept me going for just first month, second month, and barely the third month, just barely had enough. And then it was out, like, because he got screwed up. He was riding away from the spot where I met him at, which was right next to my old girl best friend where I hung out when I was 15 and, you know, played quarters, all that. It was on the same road. He drives all the way down and he gets to the outermost road that's closest to this field. The field's behind the rec center, and he drives up that road. There was somebody walking. It was late at night. Apparently, he didn't have his lights on, they don't think. And there's lights on that road, but not as many as normal roads. They're spread out, sort of, and few. He hits a guy. I mean, hits him so hard. Like, he was probably going, they said he had to be going about between almost to 45, a little over 45 miles an hour down that road, which was technically a 25. And he was going down there. He hit the dude to where the dude didn't go all the way down the ditch, but had initially fell and went forward and was on the side of the road, like part of his body on the road still, some of it starting to get on the side, heading towards the ditch area. Well, he stopped. He got out. He realized the dude was gone. He wasn't breathing. He didn't try to give him mouth to mouth or anything. Instead, I told you there's like corn wheat field there, really tall, the ditch before the field. He legit like used his foot and kicked him down into the ditch. And then he got down there. Um, he used his foot. He kicked him down the ditch. He's gonna leave him there. And then for some reason, he went and probably got work gloves or something. And he just dragged him by his pants, shirt, whatever. Just not even maybe 12 inches into the tall wheat field, grass, whatever. Not even that much probably really, because they said that when they was looking down alongside the ditch where they could tell something happened, they could see the reflection from a tennis shoe down there, kind of like sticking right out the edge, just barely, you know. So And they didn't know who done it at first, obviously. It's not like there's cameras really on that road, but there was cameras at the rec center. The first one really just showed the very top beginning of that road, and this kind of happened way down ways right before, right around the middle, end of the middle, before you get to the last quarter of the road. In the last quarter, you have a road that turns off to the right, which is my friend um, Miss uh, P, my friend P's house, where I did my wild turkey and quarters. Either make a right there, or you can keep going straight, and it turns into a gravel road, what have you. None of the houses next to the incident had anything, but one had a ring camera. With the combination of the ring camera being able to zoom, and then got something else to help them enhance the zoom even more at the very end camera, and another camera from the rec center, they were able to tell the time. They could tell very clearly what kind of truck it was. They wasn't able to get license plates or nothing, but the ring camera caught the uh, the ring camera caught the truck going real fast, and it's like before it got fully out of view, it stopped. You could tell it like abruptly stopped real quick, and then it stayed right there, and that's when he got out, went up front, not on the ring camera, goes around, kicks him down the ditch, still not on the ring camera. He comes back around on the back side, looking probably for the gloves, and then gets in the back of his bed and got the gloves out of there, his truck bed toolbox. And then they see him go back around, and then he's gone for a moment, probably moving him, obviously. He comes back around, gets in his front driver's seat, which the camera can't see this. It can only see like the back half, the end part, and then they see that truck take off. Again, no license plate, nothing, but they were able to tell what street it came off of, and then they basically just did a loop around. They didn't see that vehicle around there anywhere. 2 weeks go by. He makes the fucked up decision. Well, I guess it was fated. He goes back to where he was at in that truck. See what he did? He took off. He went somewhere. He parked the truck up out of that town area. Then he came back and he thought that maybe that would be enough. He didn't think of everything. Obviously, he was on that speed shit. Well, as they're doing their drive rounds, they say, "Hey, I think I got that truck." They come, they knock immediately that night when they see it out there parked, and they arrest him. And hit and run, causing death. Hit and run. He was a really, like, I could never have imagined him doing something like this. I mean, this is a dude that was very athletic, very good in school, um, very good with ladies, women, um, had a caring family, went through some tragedy, just got out there on some bad stuff. And, I attribute a lot of it to him being on that shit. I think if he was sober, he'd be scared shitless and probably would hesitate at first, but I want to think that he would have, made the call, because if he would have just made the call and, he wasn't fucked up or anything, but he probably was, and he figured, you know, but if he had made the call, he wouldn't got hit and run. He might have just got manslaughter, you know, and DUI, whatever. But I mean, people do crazy shit when they think that, I mean, things that they would never have done before or even contemplated. If they ever got asked, they probably said no, but yet they're in this desperate situation and it's crazy. And, hold on just a second. Yeah, but, friend Andrew, fucking, I just heard is back in not jail now, but prison. And I was like, why? You know, he went before, not something serious, but he went before. Um, his, I'll tell you one thing. His mom was, I thought at first from just, like seeing her, I was like, well, you know, I think he's lucky. I told him, I was like, you're lucky to have a young mom. He's like, man, my mom looks all right. He's like, young, if that's what you think. He's like, I can't really tell if you try and say my mom look. I was like, no, man, not like that. I'm just saying, you know, she's not like some old, like, can't relate. He's like, yeah, but she kind of is, man. She's like, she is straight. Like, meaning she don't smoke, she'll drink. He's like, she'll drink, but, and not that much. And she gets mad if, the dude she got with drinks too much. And I was like, what about your stepdad? Like, you know, and that's the thing is she married somebody, he had a stepdad. He's like, man, I can't stand that motherfucker. He's like, that motherfucker's rich, man, rich. And he was a pretty wealthy position he had. He's like, he's rich and my mom works. He's like, you know, I work, which I ain't got no problem with. He said, but I work and everything. And all I did was ask, you know, so I can get around, maybe get a better job. Could he help me with like just a cheap car and let me pay him off and pay him back, you know? And he said, well, if you save up enough money first for a while, shit, man. And his mom gets him the car and shit. She did a lot for him, um, but he didn't have no respect. He's rebellious. And at the time, when we was over at his granddad's, and listen, his granddad smoked. He even smoked, the wacky tobacco. And she's like, yeah, my mom even knows he does, but she don't care. Like, even if I was over here with just him, if I was over here with just him and smoking it, she wouldn't even bitch at him. She'd bitch at me and, da 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 da, and want to punish me and shit. Well, we're over there at his granddad's house kicking it, and I'm on the laptop. I go to Fandango because I'm like, man, what you want to do? What we going to do? He's like, I don't know. He's like, we can do whatever. I was like, well, we already went bowling the other night with them two and what's his face? There's two girls and a guy we went bowling with. He's like, yeah, man, I don't really care seeing anyone else tonight. He's like, so fuck. He's like, and me and you just don't need to go bowling. So I was like, fuck, movie? He's like, yeah, we can go see that one movie you was talking about. And I was like, all right, I'll order it. I set up our tickets. I get us ready to roll. And he's like, I'm going to roll these. And he rolled two Swishers. And I was like, yeah, man, we're going to go ahead and smoke these. He's like, I know. I was like, shit, do you want to save one when we get back? He's like, let's smoke them both now. He's like, we still got some more when we get back. I was like, okay. So we smoked both them bitches and was getting ready to leave. And as soon as we got done, we should have fucking head out. But we had technically 30 minutes we could push, and we didn't have to really leave until the end of them 30 minutes if we wanted to make it on time. So we was fucking dilly-daddling, and his mom, stepdad pull up, and I didn't hear it or notice it. I don't think he heard him pull up. He claimed like he did, but all of a sudden he did stand up. He said, what the fuck was that? And I was like, what? He's like, shh, don't say nothing. I was like, what is it, man? He's like, shut the fuck up. Don't say a word. He said, stay right here. And he goes out there. He closes the door. He even locked the door. Well, he didn't lock it at first, but he closed it. He went in there. I'm sitting there waiting. I'm waiting. And then that's when I heard a little doom. And I was like, is this grandpa here? And I heard, no, I smell it. I'm calling the cops. And I said, what the? He came in the door, closed it behind him, locked it. He said, get the fuck out of here. Go, 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 go. I was like, where do I go? He's like, the window. I was like, oh shit. I opened up this little window. It's small as fuck, really, a square. I could barely, but luckily, since I was about 128, 130 pounds, I could squeeze through the motherfucker. I get through it. I fall down. It's about like 2.5, 3 feet drop. I drop down. I've got my car keys and shit, but little do I know, my wallet is laid out on his couch with my license, money. Well, not all my money. I had went to counting my money, so technically I fucking ended up putting my money in my wallet. I wasn't very organized, so I put my money in my wallet, or not my wallet, instead of back in my wallet in my pocket, and left my wallet there. Well, I'm running to my car as fast as I can. I see nobody out there. There's just this vehicle that's pulled in, but it's to the side of me. It's not blocking my entrance. And even if it was blocking me in the front, this was a country home out in the country. There's a big yard. I could have cut around. If I wanted to really badly, I could have cut through part of the field and still got out. Like, I had options. I get in the car, I close it, I lock it. I'm starting up. As I'm just locked it and starting it up, I hear from outside, oh no, oh no. And I didn't even look back. I turned it again. It finally started. I put it in drive. As soon as I put it in drive, I heard somebody's window smack my glass, and I heard them starting to try to open my door. I just hit the gas. I pulled to the left side out. I drove straight all the way down to the interstate heading towards fucking Haiti. And when I got to the place where I could cross to get on the interstate, depending on which one, I got on the interstate and I headed all the way to fucking Dyersburg. I got on the phone. I got my tickets refunded back to my card, luckily. Uh, but I still drove all the way to Dyersburg for some. I was so scared. I figured that, oh, they're gonna have me pulled over them. They're gonna be looking for me, and who's to know if he don't tell him where I live? I was like, well, he don't know yet. So I was just paranoid. So I drove all the way to Dyersburg, which is, I say all the way, is only about a good 30-minute drive, a little over 26, 27 miles. I get there. I decide to go into Walmart because, I'm not going to the theater. I pull into the Walmart parking lot. I find a chill place to park. They're packed as fuck as it is, busy. So I find a chill place to park, and I start breathing. I got me something to eat. Well, not yet. I waited till I got home. But I had got myself something to eat. Once I got back home, I ended up staying there for about 15, 20 minutes, and I thought in my mind was thinking like this: all right, if they made a call, they looked around for a little while. They probably called and started looking as I was going, but since they didn't know, I looked like I was heading back to Haiti, but I didn't go to Haiti. I went left, and I literally did a big, like, I should have turned right, but if I would have turned right, I would have had to gone through the main city and uh, main byway and go straight through the main road in town. I didn't want to go that way because cop could be sitting up anywhere, hear me over the radio, pull me over. So I went down towards Haiti. Instead of going toward Haiti, I went the opposite direction, which gives you the option to then go to Arkansas or Tennessee. I go Tennessee route, which takes me around to the backside of Crothersville, all the way around the backside and the complete opposite side. Let's see, that would have been west. So I was all over on the east side heading towards Tennessee. And yeah. And then once I got into Tennessee and got to Walmart and sat there for 20 minutes, I was like, by the time I cross the state line back, I just have to go straight through the interstate to Haiti, get off the exit, and then I'm not even a mile from my house. I drive that 0.9 of a mile around the curve, make a right, turn left on my street, and I'm the second house on the left. I was like, there's no way. So I drove back, and I took my time, did the speed limit, got off on the exit, pulled into the house, didn't get yelled when I got in, nothing. Everything was peaceful. I thought I had escaped it. I was like, thank fucking God. Well, I never did check about my wallet because I didn't get anything to eat out. Uh, you know, I'm sitting there at the house, and all of a sudden, our phone rings. My granddad answers, and he's talking for a little bit. And he said, and he came into like the den where I was. He came in there and he said, "Oh, really?" And I turned around. I saw he was on the phone, and he gave me this look like, and pointed at the phone. I was like, I turned around and I said, "What the fuck?" I was like, he snitched. He told them who the fuck I was. I was like, I haven't introduced myself or my name to his parents. It's like, how the fuck did they get? I was like, what the fuck? Finally, I started going through my pockets for some reason, and I realized, I was like, I don't have my wallet. I said, son of a bitch. And I remembered taking it out. I took it out, to use a gift card I had to, scoop the weed together, and or he did, because that's right, he rolled them, and I gave that to him, and I just left you know, he gets off the phone. He said, so you was over at the house tonight, smoking marijuana? I said, Grandpa, I said I was over there, uh, with a friend, and, yeah, he, introduced me, and, we smoked, but we were waiting, and, I was like, we made sure to have some, food to, calm it down. I said, all we was planning to do was hang out and watch movies. I didn't say, I knew if I said, we're going to drive to Dyersburg to watch a movie, like, he wouldn't have liked that idea. So I just said we were just going to hang out and watch movies. I said, but yeah, we did. His grandfather smokes in there and drinks and smokes that. So, we figured we were fine. Um, I know you don't like it, I said, but I was trying to be responsible. I insisted him that we had to be at the house. We couldn't be out in the car driving, riding around. And he said, it doesn't matter if you do all that. You follow every other little careful thing you can think of while trying to do it. He said, if you're doing that shit, you're going to get into some bad trouble. He said, now they got your ID and stuff, and you got to go to the juvenile officer on this day. They want to, test you and evaluate you and stuff. Here's the thing, though. They probably told my granddad, technically, legally, we can't really do anything, but this is what happened. But you should just tell him that he has to come see us now. Let us piss him and stuff. Try to scare him straight and get him out, get him off this route, before it, hopefully doesn't get any worse. And because legally looking back, I got told later on there was a juvenile officer there that did the P test handling. It was this dude that was a local, and he actually, a lot of people I ended up knowing, being cool with, knew him. He was like my brother's age, older than all of us, but still young enough to where people knew. He was the assistant juvenile officer, and he told me, he said, man, he said, you weren't ever in any trouble at all. He said that whole thing was voluntary. He said it was just to try to get you to realize and to tell you stories about stuff that we do deal with, to try to scare you into stop using that stuff. He said that's all it was. He said, if you had any lawyer friends or any smart, people that didn't think you did anything wrong, they would have told you, you don't have to go, and they're right, But I was like, damn. Because the first time I went in there, I peed, and they started asking me and stuff, and they asked me a question. I said no, I was lying, and they said, and they were started to laugh at each other, look at one another, and I was like, what? And they said, look, they said, if you could see yourself right now, your neck is red, just getting redder, redder, redder. There's like rosy red. Your just whole neck is red right now. They said, how'd you get started and stuff? And I was like, I was in class, and a friend of mine asked me if I wanted to. Had I ever? I said no. He was from California, and we went back to my house and we did. I was like, I've always only done it. Like, since we didn't end up driving to see that movie that night, I hadn't done it and drove yet. But I had been smoking for a while at that point, and I figured, well, if I eat a little something, I'll mellow out and I'll still be alert enough to drive. That was my thinking at the current time. Again, you got to realize I was 16. And what ended up happening, I was like, I've always done it at the house mostly every time. Like, I never go out, and I tell other people that want to hang out. Like, I was like, the rule is, I was like, I'm not, I don't want to go to a party. I don't want to be driving. I was like, and I don't want to try something new or stronger after this. That was my lines. And I held to those lines until about the end of the 10th grade. My friend C had stolen $20 from me out of my car. That was and would have filled up my whole damn Mitsubishi back then. Even though Obama was in office, gas prices wasn't that bad at the time. Not for living in Nashville. Not when you're driving a Mitsubishi or a fucking Honda type vehicle. So, anyways, he denies that he steals from me and everything. I'm like, dude, look. I was like, I ain't even gonna try to like make you pay me back or whatever, because obviously you need money more than I do. I was like, but what gets me, man, is that you didn't ask for it. Like, I know I'm a little bit more. I was like, I'm not trying to be condescending either by saying this, but you've said it, everything. Other people have said it. It's no secret. I was like, I know I'm a little bit more blessed than some of y'all that are my friends. And I was like, and I don't mind uh, sharing my blessings with y'all. Like, I come and pick y'all up every morning before we go to school. And I'm like, you know how out of the way that is for me? I was like, number one, all y'all live in the Cane Ridge zone. Technically, I live in Antioch zone, just barely, but I do. And I'm on the other side, and y'all are on this side. So what do? I cut through Bell Road sometimes, or I'll come around, interstate and get off Blue Hole Road, or go another jagged way that's a little quick, because I know what the speed limits are and stuff. I was like, I pick you up first, and then we go right over to the next subdivision, and I pick him up. Then we go to the next subdivision, which is not out of the way. It's a little out of the way, but we can still get back on track and go a back way to school. And then I go pick that person up. All right, so that's three people. I was like, and of course, we got one other, and somebody's going to sit in the middle every time and bitch about it. So we go pick him up. Luckily, he's just a couple neighborhoods up straight and then over to the right in the same subdivision that's big as fuck. And we go get him. And the only bad thing is we got to backtrack out. There's no exit going that way. We got to go backwards. And then we get out the exit, we get back down, and then we get on Old Hickory Boulevard. And we drive on Old Hickory Boulevard all the way until we come up to the interstate. We stop at that stop sign, we go across, and then right up at the next stop sign is our school. Our school had a stop sign system at its exit and entrance. So then we get in the left lane and we turn into school and we drive in and go to student parking and we park. But every time before we went to school, we would stop at the gas station right down the road, right off the interstate before school. And we would stop there. I'd get out, like I'd park on the opposite side or whatever. I'd get out, I'd pop my trunk, and usually this dude named Josh, who was like a fucking country boy slash hippie, he had long hair, he loved wearing Fox Racing shit. His dad was pretty chill. Everybody used to go over there, play pool, and go to bonfires and shit. And he had a Dodge Ram pickup, 2008, 9, and was it like Ram 15 or whatever? Had 4 doors. And he would be like, he said, man, the police told me if we find one seed, you're out of here. You're expelled and you're being processed and stuff and going through the system. I was like, over one seed. I was like, he's like, and what do you think they're going to do to me for that? He's like, it'll be up to the judge. He said, you won't find nothing. And they didn't, of course, they didn't ever find anything on him. I asked him though one day, I said, man, I said, what do you do about your cigarettes and shit? I was like, because they started getting really randomized with the car searches. And I was like, man, I've got a legal maneuver I thought about trying. I was like, but either way, if they're going to search my car, they're going to do it no matter what fucking, even if it's accurate and I'm right. I said, but, which I said, I still got to check. I said, but I got to know, what do you do? Like, is there a secret compartment you made or something? I was like, is there a trick? I was like, I know you know something. He's like, matter of fact, I do. He said, you know, he's like, meet me up at blah, blah, blah. He said, I'll sit up there and wait for you. He's like, just make sure you get there by such and such. Well, I did. I got there 5 minutes before that time. And he's like, all right, man. He's like, you see this? And he popped open his trunk. He said, this is your air filter. He said, air passes through here. He said, but like this one on mine. And he said, I guarantee like yours, it's a little box with 2 holes connecting to 2 vents. He said, and this box has got enough open space. You can put a couple packs of cigs there. He said, you can put weed there. He said, this shit's not going anywhere. He said, if you want to tape it down, you can. He said, but that shit should not go anywhere. And he said, I've had them run dogs around, search the whole car inside out, the trunk. He said, but they've never, he said, I mean, they've never popped the hood. He said, they never do. He said, if they pop the hood, he said, too, his air filter wasn't very, like, in your face. You opened up my car, and it wasn't in the front row either, and he said, that's good, but as soon as you looked up in the middle, you could kind of see, like, oh, look, there's, like, a little box thing, and you could see these things around it that's like plastic hinges where it closes up. And I said, man, that is kind of obvious. He said, yes and no, though. He's like, they're not going to be expecting. He said, like I said, he said, I swear to God, they've never opened the fucking front of my vehicle. He said, because they don't think, he said, there's really no place in here to put it. He said, unless you were to tape it to something or like that. And he said, you know how risky that is. He's like, and they don't suspect us. We're in high school. He's like, it's not like they expect us in trafficking, really. He's like, and even if we were, we're not going to risk our shit by taping it to the side of the engine block or something to where it can fall out while you're driving. He's like, so they just don't look there. And I was like, man, I don't know. He's like, I'm telling you, dude. He's like, and he looked in mine. He said, shit, dude, look. He said, you see this vent here, this hole? He said, look at the size of it. He grabbed his pack of cigarettes and he pushed them in there. It was a circular hole. He pushed them in there, and then he stopped once they got in there enough to where you couldn't see him. And he said, he put his hands back in, he pulled them out, and he said, other than bending up the box, he said, that shit worked just fine. He said, so even if they open that up, they're not going to see that. And I said, well, so I started using that. Every day we would stop at the gas station and be like, see, we got any cigarettes or anything they want to hide? I was like, because don't leave it in my truck unless we're going to hide it in the spot. And some people would, most people wouldn't or wouldn't have anything. I only ever had cigarettes because I wasn't even smoking that regularly. But then finally, when I went to that party and I got my revenge back on my friend C for stealing that $20, what it was I had gotten, this dude had LSD supposedly, and I was like, that's something new. I was like, shit. I was like, what's it gonna do though? Like, for real? I said, because, I need to know. He's like, it's just gonna make you feel um, at peace with everything. He said, you might wonder about a lot of stuff, and he said, you might even have some sense of some mild hallucinations. He said, but this stuff doesn't produce any strong hallucinations. He said it. He said the fact of it is, he said it's not that overpowered. He said so. He said not per square. He said if you want to get real fucked up, he said take 2 squares if you've never taken it before. Well, I had my money and I had his money because the dumbass trusted me to give me his money while he went to try to go talk to this girl to get both of our pieces. I got them and didn't even think about it until after I got them and I was looking at it. And I looked over across where he was at and I thought, motherfucker never would admit about stealing the money. He wouldn't apologize. He ain't got no intention of trying to pay me back. I was like, and he still thinks just everything can be. I was like, man, I was like, and I was like, dude is like, I really had a strong friendship, I thought, with him because I felt, number one, we got along very well. We didn't really argue that hardly. When we argued, it was usually over something that was, not trivial, not ever trivial for real. Not unless he got, now when he would be drunk and shit, he would act fucking a fool and would make arguments up over shit, but over anything. But first, when I knew him back then, he didn't drink yet. But his stepmother, his parents that adopted him, because he was adopted, they were from California all originally. And I remember meeting them. I really liked his dad. His mom kind of gave me the creeps a little bit because she would love to stand with her arms crossed and just gawk at you, you know? Like she would sit there and just stare at you, and she wouldn't break eye contact. If you were giving her straight up eye contact, which I did sometimes, just to see, like, will she, turn away or something? Giving her straight eye contact, she just maintains it. The most she ever did was look down a little bit and look, and her eyes were still on me. And I was like, I told him straight up, I was like, dude, what is up with your stepmom? I was like, she just stares at me, man. Like when she sees me come in or I'm talking about something that your dad asked me, whatever, like it's like she's staring at me and she's thinking like, I don't know, like she hates me. Like I say, I think she hates me. And he said, no, man. He's like, she already suspects me of a lot of shit. And he's like, I'm constantly trying to keep it on the DL from them and stuff. Like the fact I smoke and stuff. And he said, she probably expects you do exactly every same thing. So it's not that she hates you. He's like, but she definitely is suspect of you. And I was like, oh. I was like, well, no offense, but she ain't my mom. I was like, my mom told me every time I would talk to my mom about stuff, she's like, yeah, I've been through all that traditional parenting ways. She said, when my mom first caught me smoking a cigarette, which I stole from her, by the way, she fucking said, eat it, and was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, literally, I started to exhale after she said, what are you doing? Like, I just inhaled. I exhaled and I said, well, Mom, I was like, I'm smoking. And she said, do you realize how old you are? I said, Mom, yes, I know exactly how old I am. She's like, you're not old enough to smoke. I said, Mom, didn't you tell me you started smoking at church? She said, yes, that's it. She said, that is very true. I did. She said, but I'm going to have to talk to you if this is what you're going to do. She's like, I'd rather I know that you're doing it and you try to listen to me and try to either let me help you stop or not continue. She's like, and I know that's going to be near impossible because I smoke. So you're not, you're going to wonder why can't you do it? And she's like, and those are all fair points. She said, but I am your mom. She said, you don't steal from me. And I said, well, technically, Mom, I got it out of Russ's. He's like, well, Russ got that from me, so that's not. I was like, oh shit, it wasn't his own cigarettes. And she said, my son smoking already. Like, she was very disappointed, I could tell. It made me feel bad, man. I ended up putting that cigarette out. Like, I couldn't even finish it. Because I was like, oh, I was depressed. But then I went to my mom and I said that I was like, I don't know why, because I know technically it's a stimulant. I was like, but it helps me relax. I was like, even if only for a short term period. I was like, in those moments of being able to relax and kind of think straight ahead with no scatterbrain or fog, I said, I'd be thinking the most about, complex stuff. And if I'm trying to solve a puzzle or a game I'm playing, I was like, I noticed that from it. And she said, well, we all smoked because we thought it looked cool. We wanted to look cool. She said, then what happens really is you get addicted to the nicotine. She said, if that's what it does for you, that's what it does. But for me, she's like, yeah, it makes me calm down too. She's like, but I don't want to think about anything. It makes me just want to space out and live in the moment and not worry about everything I'm normally worrying about. She said, that's why your mom smokes. And I said, oh, okay. I was like, so it both helps us with somewhat anxiety sometimes, but she's like, but it doesn't last forever. She's like, it's so quick. And she said, and all the stuff that we're smoking, on these cigarettes is the benefit it gives you that you're talking about in me. She said, it's not worth the health risk. She said, I used to not give a fuck and not care, not think about that stuff. She said, then I started waking up and I started hacking up stuff. And that became a regular thing. And she said, once that happened, she said, then I gave a shit. She said, your Mimi smoked and your Mimi stopped smoking when you asked her to as a child. She said, you were just 6 years old and you saw your Mimi smoking. And she said, you'd been around your grandfather. I'm sure he's commented on mine and your Mimi smoking. And you told her, and she said, your Mimi loves you so much that when you told her that, she couldn't get it out of her head. And she used that to quit smoking very quickly. She used a little bit of nicotine gum, but not much. And she quit. And she said, and your Mimi smoked more than anybody. She smoked more than me. You gotta, so people don't understand, like all of my cousins, anyone else that was a grandchild of because my Mimi did have 3 daughters. My mom, my uh, I'll say, Aunt Jay, or not Jay, that's not the right. Which one should I use for that? Aunt C, and then Aunt CC, and then my mom. Now, Aunt CC had 2 boys, and my Mimi, I think, only might have been out there to see them once or twice, maybe at the most, if ever. Like, if even that much, really, I want to say, because they lived so far away. My Mimi didn't drive that far away. The farthest she would drive was Memphis, and she did that because I was in Memphis in 2001, and I was down there visiting my mom on visitation. That we and the visitation was like arranged in the family. There was no court orders, no custody arrangements, nothing. For all purposes, technically, my mom should have had custody automatically already because she did up until I was 3. She did raise me till I was 3, but she gave me to my grandfather, and I was with him from 3 to 8. Then I'm 8 years old. I go to my mom's in second grade. I tell her during the holiday, I'm like, I don't want to go back to Missouri. And I was like, I don't want to go back to this negative thing and that negative thing. I was like, I want to be able to start over new. And I looked at her and I said, please, Mom. And she said, you know, well, of course, she's like, I've got my life together. I told your grandfather that when I got things straightened out, I wanted you back. And I asked him to promise me that he would let me get you back, no issues, and wouldn't let your dad cause any issues. And he said he promised, and she's like, I hope he meant it because I want to think he did because, my granddad's Christian. Um, well, the thing was there was a difference of opinion about whether or not she was straightened out. And the reason why is because of the work she just was only currently doing as a result from she was going to college and then she finds out like she's having me. So what she ends up doing, she has to drop out to work full time up until the point that she can't work anymore from being pregnant, like near the end when she's really big. She stops working, of course, at that time, then my Mimi comes in. My dad at the time was doing his thing, which was playing in the band and at night and working construction in the day. And at nighttime, he would sometimes be on Bill Street at fucking BB King Cafe, playing. Even at one time, meeting BB King and getting to play just a little bit with him and spend time with him, get pictures taken and shit. And then after I was born, my mother ended up finding out through a very close friend and got a job starting to work in as a manager, like starting off as a manager at a hotel, not starting off as a fucking like. Why did she get this? Because of the person that helped her get the job was close with my mom and also close with the person that needed to fill the position. And she had ended up telling her, look, even if she don't have any experience, she said that I got this job after only being on the desk for 6 months and I had to take over. It's just the way that it was. They didn't have time to wait to try to find somebody else. And they wanted me to, she said, and I learned everything on how I had to do it within about 6 months to maybe 8 months. She said, but up until that time, I had help. And she said, well, it wasn't always smooth or easy. She's like, I learned it. I didn't have any formal anything. So, of course, my mom said yes, and she got that. So she went back to work, and she often wonders if she should have went to college, but her claim was to me that my dad was doing when he was doing a lot of playing, he was also doing a lot of fun stuff and drinking. So really, any money he brought in, uh, was really almost non-existent on that side, only on the construction side. And but by the time she started that job, uh, things weren't going so well, and my dad ended up, they basically got into it, and I think it was both, not just my mom, but my Mimi too. My dad was whatever type of way, I don't know exactly, so I'm not going to comment wrong, but was some type of way to where both of them said something, Mimi older, but you know, basically, I'm there, getting out of order. Like, I'm not saying any physical, maybe I don't know, something along those lines. So he gets to leave and leaves, and then he doesn't come back. So I'm still worked, and my Mimi took care of me. And this is a little embarrassing, but I'll share it. There was one way you could keep as a kid, and I'm telling you what, I would not bother you, I wouldn't cry, I wouldn't need anything. I'm talking about, like, a lot of time would have to pass for me, to end up needing something. But if you put the TV on, and not just anything, though, it had to be specifically Barney. I had a Barney chair, kind of like my little fucking throne, and I would sit on that motherfucker, and I had, a Barney, obviously, that I would hold, along with my leprechaun I had. And at 3, I would sit there, and some of the times I would sing along, and my mom said, "You would sing," and my dad's like, "Yeah, you'd sing it, and boy, you would sing it." He said, "You would be," he said, "It's nobody had to tell you, you just automatically tried to make what you were singing like sound like, and adjust your tone using your throat." He's like, it was something else. He said, you'd sing and you'd watch that, and then after it got done singing, it would start on to watching. He said, you would just be sitting there in a trance watching it. He's like, I'm telling you, we could call your name, yell at you, go, Ian, Ian, Ian. He said, one time I went, hey, Ian, hey, you wanting to get something, buddy? And he said, you just sitting there watching it. He's like, he said, to get your attention, we'd have to get in front of you. He said, but as soon as somebody would get in front of you to try to talk to you and get you snap out of it, he said, boy, he said, that would get you to cry if your show wasn't over. He said, now, if we stopped it and we got in the middle of you after the credits were rolling before, if there was something next that could play, he said, if there wasn't, then we could get your attention. He said, but if there was, he said, we would know that we got until them credits are over. uh, and sometimes they'd have to lie and say, there's nothing else to play on that one. And there would be, but, they wanted me to eat or something. But I just loved my fucking Barney. For whatever reason, I fell in love with that fucking fat ass dinosaur and his pals. And I don't even remember the premise of what what fucking Barney did or nothing. I just know that I'd be singing "I love you, I love me," and I ain't fuck around when it came to it. And so basically, things don't go so great. My Mimi is actually getting a little restless and frustrated because she's losing out a lot more income. And at first, it was like, manageable and not that big a deal. I was kind of not just born, but originally when she first came, I was. And so I guess even up to the first 3 years, it didn't. But by the fourth year, it's like, she said that she was putting almost about half than what she usually did in her savings that she had, which was very little. And, being on fixed income, retired as a nurse. But the thing is, though, when she worked as a nurse, she didn't work at a time as a nurse when you got guaranteed strong benefits afterward. She didn't have to go to college for it. Back in her time, she was able to learn, and then ending up getting uh, licensed. She eventually did get licensed, but the only thing she had to have for her license was basically a letter from the hospital demonstrating number of years of work she's done, where she started, what she's all climbed up to and done successfully, any and all other stats they had about her. And then that alone, the experience record and everything, and the practicality of doing things, as well as because in between, she said every now and then we would have to get out certain reference books and stuff. And when something came up, our instruction was to reference to find out about it. And you wouldn't just find out and learn what to do in that situation, but you would understand all these other things that are a part of it and their functions. And by thinking of that, you realize what their functions are for and where at, like you realize even more. So, she learned and looked through books too. So while she didn't do a traditional nursing course or anything like they do nowadays with nursing students, she still got to get licensed and work. But she was only an LPN. She didn't go up to RN. She said I would have had to work another few years. And she said, and as they wanted you to work up to an RN at that time, she said you didn't stay an LPN. She said while you had that experience and you could do that job, technically, she said when you're working to get to be an RN, she said basically you become. She said an LPN already goes behind an RN a lot of times and is like there to be the backup to an RN if they forget to do something or need help, all that other jazz. She said, well, if you want to be an RN, you would have to be basically, they would still have an RN and an LPN, but you wouldn't be the LPN, someone else would. And then you would be like the LPN. So you would be a gopher, but basically, you know, and she said a lot of people thought that was kind of like, I don't know, that it wasn't right. And the reality of it is that both positions made the same amount at that time. RNs had more responsibility, had more things to learn, more stresses of all that stuff. LPNs had less of all that, and they got paid just the same. So now all of that would eventually change, of course, not too far either, but that's how it was at one time. And I remember my Mimi telling me all about this. And she ended up telling me, like, she said, and back then LPNs could do, the only thing that they couldn't do, RNs could do, is like some advanced procedures, maybe things that required like cutting with a scalpel or something, doing a trach, um, certain things like that, and different other stuff. She said, but we gave morphine. She said there wasn't any difference in meds we could give. She said the only difference would be surgery and pre-op and post-op meds. She said, we didn't do that. They did that. She said, but as far as like giving somebody an injection from a steroid to a barbiturate to a muscle relaxer to heart medicine, blood pressure, insulin, pain meds. She said we psychotics, antipsychotics. She said we gave it all. Weight loss. Uh, you know, and they also LPNs used to pretty much, especially if there wasn't a lot of RN on staff there. The RN would come in during the day, the one that could be there that day, make their rounds, but there wouldn't be an RN the rest of the night. No, instead, they would either just have one LPN by herself, or she said sometimes you'd get lucky and you'd have a partner to help, take down some of the load. She said it all depended on the hospital you were at, the size, and the management. She said back then, also, you didn't have all these organizations that binded together to become accreditation organizations. They hadn't developed, not all of them yet. And she said in a lot of these medical places, whether they were hospitals or clinics, a lot of them were owned by either a couple of private individuals, if they were a really big hospital, or they might have been owned by a family. Some of them even were by one person. And sometimes some of them would have connections like with doctors or some form of the medical business in their family or even themselves, or they would have, like relationships with drug companies and stuff, and would, basically get asked to promote their drug there through their healthcare system, and they would get, kickback for it. And I mean, it was just wide open. I mean, they had the Controlled Substances Act, but the scheduling of a lot of those drugs had not really taken place yet, or they were scheduled, according to today's experts, they were scheduled way too low. Um, some of them were put at high risk, the highest risk you could be. Of course, marijuana was, which was a joke. Um, you know, methamphetamine wasn't immediately, at least not the pharmaceutical version. Um, she said, I mean, your barbiturates and tranquilizers, benzos, and as long as the pain medicines were like no more than 10 milligrams, or as long as they like didn't get crazy high, all your pain medicines, all that stuff was like the last schedule is, the last schedule of drugs. So you could get a couple refills. I mean, they would just hand diet pills out to housewives like crazy, and that would get them cooking, cleaning, uh, you know, and then they would give them tranquilizers to wind down during the day, during the evening, and a lot of those women would drink. And if the man wasn't using a pill, he was usually heavy drinking, especially in the 50s and 60s. But what was crazy was how even at a time like some of those chemicals, such as like LSD and stuff, they were so new, they were freshly synthesized. The DEA, if that was formed by then, I think it was, the FBI and them, they had no idea. They knew that people were experimenting, trying to make different drugs. Like they were suspicious of that. They just didn't know what. They had no idea that LSD came out until a little while after it was out. They thought at first that they were dealing with some type of new high form of crack cocaine or, some other. But what it turned out to be, it's fucking nuts, man. They didn't see it coming. They did not know that. It's just wow. Those diet pills were pure meth, basically amphetamines. Uh, they would give freaking, like I said in the show I'm watching, Queen's Gambit. This girl, when she goes to the orphanage, she goes right there. She doesn't see a doctor. She doesn't get evaluated. She just sees the administrator, the woman, the main woman that runs the orphanage, gets acquainted with her, gets her room, then goes to basically a medicine giving window, and this guy in a white orderly suit gives her two pills, an orange, like striped, basically like it's plaid looking. It's got one color and then orange on the other side, and then another and orange and white, and then a green, dark green and white. And she's like, "What are these?" He said, he said that one keeps your disposition, keeps your disposition nice, and the other one is your vitamins needed for all your growing. And she's like, just looking. He's like, "Take them," and she takes them, swallows them. She goes to lunch, and like you can tell, she sits there and she starts like nodding and stuff. And this girl laughs with the others, and she said, "Didn't I tell you not to take the green one and to save on to it?" And she said, "I couldn't." She's like, "I just took them. I didn't know how to do it." She said, She said, "I'm telling you, you're not going to want to take that till the evening. That's when you need it." She said, "You're going to be like this the rest of the day." She's like, "You're just going to be floating through here." She said, "That's how they want us all to be. They want us to." They said that it helps our disposition because they want us to get adopted, which we all want to get adopted. She said, "But I don't want to get adopted and thought of as something I'm not." You know, and it seemed like she heard her when she said that. So she eventually started saving those up, and she would find when she took them at night, she could see on the ceiling a chessboard, and she could go through and play chess in her mind. It like gave her some kind of weird ability to, imagine and focus by taking that shit at nighttime. And so that's what she started to do. But man, back to what I was talking about, dude. Like that's what I mean. I was just saying that you know people think it's funny because in the past I've had times where it's no bullshit. Like I've broken down and cried out from my fucking heart. That's what don't make it funny. Like, yeah, uh, can you be a dickhead and look at it and say that's cringe? That's and laugh and say that's so fucking, you know, uh, But you could say all that shit. The truth is, though, that's not a fucking act or performance. I'm not fucking Johnny Depp. I've been in some fucking stage and theater plays, and even then, like, I fucked up and smiled and shit. Like, I don't think I could be a good actor, even though my name and my astrology and everything says I share my birthday I share with plenty of actors. Like, I just don't think I could be one because, I just got too much of a. That's why I really don't like playing poker unless you can't see me or see my face because there's no way I could fucking put on a poker face. Like, I'm gonna fucking, like, I express that's a, uh, when we was in Scientology, me and Kayla, and we had a disagreement. When I came back in, both of us did, after smoking, we came back in, and our handlers, one female and one male, one for Kayla, one for me, um, which my male handler I had met in Nashville years before I'd even ran into Kayla and started dating her. I met him with his partner, Aaron, in Nashville, and they wanted me to join them. I was like, my dad's not going to be okay with that. I was like, I could probably beg him to do it, and he'd end up doing it, but he would be like, now when shit goes bad, you're gonna. I was like, I just already know what I could hear him saying because I was like, and my dad's really not super religious, but he is regular. I mean, he's not super, super religious. Like I said, but he believes in God, though, that's for sure. I was like, and he don't like, he's like, we're not a cult. I was like, I know you guys aren't a cult. I was like, but, at that time I thought that. I said, I've seen my friend use y'all's services, and I know he has, like, his own spiritual beliefs. He said, that's right. He said, look, there are Muslim Scientologists. All right. He said, we, he said, we are a religion in a way. He said, but we're not denominational, and in the sense that if you want to join and you still hold to your religious stuff, um, and you want to see if there's any conflict. And he said, and out of all the different people we've had of different religions, he said none of them have had a conflict with any of their faiths. And he said, and that's because L. Ron Hubbard literally put together Dianetics and most of Scientology with the fact in mind of all these different people, cultures, and religions he studied on his trips because he knew he had to make it universal. That's why it's called Scientology. He said, we don't want it to exclude anyone. Shit, y'all ain't been up early. I'm gonna finish up where I was at. So, anyways, my Scientology handlers, they said, "Well, here, take our number." And I gave them my number because I was like, I can't do staff. I was like, I'm not of age. If I were to wear my dad down and let me go to LA and join the Sea Org, he would tell me if something goes wrong. Like, Don't expect me to help you bail you out of it. I was like, and that's a major move. I was like, I got a lot of people that I care about here. I was like, I have somebody that, I'm interested in and have been dating. Um, I was like, I go to church here, and they gave me the bullshit that you can be a Muslim and a Christian, and they're like all these religions uh, don't find any conflicts in Scientology and are able to keep their religious beliefs and use Scientology as the self help tool it is and integrate it into their life. He said, but these people that are, straight up openly just for the hell of, just for the sake of being contradictory or for the sake of always being the voice that says, that's not going to work out. He said they are literally personality 1-1. He said that is aberrated. It's aberrated behavior. Um, to think that you are superior than others. He said, and the guy that would eventually be my handler, what's his name? Fucking Steven, who was also from St. Louis, Missouri. So when I told him I was from Missouri, he was like, I was like, well, technically, I'm born in Memphis. I lived there the first couple of years. I was like, but I grew up mainly in Missouri. So he's like, yeah, I'm from St. Louis. And he said, well, it's like the elites. He said, their personalities are 1-1s. He said, they are no doubt suppressive beings. He said, they're not even PTS. They're not potential trouble sources. He said, they're not suppressive persons that are only suppressive because of a condition in their mind that needs to be fixed with Dianetics, which can be fixed and cleared. He said these personalities are 1-1. He said we L. Ron Hubbard, he said, have encountered, as well as, even, he said it's been about a decade or two ago. He said, but we even have encountered some. And whenever you try to give these people auditing, or you try to take them through a process, he said they self sabotage it. They make it to where they can't advance. There's only been like 2 people that got evaluated as 1-1 personalities, like, which means they're either like sociopathic or psychopathic or narcissistic sociopath, narcissistic psychopath. Um, However, just like people have said, and it's the truth, everybody has some narcissistic tendencies. Um, to be chronically or severely or to have narcissistic personality disorder, you've got to check off nearly everything in almost every situation. Even if you check off everything in just one type of situation one time or a couple of times, it's got to be like literally everything. Because I straight up asked my counselor one time, I said, will you take me through a narcissism test? I was like, I know that you can't. He's like, well, you realize it'd be an opinion only. He's like, he's like, it wouldn't be an actual diagnosis. I was like, I know. I was like, but you studied a lot of it, right? He said, yeah. He's like, I'm confident that I could tell you. He's like, I just can't officially say, you know what I mean, like that. He's like, but I said, well, I was like, I've had one girlfriend. It's the woman I married. I said, out of her though, we've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12, 13. No, I didn't. No, not that person. No, 14. Oh, no, not that person. Who else? 15 when I was in Murfreesboro. 16, Nashville. 17, last one over there. Left back home. Else. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 25, 26, and what else? Anyone else? Let's see, might be it. Got Chrissy already. Uh, no, not Casey. That Chris, another Chrissy. Um, got Tessa. Who else? Feel like I'm missing somebody. I got the MILF. I got the chick from small town. I got her. Ooh, Blytheville. get every. I know I got what's your face? Oh no, Kenneth. I was over at brother Y dude's house. He had two friends came by. One chick, very good looking girl, older than me, but still, she yeah. It's not like I was fat or super skinny then either. Um, so that would be 27, I think. I said 26 last time or 27, so I'm going to say 27 to be safe. I know I said 26 at least. I think I might have said 27. I'm going to just say 27. Um, Anybody else? No, that was the only one that I got then when I was there at his house that I had. Um, I didn't count when I went to Arkansas with Andrew. I didn't get two, but like I said, I got one, so that's 28. I already counted Taylor. Who else? I didn't count 10th grade. That'd be 29. I didn't count Katie from 10th grade. That would be 30. I can't believe this. No more in the 10th grade besides those two. I never did get with Sham. Did I get with anybody else during that school, at that school? I had Katie and who else I had? Fuck, I can't think. Oh, I said the Arkansas and then Katie. Okay. 11th grade. I had Brianna, only Brianna. So that's 31. 12th grade, I didn't date. Not the first, now second semester. I think it was right before summer break, like at the end of the school year. Date. Oh yeah, this she's part Mexican from Seville, and she was out of school. I was technically of age because in high school I was 17. She was exactly 21 and in a bad split. So that's 31, I believe. That's all school. I got my main girlfriends. I got. Was there anything else? When I took my extra trips to Nashville. When I was in St. Louis. Yeah, I did. My brother's girlfriend's friend. That's 32. That was one time. That was in 2012. Her beginning of 2013. It's 32. Anybody else? Anybody else? Since I came back home, I got. Oh, I didn't count freaking skinny chick who I think She's part Indian and like white, or like her dad was like sort of Indian or something. Anyways, I got to spend 2 nights with her uh, because good behavior and stuff, passing the drug test and all that. It'd give us, I think it was once a month, we got a weekend where we could stay out. Uh, like I think we could stay out usually. No, we had a curfew every night. That's right, even weekends, except for that weekend. That weekend, or whenever it was scheduled, basically was when you get to take your weekend where you could be gone all Friday, all Saturday, and partly Sunday, but you got to be back by curfew Sunday evening and take a drug test. I almost messed up because she smoked weed, and I so badly wanted to smoke. I was in Massachusetts for crying out loud. Whole different area, different type of bud. I said, you know what? I'll take just a couple hits. I think I could get by with that. And she said, you probably shouldn't if you don't want to. She's like, even a couple hits. She's like, you take a test Sunday. She said, I was like, well, you know what? I'm thinking about there's somebody like me that takes exactly what I take. I said, all I would have to do is put a little bit of my I was thinking about it. I said I could probably just take a little bit of my medicine since it's a dip test. The other medicine that he don't take, I can take it, sprinkle it in there, and he'll get a positive for benzos, butte, and no THC. I was like, and definitely it'll be out of my system by the next Sunday. And she said, no, I don't think I'll let you. And I was like, come on now, please, And she said no, and I kind of wore her down. She finally gave in. She said, do not blame me. She's like, I swear I will. I was like, no, I'm not. I was like, I'm telling you, I will do everything in my power to make sure I get by. And I hit it once. And then the second time I hit it, I don't even think it was a full hit. I blew it out real quick. I passed it back to her. I said, here, take this. I was like, yeah, I don't. I was like, you're right. I was like, I'm going to smoke again someday, but I was like, just not right now. She said, I'm proud of you. I was like, well, I just said it'll be a bunch of hassle to get someone else to pee. I was like, then I'll owe him a favor. And, then he'll be wondering what I did. I can tell him it was weed and it would have just been weed, but, he probably wouldn't have believed me. I was like, I just don't want to go through all that now that I think about it. But we had a pretty chill house, cohesive. Only bad thing is that some people would help themselves to your own fucking groceries and shit. I started straight up taking paper on certain stuff that you could just reach into or whatever that I had set up, drinks and whatnot in certain parts of the fridge. I put a little piece of paper over. I'd be like, and on the paper it would say my name, my last initial, and below it would say, if you wish to get one, just bring me $1. I mean, ain't that fair? And I put a question mark, no tax afterwards. I was like, shit, because then they're going to have to rip that paper to get into it. They could try to take it and get into it without, but I've made it a certain way to where if you don't know how it's put on there a certain way, you cannot get that shit off without fucking it up completely. And then once you do that, there's no fixing it. You can make another one, but you won't set it up the way I did, so that'll be a clue, and it won't be in my handwriting, you know. But we had to legit start doing that. I told guys, I was like, look, I'm not gonna lie. When I first came here and I didn't have anything, uh, y'all remember I was like, I asked you. I was like, there might have been one person because they weren't here at the time or something, and there wasn't nothing else, and there wasn't nobody else to ask either. I was like alone. I ended up finding out. I was like, but I wrote it down a note, and I said, I need your number. I was like, I would have asked, but you weren't here. I said, I took, one of these. I was like, I've got the money, and if I can get a ride this evening, if somebody's going to the store, I said, I'll replenish you a pack of them, just for that one that I, like, I said, I've always, like, otherwise I would not take something without asking from somebody else's uh, grocery. I just wouldn't do that. And then another thing that would piss people off, motherfuckers would go to the laundry. You would have laundry in there, not done. Maybe they've got just a little bit of time before work and they ain't have nothing ready, so they need to borrow it. Like, several times somebody kept taking stuff of mine or my next door roommate's stuff out. One time they just dropped it on the floor. I mean, that was the final straw. But usually they would set it on top of the other machine. However, people got to wash shit. And another person probably came up not long after he had it up there and was thinking, well, what the fuck is this? And he would have his basket on top up there, have his name on it. And people wouldn't know whether to put it in the basket. Sometimes they'd put it in the basket. And then and what do you think? Do you think after he dried his shit or whatever, do you think that he put mine or whoever else's shit back in there and turned it on? No. One time he poured it in there, but he didn't turn it on. He didn't even turn it on basic, nothing to finish drying. He just, and if the fucking clothes got dropped on the floor or, whatever, and you just put them back in there in the dryer, your drying clothes you just got dirty with shit all over the floor now that's on them. And since the clothes are wet, that shit's going to stick to it even more. And now that's just going to sit in there and tumble dry with dirt, debris, lint, everything else, hair, God knows what else going all around on it. I was like, and then when it comes out, it'll be nice and hairy, linty, and dirty. Like, I'm like, so you interrupted my dry cycle, which if you just waited and been done probably in 10, 15 minutes. I could have even taken it out a little earlier and dealt with them still being a little damp, and it would have been all right because I would have hung them up. But no, you just take them out, you put your own shit in, then you don't even bother to turn them back on or have the decency not to put them in the fucking floor because you got pissed off somebody else from you leaving them on the washer when they came and needed it, not knowing whether it was your clothes or not, but your basket's right over there. So they put it in your basket. You get mad, whatever. You don't like it. So you turn the shit upside down and let the shit go on the fucking floor. And then you get yours out and you fold it up nice and neat in your basket and you take off with it. And before you do, you pick the clothes up out of the floor. That's nice. Which you should just put them on fucking a wash cycle now. But, oh wait, you can't. somebody's using the washer. This is why I got there first and I washed my shit and it just needed to dry. So you figure, well, fuck it. You know, it's just a little dirt. You put it in the dryer, turn the dryer back on, and then you're hoping that I just come and find the shit and I'm none the wiser. And that happened a couple fucking times. And finally, the last straw was when my neighbor's shit was on the floor. And he ended up running into it being on the floor while going to check on it and saw who had their basket, just like he always did, had the basket on top of the shit as he's using it. He called him up there and he said, "What in the fuck is this shit, man?" He's like, "Do you know how many times we've dealt with this?" And dude, like, he's like, "We've known it's been you now for not immediately, but pretty quick found out it was you." And we even made two announcements. We did one and we did another because you kept doing it. And the first time we didn't name you, and the second time we didn't name you, but we basically made it very clear that you knew we knew it was you, and you even came and talked to us and shit. I was like, "Now you do." He's like, "Well, man, I just had to go to work, y'all. Like, you know." And he's like, "And I ain't even touched any of your clothes." Like, he's like, "Why are you even in there?" I was like, "Dude, because you have." I was like, "You have," and I'm backing him up because I'm like, "Man, what the fuck? Like, what if that was my clothes?" I'm telling you right now, man. I said to him, "If that was my clothes and you had them down there, I promise you, I would be doing everything to get you fucking kicked up out of here, dog." I said, "Because seriously, this is some childish shit." I was like, "Not only are you the guy doing this, I was like, you've been one of the two guys that has been fucking taking food items from any and everybody you please." Like fucking Dustin ended up catching this dude on camera. He got tired of it, so he got a little camera that plugs in and looks like a charger plug in, and he had that shit perfectly set up to where you could see the cabinets and the fridge good enough to where whenever the person turned around, because they're gonna have to, uh, you will see what they get, you know. And he got him caught doing it even after we had fucking called a meeting and talked about it, and he got caught again. I was like, "Dude, with the shit that dudes got on you with stealing from the food, I was like, we could go get you kicked out right fucking now." I was like, "But we don't want that to happen. We want you to be safe. We want you to be safe and protected." And Testing. I apologize. Technology went dead. I wasn't paying attention to the battery. I'm trying to keep on track of these stores. Okay, so after I did the Tom Sawyer and all that in 8th grade, we had I remember Cinco de Mayo came around. I was in a Spanish class. I fucking absolutely sucked at that class. Spanish was just like, I just had it in my mind like, this shit's way too complicated. I already have enough issues. Um, like, I'm good at reading. I'm not bad at spelling. I'm okay at grammar. But when it came to English, English was such a challenge to me too. Like, being able to do the technical stuff, the diagramming sentences and all that. And I usually struggled to keep between a C and a B in English. I would end up having a middle average C in Spanish. I would have an A in history, world history, social studies, whichever type of social studies history it was for 8th grade. I would have I would manage to get a B in math, just barely. And then in science, I would manage to have a high B. Would have had an A, and the only reason why I ended up having a B and not ended up getting a C, because I kind of bombed on some of the last part of the end. I did okay enough on my final, but had it not been for my dad's awesome help with helping me build a Voyager 1 model spacecraft, which for those of you that know or don't know, Voyager was the name of a unmanned spacecraft that was launched into orbit. Hell, even before some of y'all's parents and you and me were born. Now, a lot of our parents were born, but some of ours wasn't yet. At least not both. Some of us, both of them wasn't. Maybe one of them was and the other wasn't yet. But basically, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were sent because they were eventually going to go way, way, farther than we basically could send, like even farther. Still, they're farther out than we could ever send. Like, we're nowhere near close to being able to send humans out that far. And I believe one of them is down. I think it's Voyager 1 or it's Voyager. Hold on. Let me look it up. Okay, Voyager 1's still in commission. And Voyager 2 is both. Okay, so both Voyager 1 and 2 are still working. I thought I know one of them had a technical failure a little while back. I want to say, like, back in 2024. Maybe go back somewhere 6 months from December. So between, like, July to December. I swear to God, I felt like, remember reading that Voyager 1 or 2, one of them was having difficulties transmitting data back from camera, and some of these sensors weren't working properly. So they did all the stuff they could, from the desk and internally to try to troubleshoot, reset. I think they were able to get one or two things fixed, but there was just one thing that was stubborn. So what they ended up doing was, since the other Voyager didn't, I think, need it, and it was working on them. So what they ended up doing was, I don't know if they got I think the spacecraft are actually very far apart, so I don't know if they did it wirelessly, satellite somehow, or if they got the aircraft to come together close, but somehow they got some equipment from one or the other to be transferred to be used by the one that had theirs malfunctioning. So the one that wasn't using it and doesn't need it doesn't have it anymore, but the one that was malfunctioning and did need it for what they're doing now has it. But they also said that the reality is basically that sooner or later, actually more than later, it's actually much more sooner rather than later. Voyager, both Voyager 1 and 2 will eventually burn out all of their fuel that they have. They do have some solar panels, but aside from helping control, hold on, why the fuck is that there? I hate when you get a screen protector for your phone and like you get these gosh darn air bubbles. Like, I mean, I'm talking about like you cleaned the damn screen before you took the sticky part off with the wet wipe. Then you use the dry wipe. You dried it up. Then you use the dry side to give it another once over on the screen. Get any little hairs, fabric, whatever. You're not going to get every single, but if you wipe it good enough, circular motions, you're going to get everything but maybe one every far off space. And only if you stare there long enough and focus underneath super bright light are you going to see that, you know, oh, there's a little smudge, that's a particle. Or, oh, I can see that itty bitty little hair that, or fuzz that got stuck to the back. Like, you won't even see that unless you're like me and got OCD, and one day will eventually, out of pure boredom, inspect your phone screen just for the hell of it. See, I don't have. Did I say ADD? If I did, I didn't mean to. I misspoke. OCD. Yeah, I apologize if I said ADD because I do not have ADD. If I did, I would be on Vyvanse. Oh, and Vyvanse and Adderall, they wouldn't have fucked me up and made me geek. They would have made me focus and calm the fuck down, actually. Sometimes I actually wished that I had ADD. Like somebody asked me that, like when they're like, "Man, I got it," and they were talking about how much they hate it. I said, "I actually wish I had it." I was like, "If I could trade with you, I would." He's like, "Yeah, but what would I get? Like, what do you have that I?" I was like, "Well, you could take your pick. It'd either be depression, anxiety." He's like, "I already got both of those." I was like, "Well," I was like, "The other thing is OCD." And he's like, "Oh man, like you be washing your hands several times and shit, like weird repetitive." I was like, "That's a version, like a type of OCD." Um, I was like, "But you, in a way, anyone that's got OCD, I mean, they don't do that all the time. Most don't, but say they spilled something on something that was delicate or whatever. Like whenever something like that happens, and you have to clean, like those times, like even for myself, like I've noticed, yeah, I've repeated it, and like I've cleaned it and cleaned it, and now I'm cleaning it for not the third but the fourth time, and it, I mean, the third time, yeah, I cleaned it just a little bit, maybe more, maybe got just a little bit better. But by then time, that was it. Like, there's no other. I can't clean it anymore. I'm just at this point. I'm just fucking. You know. I was like, when I took that Adderall that time, I was like, man, when you gave me that fucking Adderall, I was like, you didn't tell me it was gonna. I was like, nah, bro. He's like, I told you. I said, it's gonna do you two ways. He said, I told you it's either gonna make you get real focused. He's like, you're gonna feel your heart rate up. He's like, but you're not gonna feel it in your head. He's like, in other words, you ain't gonna be geeking. He said, but you gonna be focused. And he said, and he's like, I'm telling you, man, like, he said, if you got a bunch of shit laying around you need to do or something, he's like, you'll do it. He's like, otherwise, you can use it and enjoy it to play some games. And he's like, whatever you choose to do, man, he's like, you will do it to the max. He's like, now if it affects you the other way, he's like, in your head, man, he's like, you're gonna be thinking about one thing, then another. He's like, and then somebody might bring your attention to something else. You'll talk about it for a few minutes. He's like, you actually might stay on it. He said, you'll either be the type that stays on shit or is constantly talking about one thing and then switches to another and then switches to another and switches to another. He said, or you'll do that. He's like, but basically, you're going to feel hyped up as fuck. It's going to be almost like you've done a lot of cocaine, you know, but your nose ain't dripping or nothing. And, you know, you ain't snorting shit. He's like, but your heart's going to be beating out your chest. He said, and you might start tripping. And he said, and if you start to think like you got bugs on you, bruh, or something, he said, just tell yourself, like, I'm having a bad trip. I'm having a bad trip. He's like, man, because I one time watched this dude sit there, and the whole night, bro, like, we was up smoking, we was up playing the game, we was going in there and fucking with bitches. I was like, yeah. He's like, there's this one cat there, dog. Like, and the dude, you know, he's not ugly. Like, one of the girls even trying to talk to him. He's like, no, no, I can't. He's like, I'm fucked up, man. He's like, I'm so fucked up. He's like, I gotta get this shit off. She's like, what do you mean get this shit off? He's like, man, I got all these fucking, he's like, I don't know if they bed bugs or fleas. He said, but he said, I went over to my fucking family's house and I asked him, I said, man, I heard, you know, did y'all get rid of that shit? And they're like, oh, yeah, yeah, we got rid of it. And he's like, shit, I'll be damned they didn't. I woke up the next morning fucking itching and seen one right on me and flicked that motherfucker off. He's like, now they all over me again. He's like, I guess I didn't get them. I guess they got in my clothes. He said, man, right after he said that, everybody was silent. He said, the girl that was looking at him, she was just basically telling him, like, hey, let's go in the room. I want you to fuck me. And he said that. She looked up at us, he said, and she looked back at him and did it again. And she looked back at us and she went, like, pointed at him and said, is he okay? He's tripping. And dude was like, I told her, I said, he's fine. He's like, but there ain't no way he's fucking. Oh my god. When he told me that, I went to school the next day. I'd been up all night on the computer and shit, and watching some documentaries. I come up in school, man, and I'm just blazing through my work. I'm like, do 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 do. I'm like, hey, man, this shit is helping me get my schoolwork done fast. Like, the shit wasn't hard. There was shit that I had to do that I should have learned before, and I didn't know it. So I got in there. I looked at how much time we had, And then I said, how exactly many pages was this on all the way? Can you recall and tell me, please? And she said, well, she said, I can't believe you don't remember. She's like, it, luckily for you guys, it was only, this time, it was only, what'd she say, 8. And I was like, how much time do we have? She's like, I'm giving you much time that, she said, if you need to go through and look, you can, but you must be quick. Well, everybody else in there, there's no way they'd be able to read through that if they need to and take the test. At most, they could only hope that they would end up, if they couldn't remember an answer, then they would be able to come across it in a few lines, read those few lines, figure out the answer, and then jot it down. If you could do this, you could win, but I knew how fast I read, and even though I read fast, um, like if I read something this fast, like I was planning on, I knew that I would be able to recall it as good as this. Fuck. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to straighten up this air bubble. I don't know what to use. I should use that. Use a container. I can't believe fucking what's his name? That Books just gave up on his sobriety like he did though. I really can't. You know, if he could have drank once or twice, maybe on the weekends only, or just once a week would have been the best. You know, at least you would be giving yourself once a week, but no more the rest of the week. And only on the weekends and only even the evening hours. Like, if it's not 5 o'clock, or at the very least fucking 4:20, you don't need to be drinking. You know something, Books? When you drink, and Hillbilly too, spokesman probably as well, poor guy has become an alcoholic because of his uncle. If you guys keep drinking in the morning, you're gonna really throw your body out of fucking balance. Like if you're not, and this is me giving you benefit of the doubt, which I don't actually believe. I don't believe Books is just yet, but he's on the way. But Hillbilly most definitely 130% gets the DT shakes when he wakes up in the morning. Not first thing, but I guarantee you if he wakes up, only gets orange juice, water, whatever, only eats breakfast, has cigarettes, after the first hour, I guarantee you, if it's at least been 30 minutes since he ate and shit, and it's been a whole hour since he woke up, I guarantee at least the hour or by that first hour and a half, 45 minutes, one of those 3 times, 1 hour and 45 minutes being the absolute latest, he begins then, if it's not the first 2, if it's 1 hour and 45, that is right, I bet, when he will have a belch, like a burp, a deep one, and another deep one, maybe followed by a fart, then goosebumps, depending on his body type, either farts that as they come, each next one feels like it's a drawn out fart to the point that you almost feel like that you may fart the next time, and at the end, that drawn out part is actually your bowels losing it. Like, if you don't get nauseous and throw up when you withdraw, then you have it come out the back end. I hate to say it, but diarrhea. And I ain't gonna lie to you folks. I straight up will tell you which one like my body type is. I only get nauseous or throw up if it's got to do with alcohol or like the time that I had my breakdown and I'd taken amphetamines and not known it. And then the time I took Adderall and stuff, like those are the only times, like on speed, whatever, uh, type speed stuff. Those are the only times that I've gotten nauseous, and that was because either I took a lot too quick, I took too much, too strong the first time, or another time after a while, and I smoke a lot. And then on top of that, if I took anything else like pain meds, which when I first took um, the speed and stuff, I hadn't taken pain meds yet, except the only time I had taken them up until then, like when I was a teenager, was when I went and had occasional dental work done. But I didn't know what they were up till then. I didn't notice that I got high. Like, it wasn't until I was late 16, almost 17, that I noticed from my wisdom teeth procedure and from using Google and from somebody telling me that those pain medicines, like, if you can fight the urge to stay asleep, you'll get a buzz from da da da. Well, that was the thing. Like, any time before that, I was prescribed them and younger when I didn't know anything about that stuff because I wasn't exposed to it. I took the medicine as prescribed, and, a lot of times it would just knock me out because I was taking it with an antibiotic, and they would give it to me with some shit called Phenergan. Phenergan to keep you from getting nauseous from the medicine. When I went to have my wisdom teeth taken out, like, I got one refill and then another refill. And then when I had my my gum graft surgery, my oral surgery, because after my braces were taken off, it showed that it had showed my braces had pulled on my bottom tooth um, stronger than what was wanted. In other words, it was too tight, like wasn't adjusted properly. Well, which they apologized. They said, but it's not something like that we missed on purpose, or they said it's just like when we ask you, is it too tight and stuff. We told you to make sure to tell us what you really feel on the top of. But sometimes it doesn't feel tight to you, but yet it is a little too tight still. And we need to loosen it at that point. So they said because of that, because it was too tight on there at some point before it got loosened, they said that tooth is at risk of you losing it, that permanent tooth. I said, how? They said, well, you see how the gums receded and it's exposing the pointy end of the tooth, which should never be, it's not exposing a lot, but it's exposing enough, some. He said, basically, we'll take skin from the one place that regrows in your mouth, and that's the roof of your mouth. The roof of your mouth will, the skin we take from it will regenerate, because gums don't regenerate, and nothing else in your mouth but the roof of your mouth does, and that's a fact. And so they said that we'll do that, and when we get done, basically, the tissue we take will be stitched on over that gum, so as number one, it'll cover up the exposed part of the tooth from the gum starting to recede a bit. And they said what it ensures is that if that gum itself still recedes all the way down, um, what you have will keep your tooth in place. They said because the gum, it can only recede down so far. Even if it recedes as far as it can, they said your tooth won't fall out because the skin will be here, and by then, you know, it, it'll be fully bonded. You know, they said you just need to be careful to watch out. Like if you ever have any pain in that tooth or something, you need to slow down, maybe not eat on it, and come have us check and do an X-ray because they said, but that usually those complications don't happen. Um, and so I was like, well, damn, that sucks. Then they pulled off the top part. I was like, damn, I got a problem with my bottom teeth. I thought braces was supposed to help it. They took the metal ones off the top. And when they did, like, one of them literally got hung up. Like, she tried to pull it off, and she said, uh-oh. And I was like, what? And she said, honey, just stay still. It's something that just happened. She said this bracket uh, is kind of really still bonded to your tooth. Um, and it's not because we did that. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, she's like, I'll take it that it's either some type of food particles that was sticky or something, or it's just or it could be due to some plaque or food particle stuck. And she said, she took this little pick and she kind of picked around the edges a little bit and she's like, I'm just gonna pick it a little bit, and then she said on three, 1, 2, 3, and she just like popped it up, and when it did, like it hurt. I went, ow. She's like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And then she took it off and she said, smile for me, please, open wide. And she looked at it, she said, oh hon. I was like, what is it? And she showed me my tooth, and the tooth had chipped, and I was seeing like brown indentions, circular brown indentions on one spot, and on another, one that was covered up by the bracket, and the other one, because of the braces and stuff, it just wasn't visible until it came off, but it's at the very end, at the bottom of the tooth. And I said, it hurts, it's throbbing. And she said, yeah, it's you've got a lot of dentin um, gone from there. She said, but at the bottom where it's at, and in the middle where the bracket was, she said, luckily it's not near the edges and not bad where the gums, where your tooth meets your gums. She said, I think we could save this. She said, but you'll have to get some filling and cosmetic work done on it. She said, I hate it. I'm sorry because we take your profile photo today. She's like, you remember when we took your profile photo, you first came in, which was what your teeth looked like? She's like, today's going to be your after photo. And I'm like, well, she's like, it'll definitely look better. She's like, I'm sorry that you've got those two. And what we didn't know, the tooth right next to the one with the stuck bracket, it was bad too. It just wasn't showing yet. But what it is was it had started and developed a cavity. Um, Basically, because right there where that bracket was, and the next one that was on the other tooth that had developed a cavity, like it didn't get stuck and take off some of the enamel surface dentin like the other one did. But it had the cavity was deep, and it's like they ended up telling me later on. They said not long after you got these braces, this cavity started to develop, and because you had that metal brace in front of it, it's covered up. They said it just kept eating and eating, and they said, and it didn't hurt. I said, well, sometimes they hurt, but remember, I was like, they told me that that's going to be the case because I also had a narrow bite, not like an underbite or overbite, but a narrow bite. And they put a device. They put a device in. I forgot what they call it, the retainer. But what it did was it had two tooth caps curved on the back end of it, and one of them fit on my far back left side tooth, and the other side would fit on the far right back tooth on the top. And basically, this little metal device, when placed up top of the mouth, facing the right way, it had two pieces that would attach to the two back tooth, and it would just kind of snug and snap over those teeth, um, along with a little cement they put on it. So that's what would hold it up there, snapping it in because it was custom fitted and made. It'll be metal, and the central piece in the middle that has the two legs sticking and going out the rear that stick on the upper top teeth. Um, what else? It had those sides, each side capped on and holding a tooth, right side of my mouth and left side. And then at the top was this little thing that on the inside at the very underneath of it, basically, if I were to open my mouth, take my finger and stick it and try to touch the roof of my mouth, this device would be blocking the roof of my mouth, the square part. And it had this little special key hole for this tool that they gave me that they called the key. And what you'd have to do is you'd insert it in there. You would be like sticking it like in the center of the roof of your mouth, but you'd find that hole, you'd get it in there, and you do one rotation. Left would, basically, but I wouldn't go left or right. I would go just one way. I think it was left. And what that do is ever so slowly, that square thing would just push out a little bit every time you turned it. And while it's connected to my teeth, it would push and basically make my left side of my teeth on that row and the other row on my right side, it would make them expand out, push out my teeth, cause my cheekbones kind of rise and push out. And she said it'll help your profile. She said because your teeth, she said when you was growing up, they should be wider apart. Some of them, a couple of them have even barely. They moved some, but not enough from the original baby teeth position. They're actually supposed to be, she said, moved a few more inches over. She said, and that normally would take a couple years on its own. And she said, and you're, past puberty. She's like, so we've got to give you, and it happens to a lot. I said, why? And they said, well, we don't really know. Some of it we think is genetics. Others we think it just has to do with the fact that, she said some of our ancestors had really specific teeth, and they're finding that through research that these younger people, there's no coincidence why they had not the exact same, but same type of pattern of unique teeth like their sometimes like their great great grandfather, or especially there was a guy she said that was on the Confederate side, and he had a really unique uh, section of teeth on the top that was completely like, she said it kind of gave him a more narrow bite like you had, but on the bottom it was fully developed. Like his teeth did everything on the bottom that they naturally should have done on the top. And because of this, when he would just smile and chew and different things, his bottom teeth would kind of overreach. Um, Basically, his bottom teeth did more of the chewing up work because of the layout than his top teeth did. Not that they didn't still. And when he would smile, of course, his front top teeth would be farther behind and not lined up with his bottom teeth that would be more pushed out and more spread out widthwise. And, they're finding sometimes not the son or, the first grandchild, but the great or the great great grandchild, if they're the same gender on that same line from that person, like they'll get that teeth. And I was like, that's crazy. And I twisted that thing and I twisted it. Now they told my dad, you got to keep in mind, people made fun of me for this, but and said it was your responsibility too. Keep in mind now, I'm not even in ninth grade. I'm in eighth grade. When I went to this place to get dental work done, they had a PSP at every chair. So, like, we all got to play PSP while getting our teeth worked on, stuff like that. My dad would talk to the people and the dentist and went wait out there. Now, there was a lady that was a head of registration and did a lot of administrator and managerial duties. And she actually had braces too. She was probably in her 40s or something. She really liked me, and I liked her. I got along with her. And I would stop by her office. She's the one that took the before and after photo of my profile, my smile and stuff. I would stop by her office before I'd go to the dentist chair, my appointment, and I'd talk to her and basically catch up on life and tell her stuff from school. And I just got some memories that flooded back. I remember telling her, like, I'm going to a Christian school because my dad, when we moved here, I come from a small town. I told her how big our town was. She said, oh my gosh. She said, I have family that's been from those areas and I've visited. She said, but I've always kind of lived near Nashville. So she said, but some parts of Nashville, if you go out far enough, they're country and small like you're talking about. And I said, you put me in the private school, because, and she said, well, your dad really loves you. He wants you to, she's like, I bet you get more. She said, I bet you have more of a better teacher to student ratio. I was like, and I said, I think I've heard, what is that? She's like, well, there's not as many students that the teacher has to try to help. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I was like, yeah. And the other thing is, my dad said that there's a lot of gang activity and stuff in the public schools. I said, but what I hate, like, he also feared that I would get the bad bullying like I used to get where we lived in the other state at public schools. I said, but the bullying is so bad where I'm going to school. And I said, and I told her, I said, look, I'm not perfect. I was like, because even way back when, I was like, my granddad would tell me to ignore him. But my dad, I was like, my dad has always told me to stand up for myself or I'm going to be seen as a pussy bitch. And I'm like, and he told me, like, he's like, I'm not trying to scare you or nothing, son, or call you that. He's like, but that's what the world, that's what these young people will see. He's like, maybe not all of them will use those words. Well, you're a weak punk, you know. He's like, but I'm telling you what they would say in high school, uh, you know. He's like, and you might get your ass whooped, but let me tell you something. The guys, the person you fought with, even if he whoops you, the girls, he's like, all of them are going to respect you at the end of that. They're going to respect you and they're going to say, you know, even if he might have beat you, like you at least gave him a good work. He's probably going to say as he's hurting and healing, you know, uh, Wilson's fucking crazy. I mean, last time I got into it with him, when I tried to put him in a chokehold, he fucking almost he almost bit my damn pinky off. I'm like, man, that dude, when he fights, he don't give a fuck. You know, I ain't gonna fuck with him next time unless I absolutely have to. If he steps to me, you know. But he's more than likely, would say, but more than likely he's gonna say to himself, but I'm not fucking gonna go out of my way to bring any issues to him because I don't want to fight that crazy motherfucker. I don't want to end up losing a finger or something. He said, if somebody starts getting in your face one day and they start poking at you and shit, he said the next time their arm comes out to poke you or, you know, shove you, whatever it is, my dad showed me, he said, you grab over, you come over with your left hand and you grab the farthest hand with your left palm, you know, facing over it, palm down, grab his hand and cup, squeeze on the pinky side, get a finger right at the pinky pressure point. He said, squeeze the other side with your thumb, get your thumb in that pressure point, twist it back as you're squeezing. He said, he's going to be trying to get your hand off there with his other hand. He's going to be struggling. While he's doing all that, when you got the opening or what have you, he says, either you can pull his hand even farther and he'll, you know, you might end up snapping his wrist or a finger and him cry out, or you might make him trip. He said, but if he's not doing any of that and you're kind of stuck there trying to hold him and he's just fighting you, he's like, you know, take two fingers and, you know, don't shove until you get inside his head or nothing. He said, but just take two fingers and just real quick go straight towards his eyes. And as soon as you make contact, just take them right off. He said, but do it real fast. He said, you fucking gouge him in the eyes. He won't go blind. You don't want to do that. He said, but you push on him, come off just as quick as you push on him. He said, that's going to be just enough pressure to make him close his eyes. He's going to put his hands on his head. And by then you can walk away. You could trip him. You can kick him. He said, you could punch him straight in the head, the face, try to knock him out. He said, you know, but he's like, don't think or try to do anything if you're not going to follow through with it. He said, because if, you know, he said, I watched a guy fight another person one time, and the kid was going to get his arm backwards into a lock and basically put pressure on it. And he tried to do it, but as he tried to do it, you know, you could tell he really didn't, you know, it was the first time him really trying to do it in action like that. The other boy realized, and the other boy, guess what, was a fan of pro wrestling. He had done that before. He knew exactly how to do it. He ended up flipping it back around, got him in that arm bar, and had him, and it wasn't no time he would go, ow, ow, and he said, say uncle. Say, he's like, all right, uncle. Say I would. All right, you would. Say, my name wins, and he kicked my ass, and I'm not gonna fuck with him no more. Well, the dog kicks my ass, he wins, I'm not gonna fuck with him, please stop. And then he'd go just up a little bit more and make him, and then let go. And then he'd get up and he'd say, "You run your mouth again." He's like, "Next time I'm gonna go so far, I'm gonna pop it." He said, "You gonna hear pop, and it'll be a split second, and then that next split second that pops in and goes by, your brain will have registered it in that 1 millisecond, in that 1 second. And after that it's 1.2 milliseconds. You're gonna, you know, start to feel a. He says you're gonna start to feel a heat in that area of your arm. Then you're gonna start to feel like an almost like electricity going through a line running up through your arm to that spot, and then comes the aching, almost like a heartbeat, pain, like hurts, and then it slows up, not as bad, then hurts. Every time your heart beats, basically, it's just gonna hurt. And my dad said shit. He's like, one time I was walking back from the blues, the blues club. I was on Bill Street, and I had fucked up, and I went the opposite way that I came, which means I had to basically kind of go do an extra curvature around the other side circle to finally get back on this one road, and then cut down this alleyway, and then having to go halfway down, and then the other halfway down, my car would be there. He said if I had turned the right way, I would have just had to went around the corner, down the sidewalk a little bit, and then turned down the alley, and my car would have been just a few steps right there. He said, but I went the wrong way, and I wasn't going to walk back, because I just kept thinking, I knew the area. He's like, I just kept thinking, I just want to get there as quick as I can. Turning back would be just about the same amount of time as now, he figured. He said, I got on the alley, and he's like, I started to relax because I was like thinking, because he realized, he said, I don't have my gun. He's like, I left my gun at home. He's like, I never did take it to the construction site, you know. He's like, that's just not a good place to have it. Uh, he's like, and, the people I learned construction from taught me, because fights happen a lot in that work line. He said, last thing you want is one of the people to have a gun, drop it. Somebody can sometimes take your gun, even from me. Somebody, if I don't do things exactly right or I'm a little nervous, he said they could take my gun. And he said, but if they tried to, he said, I'm gonna, So I didn't ever take it. And he said, and this time I didn't come by the of a sudden, out of fucking nowhere, fucking dude, like, and my dad, he started to see his car a lot better now, but he still got, I would estimate, I don't know what he said, like 600-700 yards. He's like, almost a fucking, still, even by power walking, at least about 3 minutes. But he could see it, it's just a straight shot. Well, he stops because as he's walking down, this dude was like, "Hey, man, hey!" And he walked out the back of a building. He's like, "All right, y'all," and the door closed behind him. And he saw my dad. He said, "How you doing, man?" He's like, "I seen you in the blues club." He said, "Yeah, man." He said, "You really know how to rock out on them drums." And he said, "Thank you, man. I appreciate it." He said, "Where was that at?" He was over. He's like, "Oh, that's over at." I forgot the name of it that he told me. He's like, "It's another club." He's like, "All right, man, you have it good." He's like, "I gotta head in to the house before old lady gets me." You know what I mean? Thinking I'm out here with some girl. He's like, ah, ah. He's like, "Yeah, I know that, man. I know that." He said, "Hey, man, listen. I know you out here playing. Trying to make some bucks." And he said, "But could a brother ask you, man?" He said, "I really need He said, "I just need five." He said, "$10 would be great. Five, I'll take." He said, "But I just need, $10, man, please. I've had a bad week." He's like, "I'm working, but I got all my money done went to a house and everything else." And my dad could see this guy. He's like, he know he was just in the club, but he still looks like one of them guys that goes to a club. But he, like, all of his clothes, he said, I could tell all of his clothes were really old, looked kind of like maybe even used before he got them. His shoes were, he said his shoes were really, you know, rough looking. He's like, they were supposed to be kind of dressy, classy shoes. He said, but they was rough and one of them was untied. And he said, I could tell by his beard and stuff and the way he reeked of alcohol. I said, if this guy's not homeless or something, I said, he don't, I bet you he don't work or anything if he just needs. And he said, the thing is, I had given people money before, he said, and I got told by somebody that seen me doing it one night. He waited till I got done, and that guy got away. He's like, hey, man, he said, listen, I know doing that you probably think, gets them off your back, whatever. He's like, there's guys like him all the time that run this shit, and it's their hustle. He said, what? He said, it's their hustle, man. He said, I'm going to tell you right now, that guy right there, he's got a house, a place to stay. He gets a check each month, but that check, ain't enough for what he does, his habits, and he likes to drink and shit. So he comes up here. He spends the majority of his time here. Hell, he don't even go to his house really, and until it gets cold, when it's the summertime and shit. Oh, he lives out here, and he will tell people. He said every story in the book from I just got laid off. He said he told me one story. He said then I seen him later on, and he just told me, like, well, it's just bad right now. I ain't going. He said the next time he told me, well, I just got out of jail and I had to put money down on that. He said it's some stupid shit, man, between me and my old lady. I said, come to find out, the next time he tells me the same story he told me the time before the old lady story. And as he was getting through it, I cut him right off and I finished the rest of what he was about to say. And when I did, he just stopped and he looked at me like his eyes was big, his mouth kind of hanging open. I said, oh, yeah, man, I just caught you straight in the lie. He's like, don't you remember? He's like, I gave you cash a week and a half ago, and I gave you cash two and about half weeks ago. And the last time I did it, you told me you was just down bad because you had to bail out and shit from assault shit, and you wasn't guilty of it, whatever. I ain't question you. I said, but then you tell me the same story today you told me the very first time, and last time I even asked you, like, you know, was your people better? You know, they get over that shit they went to the hospital for, and you said yeah. And now you gonna tell me the same shit you told me the very first time? Man, he said, man, get the fuck out of my face. He said, I'm not giving you another dime. He's like, and you better not be trying that begging shit and that story shit in front of other people with me around, because I'll straight up tell him. And then the dude tried to say, well, man, if you want to go, let's go, man. Like, don't be trying to fuck up my hustle, homie. Just because you feel violated in some way. He's like, I'm telling you, I need the money. He's like, oh, I bet you do need the money. He said, you need the money for some drink or some drugs. But shit, he's like, we ain't out here for that. He's like, I'm out here to have a good time myself. He's like, I ain't out here to give money out. He's like, man, now if you was just asking for some food or something like that, like I wouldn't give a shit. But we both know what you want money for. And so he told my dad, he's like, man, do not do that. He said they will keep every time they see you, they will remember he was a good, easy mark. He's like, and they will ask you. And so my dad being asked that, like, he was so close to his car, he's like, I wasn't gonna listen to what my friend had told me. I was like, I was gonna take out my wallet. He said, because I knew I just had literally $10 in there, which is what he really wanted. He asked for 10, but he said he'd take 5. I was gonna give him my only $10 bill. He's like, but I did have credit cards in there, my social, everything else. Uh, but I ain't had my gun on me, so I really didn't want to get smart with him or tell him no, and he asked again, because I was at the point I was agitated, tired, ready to get home, and I had to be up work early in the morning, so I was just going to give it to him. I said, yeah, 1 second. And then I said, actually, and as soon as I done that, it clicked. My father said, then I remembered where I'd seen him, and he's like, and then I remembered, he said, seeing him fight with a guy over this exact thing. And he said, I remember asking the guy, what was the problem with that guy? He's like, man, you help some people out, and then they expect that they see you again, and when you don't, like, they act like you owe them something or whatever. Like, he's like, he's like, I would have hurt him too, but, dude may be small, but he got some big arms. And my dad looked at it, he's like, no, man, he said, I forgot. He's like, I don't have any cash on me, actually, because I spent the last of it on my drinks while I was playing. He said, I come out here to play. He said, but depending on how they did good tonight, he's like, I won't know what I'm getting paid until I hear from somebody or I get the check in the mail. And he's like, oh, man, come on, I know you got. And then at that point, he said, after that, my dad said, I said, good night, man. He's like, I was about to, but I just remembered I fucking spent the last of it. He's like, man, you ain't gotta do it like that. He's like, if you just don't want to give me no money, man, just tell me. He said, but he's like, I know you got some money in there. And my dad said, I'm serious. He's like, you saw me reach for my wallet. I wouldn't do that and change my mind. I'm not going to try to get you, happy. I was like, I'm just telling you the truth. I don't have anything in there. And my dad said, here. And he turned around. He opened his wallet up real quick even for him and showed him. He said, see, I got nothing green. And he closed it back up. He's like, but I know he had seen my cards probably. He said, if he was, that conscious. And dude kept following my dad. And my dad said, hey, man, what are you doing? He's like, man, come on, man, help me, please. Like, I know you could, like, just let me ride with you to an ATM. There's one right over here, and you can get you some money for tomorrow. man, I can get that 10 from you, man. Like, please, man, I got no one else to ask. There ain't gonna be anyone else coming out tonight. I'm begging you, man. I'm begging you. And my dad said, I'm, he's like, I don't care if the ATM's just right there. He's like, I'm not going anywhere with somebody, no offense, that I don't know and getting into my ATM. He's like, I'll get the money when I need it. He's like, I swear to God, man, if I had some money on me, he's like, I would give it to you. He said, and that's breaking my own rule. He's like, he's like, I don't mind helping out uh, the poor and stuff and with food drives and all that different stuff. I'm like, but man, he's like, I was never like giving money to people out in public like this. You know, he's like, there's some people that will fake this shit and do it as just a gimmick, a hustle. He said, did you know that? And he said, and there's some people that it don't matter how sweet or whatever they appear, whatever their story is, 9 times out of 10, like, you know, they're in a cycle of addiction or something or some other bad behavior and stuff. And he said, and all they're going to do if I give them money or something that's not food or, you know, something productive, he said they're going to use it for something negative. He said, whether it's drugs, alcohol, he said, you know, fucking gambling. He said, I really don't matter at this point what it is. He said, I kind of despise it all. He said, but he said, we got people that started basically when they would see people, you know, asking for change and different stuff like that. We would give them a basket that would have information on it, clearly in big printed, you know, and if they were older, if they wasn't older, it was still big, you know, you could understand. And he said he said we even develop an app for younger adults that use phones or still manage to have a phone while being homeless. And it lays out all the requirements right here, what's available, what opportunities, everything they can get. And and he said, and the rest of the things in here is a voucher for a hotel, which basically it's a 2 night voucher that they give out. He's like, and it allows them to stay in a hotel for 2 nights. Like they have a little book that comes with those vouchers that says, take 2 nights at a hotel, think on it. There's included also a food voucher that's good for the listed retail supermarkets on the back, and they could take that to go get some food from there. And there was also these places that have like they give out food and like temporary, like a couple days worth uh, to keep somebody full, you know, 3 meals and stuff that they can make at the hotel. They said if you can't use the retail voucher, then find the nearest safe haven type location that they have, and this entitles you to 3 days and 3 nights worth of food, you know. And they basically tell them to endure those 2 nights at the hotel, read the packet included in the program that they're sponsoring and wanting to get you into. And they said, look at the stuff that they have lined up for after you get done. There's more things that we can help you out with so that you don't slip back, uh, you know. And like, and they say after you spend those 2 nights in the hotel, you know, you won't have to go to a shelter. They'll immediately like get you transported to treatment, which have, you know, they're not like Master King suites or nothing, but you share. If there's not a lot of people at the time, everybody, just about, yeah, everybody. If it's the certain times of the year, everybody has their own room. If it's the busiest times when they have the most people, then they have, like, the rooms are big enough and made for 2 roommates, no more than just 2 people per room. That's all, you know. And that's what people need. And he said, and we will give it to people literally, and they'll think like maybe it's, I guess they think maybe it's gift cards or maybe there's a lot of money in it, along with some, pamphlets and stuff. And they're thinking, just as long as I get whatever's valuable. And once they get it, I've seen them go from, curious, excited looking, hopeful, to immediately, he said, almost like 90% we go immediately like, what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? Like, I told you what I needed. Like, he's like, I had one guy fucking straight up say, he's like, why the fuck didn't you just say no and ask if I wanted this shit yet? You hand this shit to me almost like it's a mystery bag and there's going to be a lot of money and you're trying to help change my life. He's like, and I open it up and it's a thing about a program and, oh, a hotel voucher for 2 nights. So you want me to be in a hotel for 2 nights and think about coming to your program and it's going to change my life. He's like, I know exactly when I get done, if I were to go through your program, get done, y'all just gonna put me back on the street. He's like, no, we will not. He said, we have had people that work for us who we could not get a patient where they need, a patient, a client who actually graduated but doesn't still have. That she said, we have a team that helps set up people's what we call the support system. So it's like your foundation and support once you completely get out from under being under our care all the way. But if that's not set up yet, and even when it is set up, they said they still keep in touch with you as long as you agree to it and want it. For up to a year and a half after you not just graduated, but graduated and you've been completely discharged and you have a support system, meaning we're not taking care of your living. They said, we've had people that work, some of them that are volunteers, they literally get paid nothing. They spend money to try to help and do this shit. Have put patients and clients we had, because we do background checks and stuff. And once you're there for the whole program to where you graduated, if we can't get stuff set up for you, if we fail or whatever, like one of our volunteers, she had an extra room. She lived, you know, just with her and her fiance, but they had an extra room. They didn't have kids, and she ended up basically housing that client and that patient for 6 months, 6 months total. And then 6 months later, they finally got her, set up. So she was able to discharge fully from them. And immediately, before she was even discharged, she got set up for first a job interview. She was been looking into jobs, so she got set up for a job interview. The job interview person knows, like, this person is literally on the street. They'll be going to live in a shared, like, group type home setting for the moment. They have no money. They are freshly clean. Like, they've graduated their program. They don't have any legal issues. Like, if they're one of those types of people and that's all their stats, I mean, it's really up to them. All they have to do is keep making the right calls and decisions, even if it doesn't seem fun or seems hard or boring or that you don't want to do it. I tell you, and my dad finally said, and my dad, ended up telling that guy, he's like, well, listen, he said, if I had given him what you just said to give him, he's like, oh, he said, when they get mad, he said, sometimes I've even straight up said, you know, you are only mad and lashing out because you think I owe you something. And he said, and I'm trying to help you reclaim and give you your life back and still give you some things. Like, it's just not exactly what you want. And he said that this guy fucking yelled, like screamed and said, dude, if we wasn't out in public, I would basically threatened. And he said, I looked back at him and I said, wow. I said, such hatred and anger. He said, I'm sorry you're hurting, and God bless you and good luck to you. My number's on there. If you really want help, we're on there. Feel free to use the 2 hotel coupons anyways for 2 nights. Feel free to use the food voucher. If you want to take the rest of the ship and throw it out in the ocean, go right ahead. Just know you'll be back in this position. And if I see you again, I'm not trying to be mean, he said, but if I run into you again and you're like, can I have one more pack? Like, I'm serious now, whatever. And you may really genuine be. And I'm going to tell you, I give everybody 1 pack. I'll still tell you the name of the place and everything else, but you won't be going there with a pack. You'll be going there off the street and you'll have to be evaluated. And if you have a pack, then you run into one of our people that initially, not that they came up, only one person came up with the idea, but everybody pitched in. If you get a pack from one of those people, that guarantees you a spot. They said, we're giving them out to people that we want to take. And, they're like, we don't have to do this. We want to do it because we feel like it's giving back to our community. The reason why we don't give you cash for food or anything is if that's not obvious, they said, I don't know what to tell you. But the fact that we'll have people get mad at us for giving them a pack, which is a personal invitation, you skip any. We have people in a waiting list all the time, people waiting for a bed all the time. If you got one of these, even if there's not any beds available, uh, there's, we'll find room for you somewhere or what have you, but we don't give these out until we have, they said, and, until that we have those available. So, usually don't even have to worry about that. But they said there's people all the time that are trying to get a scholarship and they can't get it because, they're in their middle 30s, late 30s, or early 40s. And, it's, there's a lot more 20-year-olds, 20 to late 20, 30-year-olds that are going through addiction more so, and with being in these new generations, more severe perhaps than there in the other generation that is, let's say, between the age of 40 and 55. So, people in that age bracket, they can't relate with people from the generation, say, 1984, 85, all the way through to the late or the mid late 90s. So, and then you've got, how all the way from 84 to 99, and then from 2000, I forgot what the actual fucking Damn, I really forgot. Like, I forgot what the actual, fuck. God dang it, man. I forgot what the actual fuck one my dad would like. I was like, but Dad, did you have any money? He's like, I honestly, son, he's like, when I pulled it out, and I didn't have it. I was like, you didn't have any tucked anywhere or whatever. He said, you know what? I might. He said, now that you said that, he's like, a lot of the times, he said, I would have if I got any tips at all, he said, which I really can't remember if I did or didn't. He said, but if I did, I would have folded them up and they would have been inside my inside jacket pocket. And he's like, I wouldn't have been able to feel it. It would have been all cash, anyways. He said, no change. You know, people didn't give change in there, they just tipped cash. He said, uh, he's like, and they let us, you know, we got to take our tips with us each night. You know, we didn't have to split them. You know, he's like, we didn't even file them on taxes back then. You know, he's like, we didn't get is nowhere near as much tips as like a waitress would get. He's like, because I ended up asking one of my friends' girls worked at a high end place as a waitress at a restaurant, and I told him to ask her, you know, and he's like, go out for dinner, and he went out there and he said, how much do you make an average night on? You know, he's like, I know it varies, but if you were to average it, like maybe think of like the last 7 days, or she's like, you know, she worked 5 days. Okay, 5 days. The last 5 days, average, you know, what's your the closest you can get your daily. And they'll, I think the response was, well, right away on Fridays, it's always doubled, basically. So if it wasn't doubled, then she said, usually, you know, after even though it is, you know, for this kind of a town, not a big town, but average town, it's a pretty not the fanciest, but pretty fancy and high end. So because of that, her average tips every night come to about, you know, like they can average between $68 and, you know, like $81 at the most. And on Fridays, uh, you take 81 and double it. So she makes 160 tips on Fridays. And remember, this is the, what is it? Yeah, this is the mid 1990s, past 1993. This is circa 94. So, whereas my father or anyone else, whether they're playing guitar or the drums like my dad, or hell, the damn bass, they would usually get like an average, depending on like also how drunk the crowd was, and for two reasons on this. You're gonna love this. First reason, if they're good drunk, not over drunk, great. Everything's gonna go smooth. However, if they're over drunk, too drunk. The ugly side to that is they spent so much of their money on alcohol, they don't even have enough money to decently tip left, probably. This would only apply, of course, to the middle class people now. The ones in there that are rich or well off, they're going to tip fine no matter what, especially if they get really, really drunk. In fact, they might even tip a little more in that case. But essentially, average on the nights that they would play, and I don't think they did they play every night. I think it was like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, some other type of bands or maybe some other type of festivities, or they'd be closed. The Blues Club had all types of shit happen. They didn't care. It wasn't all about blues, but you could count on the default setting, especially when BB was alive and was there. If it wasn't stated something else, that shit was going to be blues. I took my paraplegic client there. We drove it. I drove his van and drove him and me over there. And he wanted to go up and down around Bill Street. We did. I stopped by this street vendor. He said, "You want to look around a little bit?" He's like, "I'm looking at that over there and listening to him." He's like, "He can really play that." He's like, "You know what instrument that is?" I was like, "Really, Jay?" I was like, "Jackie." I looked at him and I said, "Jackie." And he said, "Wilson, I told you not to call me that." I was like, "What's wrong? It's your name. Like, your name is Jack." And he's like, "Wilson." He's like, "That's enough, man." He's like, "Do you want to go ahead and head home?" He's like, "We could get back early enough and I could put you to work for the rest of the time." I was like, "Now you just being grumpy." He's like, "I told you not to call me that." He said, "Nobody called me that name." He said, "Except my mom. My mom's not here." And he said, you know, he's like, "I would respect that if, he said, if you had a nickname that you didn't like to be called," he said, "by your mom," he said, "I would respect it too." I said, "Okay." I was like, "You're right." I said, "You're right." I was like, "I'm sorry, but I didn't know it'd offend you that bad." He said, "I don't want to get into it, okay?" He said, "I might tell you sometime." I said, "Oh, fine. I'm not asking you to get into it." And so I ended up seeing an ankh at this table, this vendor, and I bought it. And he looked at it and he shook his head and he said, he's like, "What the hell type of pagan slash Scientology cult stuff?" And I was like, "It's not." I was like, "This is an Egyptian symbol." He said, "Are you kidding me?" He said, "The Egyptians worship all types of different gods. They believed that God controlled the underworld, God controlled death." He said they believed cats were some type of, like guardians of the afterlife or something, and worship them. He said, "Shit, human sacrifices." He said, if that ain't, he said, "They actually, technically, you could say they're worse than pagans." He said, "Because really, pagans just worship the earth and shit, you know. They do what they call our spells, but they're not like witch spells. They're not like a spell to, you know." He's like, "But it's still spells, so that's witchcraft." He's like, "And the Bible talks about that." I was like, I argued with him. I said, in the Bible, Egypt is mentioned in there, everything else, you know. I said, just because they may have had some false idols and temptations, I mean, I was like, that was their modern day temptations, you know. It's not so prominent nowadays for people to have multiple gods, but if you're somebody that believes in a religion or belief system that does, then you do in your reality. Most people accept, though, they either believe that they admit they don't know what to believe, but they do not think this is all random or accident. So they're not atheists, but they're not for sure on what their spiritual belief system is. So therefore, they're agnostic. They acknowledge that there's something greater than ourselves and greater than the reality we live in that has to be in some sort of control. Some agnostics believe, it's some type of God, but they're not sure. Others of them believe it's it's a it's a combination of science and spirit, even though they acknowledge like they don't know what spirit is or what type of science, but it's a merging of those two things, spirit and science together, basically opening up and explaining how the reality works. In other words, they don't believe a being or a god like you think of it as a person, woman, or man. Some people believe God's neither a woman nor a man. Like, he's just, it's not he, but you could say he or she, or you could say Lord, but it would be just God, God's self in the spirit presence in the present. Like when you pray, this is what I was taught. Like I said, I'm not teaching you what I was taught in, or sharing with you. I meant what I was taught in, what you call it, church. I'm not sharing what was taught in church, but, or any Christian, basically Christian religion. But it's not Scientology either. Uh, there are people on YouTube that made fun of the notebook I have. The notebook I have is not a religion. It's not a cult. Number one, like for it to be a cult, it would have to have people like, Jehovah's Witness technically is a cult, but unless it's an extreme version, like a community of just Jehovah's Witness together that have like a council of people that control shit or whatever, that would be more of a cult. Jehovah's Witness, even though it's a cult, the modern ones or the soft ones, you could say, the not so committed fully, except for like whatever day they go and then whatever stuff they do, whatever day they go knocking and shit like that. Otherwise, they go to their home, but they do. They don't. They don't believe in using doctors unless it's absolutely. I think unless it's absolutely necessary. Like if they get sick and they feel like it's the type of sickness that, if they pray and eat as healthy as some of them might even be so inclined to Some of them might even be so inclined to take Tylenol or something if they believe some Jehovah's Witnesses are strict and like only allow that, maybe if you've got a bad fever, bad headache, but like you're a little under the weather or something, they probably discourage using any type of drugs or going to the doctor because they believe that's just day witchcraft. It's infiltrated human beings and their so-called like departments of service and stuff, and so they legit think like they don't even necessarily believe that the humans that are doing it or carrying it out are evil. They shouldn't. They ought to. I think they're even told that you know it's not that your fellow man is trying to hurt you necessarily. Some might, but most of them think they're doing the right thing. They are simply brainwashed. You know, you hear them say stuff like that, and you're like, well, they don't sound that dumb because that's how it's the same thing when we was watching something on Scientology. They said, they said, how come you were taught to look up the definition of a word, but really they just tell you to use it to basically find the meaning if you don't know it, be able to pronounce it, whatever, read what it entirely means, maybe see it in a sentence, and then you can practice it and you master it slowly, okay? But that's it. I mean, other than trying to get two words used close together, like to decipher the meaning and to make a whole new sentence with just using the words that the other words technically are standing in for. Like even if it's defined and this big long word defines the two words, like it's basically it comes written out, and I mean, I just I don't know. It's freaking crazy. Like, I made sure to stay up last night because they said I didn't troll them. I fell asleep the night before. Not last night, but the night before last night. They said I fell asleep. Even though I've done a similar troll in the past, just the same mode of operation, same way of doing it. I've done another way too. I'll tell you all the variations and ways right now. I've either gone live, done my intro, and then pretend to about to start. Like I might even pop in, or I might start talking, or play a clip, and then the clip changes to something else to reveal you've been trolled, whether it be a Rickroll or a rap song or something I make personally and graphic. and then it gives you the finger, and then I'd say, shout out to all my true subscribers. I'm gonna have a real stream for y'all real quick. This is not for against it's for the stalkers. I have more people coming in this bitch to just stalk, not talk, not they don't mind giving me the view, the watch time, and the hour. And I know some of you won't talk because you legit fear being targeted. They won't target you at first. They'll use the carrot and the stick method, which means they will try to be nice at first. They will try to buddy up to you, uh, maybe support your channel when you're live, pop in there casually, slowly say something like, well, now that you've met Square, what do you think of him? What's it been? You care to share what it's been like? Because there was some, there's something we wanted to see and see if you're experiencing it. And, like what we'll do, I've got it right here written out in descriptions and summaries. I'll copy and paste this in the chat. You don't look, but then you share whatever it is, and then we can read what I said, and we'll see like how on track. Like they'll try to do some shit like that, and they'll basically say, you know, like after meeting you or potentially upon meeting you, he, you know, if you asked him or he asked you to get on each other's panel, after you said to come to your panel, he probably then immediately asked for wrench, but he needs to block people. Blah blah. This is his control tactic and how he likes to manipulate people because he is a narcissist. They will say that. They will say that he likes to burn channels to the ground and try to only build his own. Um, he'll say something like he doesn't think anybody can come by your channel to support you because they actually get into what you're talking about. He thinks we're only there to troll him and talk to him. And they will say all this stuff, but here are the facts. They find the person's channel only like one to two ways. One, I'm sniping the channel or playing a video reacting when it was shared to me and the person is in my chat. So the person's in my chat, they see the channel name and shit in the chat, they see me play the shit in the video, they know what to look for, they find the account, and they're subbed. So then when he goes live and I come on there the first time, they flood in because they directly got the shit from stalking me. They didn't get his account from going anywhere else. Like Brittany hasn't been live. She just got back around. Penelope's went live, but the only time they would go to Penelope's, and it's no disrespect, and not all of them. There's a few people like maybe Harlow, perhaps Miss Kim. I don't know if she's around anymore. When she was, or Bambi there. Perhaps like there's some people that could go there. Um, they wouldn't really be trolls, however, unless trolls wanted to mess with one of those people I just named that are there, or me. The only people I could see them trying to mess with the most there is someone like Ghost, either trying to mess with Bambi or me there. It doesn't, like, if he's watching either way, either one of us, he would mess with. That's a fact. And For instance, we have essentially only, and I mean like only, so much possible setups. Just like in chess, there are three parts or stages, or three, if you will, what's the word? Different points in time, in life, or from the example, like in chess. So you have like the opening, the middle game, and then the end game. The comparison and similarity of this would be in nature, how we have four seasons. So it's not three, it's one extra, but technically, those first things where there was just three, um, hold on, damn it, it wasn't. Oh, damn, I'm trying to think, what the hell? I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Miss Pitbull, for being here. I see your name, but I can't see the text. I've got it covered, but I can tell that that's you that's commented recently. Like I said, I can't read it, but I can tell it's you. I'm going to look at the chat. I'm going to go through it all at once. There's a reason I'm doing that tonight. I will explain it. I am not going to leave the stream on and running to try to waste the stalker or sniper times. But I did that twice now. You can say I nodded off and fell asleep. Who the hell purposefully stays on? You, like, don't even try to lie or edit in any bullshit either. You see me listening to books. Once we get to like close to being at the not too far from the 3 hour section, I shut up completely at that point because I've yapped, and I'm in the process of actually finishing and filing his IC3 crime report. I finished it, and before I went actually for me, I actually unmuted again, and I told him that I got it done. And then I muted for good. I got up, I made sure there was a queued video of Danny Stranger. That's what came on, I believe, or I think I'm getting both times mixed up. See, the first time, I'm even willing to let it slide that I don't have enough proof, uh, and call it a draw. Good sportsmanship, if the sake of anything matters, anything that's actually fucking, respectful and classy. Regardless, though, the second time, the one we're at exactly 9 hours and either 36 or 37 minutes. Wait, what was it? Hold on. To look. 9 hours and 8 minutes, 35 seconds. At 4 hours and 1 minute, meaning I was on stream for 4 hours and 1 minute. And then that's when I exited after I made it clear that Books was playing. I believe I got them switched up a while ago. I thought Danny Stranger played after Books, but I think actually maybe it just goes silent. I believe the Danny Stranger one is the other, or I have them flipped, or I got them right. I don't really know. Regardless, here's the point. When I turned on what I did at 9 minutes, not her 9 hours, 4 minutes, and was it 9 hours, 8 minutes, and 35 seconds, was I flashed my main screen on my laptop a couple times. I hit camera on, off, on, off. I did that purposefully. The next thing I did, while I was getting my phone unplugged and turned back on, because when I'm playing my game, I really can't be on the phone too. So I plugged it up to let it charge. I turned it back on. I got my headphones turned on. Hell, they connected to my phone before my phone even started displaying the screen. I heard them connect. I opened StreamYard. While I did that, I was typing shit and I displayed it, highlighted it. I typed one last message as the backstage was loading, and then I put up a fucking middle finger. And then I jumped up on stage. Matter of fact, why don't we why don't we listen to it? I mean, because I want to point out, listen to my voice. If I was asleep and had just woke up, I would be groggy. I'd be talking really slow, just like I do before I get sleepy. And I just, I'm gonna have to turn DVR. Oh wait, no, I don't have to go to that. I need to go to the video. KC champs, I don't hate, but I will not deal with the fake shit. Army vet. I'm not going to. I don't hate you, but you think because in your experience, number one, you're also a woman. You're a woman that from fusion to no life mic actually been with it, hit it. You got no life mic tattooed on you, even. Fusion has tried to talk to you and possibly hit it. I mean, don't live in the same state, shit. Other dudes, fucking Rex, Barcliffe, he was talking to him. You faked some stuff. You lied about some stuff. You did some trickery stuff. You sent me all types of stuff of Gene Team, books, jacking it, and, which I already knew about that one, and another thing I didn't know, he showed his fucking balls like MC did. He grabbed them motherfuckers and squeezed for dear life, trying to almost, I don't know, make it seem like it was censored because he didn't show the rest of it all. You know, like the arm and the other ball. It's okay though. One ball, both of the ball. If you show both balls or just one, it don't matter. Didn't show the shaft. He's still in decent exposure. He shows himself opening his pants up. That's enough. He's an adult. He's not a child. If somehow a stream was left on by an irresponsible adult, a child did that, it'd be a travesty because you'd have people who basically just got, if they're sick, the video footage, especially if they were already recording or whatever, or started after and rewound. Now they got something to potentially do inappropriate, illegal shit too. Is just that video clip itself illegal? I mean, I would say yes, I guarantee you this, I wouldn't want it, regardless if it was, uh, you know, somehow weirdly, because it was an accident. But the thing is, the adult should take it down. But of course, if the adult does, the parent, what happens if somebody recorded or downloaded it before it went down? Now they have it. Um, and if they basically, at that point, it seems so hard, almost like impossible. Like, they would have to end up talking with somebody that's undercover or something, hopefully, at some time. And they share they have that, or they tell the story to somebody that gets back to somebody important. And if so, like, god dang, they need to go to jail. Like, real talk. Um, I've heard people say that they were going to call the police on me for fake shit, and going to try to say, what was it? Can't remember. Um, that I abused my grandpa. See, Filthy did that before, and there's no excuse other than the fact of still not being that long since the law enforcement department here was completely overhauled and got a new chief. A chief that actually has known me and my family since I was younger and knows I'm not no trouble, just like my brother wasn't any trouble, really. Um, like, we had our issues and shit, and have had to change and get better. Still have to in some areas, I'm sure. But like, he knows we wasn't trouble. He told me, he said, man, he said, I felt bad. He said, I had to pull you over when I saw you on that ATV because I had just left the station and heard that call, and I wasn't speeding around looking for you. They didn't tell me it was you, but they said it was over in that area. So I drove over there casually. He's like, I saw you drive by, and I was like, he said, I said, he's like, oh, that's Ian. He's like, well, look, I'll tell him to take it home. Maybe he can figure out, he's like, I figured that you'd figure out a way to get it out to the country or something else. Or if you, he's like, all you had to do was get uh, a triangle reflector, sign plate added to it. He said you could have got that. Um, or if you somehow, he said, if you somehow did know a farmer and they'd be willing to say that, you're their farmhand, you use that on the farm, um, and the farm's not that far out to where you also use it to drive from home to the farm instead of using the vehicle to come there and back. 'Cause, he's like, but you don't look like a farmer to me. He said, and you don't have a triangle on the back. He said, you need a triangle so if the car gets behind you, especially when it's darker, they can. He's like, those things have a small red light. And I say one question basically. Well, it sounds like a statement, but it is a question. I was like, is this not a public road? And You told me, you said to me, is this not a public road? And I gotta tell you, and I had, that woman, you remember, I was like, the former juvenile officer, yes, the main one. He's like, I had her in the car. I was like, yeah, she had her new iPhone out. Like, iPhones were brand new at that time. I was like, she's taking a picture of me on her iPhone. Like, straight up, like, I ain't. He's like, well, he's like, yeah, she's not. He's like, she's a bitch. I'm like, oh, you not with her no more, huh? He's like, hell no. He said, but it was been a bad day. He said, and I'd argue with her. He's like, I shouldn't have took it out on you, but when you asked, he said, you could say it's a question. He said, it technically sounds like a question, but you're saying, isn't this a public, which is, it can be a statement or a question, or both, I guess, fairly. But it kind of comes off smart ass. He's like, it comes out like a smart ass, like, well, this is a public road, so I'm on it, what's the problem? He's like, the problem is that we have a city ordinance that says you cannot drive an ATV in the city limits, especially to do tricks or wheelies, stuff like that. He's like, even if you have a sticker on the back of it, a reflector cross, he said, or a armor says he said, regardless of those two things, if you get caught doing anything like that, he's like, I don't care. He said, you'll just have to drive your car from now on. He said, and keep it out there on the farm. He said, because we've had a bunch of, and it's true, it's like we've had a bunch of people ran over and kids that were riding them, being allowed to ride them around and flipping them, hurting themselves real bad. He said, we've had people ride them around thinking that they're a lot safer to move drugs. We pulled a few of them over and it didn't take long getting up underneath the seat or whatever. He said some of them had them stashed up underneath the a plastic overcover up front, thinking that we wasn't gonna, they had the middle seat clean, but it was too clean. There was nothing in there, but there was an air freshener. And he's like, we kept looking. The dog kept alerting, so we kept looking, and finally, uh, getting real close up underneath the top, we could smell something. So we figured out how to take that top off. We asked him how to get to the engine. He tried to act like he was having trouble, didn't know how to do it, and they eventually got it off. Basically, I know I'm full of stories, y'all. I'm so sorry, but I am telling stories so they can be clipped into smaller clips by me later, or they can, you know, it's just crazy how law can work, you know, especially if you have more money. I mean, I'm surprised that the Nuremberg trials, which I think was the first time ever that, what was it, Germany? Russia was allied, USA and Britain, those are the allies. What was Axis? Germany? Can't think. Germany, Italy, and Japan, basically. Okay, so we had it out with Japan, with Italy. Um, Russia was part of the Allies, and we basically gave Russia a bunch of Thompson submachine guns, they're being in use today against Ukraine. There's this crazy gun that, like, you should see it for real. I mean, this damn thing looks like a curse from mankind. Another one of them straight up looks like it's like a gun from Call of Duty, which Call of Duty has had it to base on, because it's based off of real life. It's a real life gun, but it's one of those guns that's really never gotten any frontline use. Like, it hasn't gotten a shitload of military contracts. People aren't, dying to use it because basically it's not comfortable to them. They don't feel it's ergonomic. It's more than likely to jam. And some of them are so, like, unless they're an AK. Now, of course, there's Russian, uh, Chinese, Egyptian. There are AKs of every kind being used, both sides, all over. Uh, Even some, probably a few American AKs. Here's the thing, though. The AK would be the only weapon that you'll probably see displayed here and on these other videos that basically that's the only weapon that they can tear down, clear malfunction, and tear down in a few seconds, put back together, check, get a round into battery, check their machine magazine, check to make sure the bullets in the battery lined up perfectly. It's all a bunch of double checking, but still, push that back in, shove the machine, damn it, the magazine in, and then fire it. And of course, I mean, once it's been charged, you can fire it again, and again, again, eventually till you run out. And they've got now a crazy, crazy new jumbo mag. A lot of people, um, if you're, low middle class gun owner, you probably have a beloved. If you're in one of the fun states too, that's a one big little star. And if you're in one of the fun states and freedom states, you're allowed to have, and you probably possess at least one or two or maybe three, four, however many 32 round babies you need. 32 round magazines. Now, these usually come basically just an oversized, long style of a magazine that looks suited either for, they can run a range from, depending on how they're styled, uh, if a certain different model of a gun is the same measurements as the magazine space for the gun that it comes with, then you could potentially, you know, if you're gonna try it out without checking first, to just ask whether or not it'll work with it. Just do it very slowly. You don't want to try to jam it up in there and break anything or nothing. But usually, if you buy a 32 round magazine for a specific weapon, it works very good for that specific weapon. It may seem, bulky and kind of clunky, and that's because the fact it's basically a standard magazine is, again, unless you're not in a freedom-loving, uh, fun state, if you happen to be in California or New York, your magazine will be the same dimensions usually as a 15 mag. So it could have held 15 rounds, but they basically fill it up, half side of it, and have the other side just filled up just enough to where you can only get, 10 rounds in California. I think in New York, I don't even know they allow 10 in New York. I think in New York it might be just like 8, a little worse. Like, about a 1911 traditionally, I think can carry 8. I want to say 8 and then 8 plus 1. So technically you could load one and then put another. So you'd have 8, you'd have 9 total. Um, I think that might be the cap for New York. Like, I know California, I just think the other day he said, here's the California compliant mag. It only has 10 rounds. He's like, so you have basically only 10 chances to, immobilize your target, basically. Because he said if you have somebody coming up to you, he's like a taser. He said being hit, he's like, you never know if you'll hit somebody hard enough to knock them out. He's like, I don't care if you hit them as hard as you can with a baseball bat. He said some people are just really hard to knock out. He said, but some people will say, well, if you can't shoot somebody or defend yourself with 10 shots, you shouldn't own a weapon. They're like, and dude was like, there is so much video of guys being shot 4, 5, 6 times, falling down. The cops stopping, like they didn't continue to fire. They could have kept firing and blowing full of lead. But this guy got shot at least 6. If he didn't get shot 6 times, he got shot about like 4 times, and 2 just barely missed him, or 1 grazed him, and 1 missed him. Nothing in the head. Well, okay, so like some in the stomach, 1 arm, 1 leg, other arm, you know. He gets up. As he gets up, they see his hands are empty, but his hands are down at his sides. All of a sudden, he makes a run for it and is able to get behind a fridge and get back in this kitchen area and get, and it's all narrow in there. It's just nuts. And they finally, they tell him, he's like, no. He's like, if y'all come in here, he's like, I don't want to do it. He's like, well, then put it down. He's like, I didn't say I got anything. He said, well, then what are you talking about doing? And they threw some smoke in to where he had barricaded himself. He ended up like grabbing a towel, whatever, and he was just hanging out in there, coughing every now and then. Uh, they busted in. He had gotten finally a gun, and he shot 1 in the leg. He fired another shot and into the shoulder. He then got shot almost not in the center of the chest, not at the heart, but like the opposite side. Uh, and then he ended up getting 1 final shot to it's somebody it hit them more in the middle of the chest, and then he finally got shot in the head and went down. So I mean, I don't know why people will still show up to the airport with a gun. The gun will not be locked up. It'll be unlocked. They'll have ammunition, which it's fine if you got a magazine loaded, but you definitely don't need it in the gun when you're traveling in the airport because you're not going to have access to it to use it, so there's no need for it to be loaded. Uh, some people will not just have the magazine in there and loaded, they will actually have the gun cocked, meaning one in the chamber, it's locked and loaded. The rest of the magazine, the safety is on at least, but the gun is hot. If somebody picks it up, safety goes off, they squeeze the trigger for whatever reason and don't realize it's loaded, that thing's gonna go off anyway it's pointed. So while if you're carrying for self-defense, you want, usually, not everybody, one person, what, hell, even what 12 people may want, one person may want different. If you don't want to carry your gun cocked and loaded, in other words, one in the chamber ready to go, the last thing you want to do is have the magazine out and all that, but at least have magazine loaded, have the safety on, and just know that depending on what model it is and everything else, like you just basically have to know that as soon as you pull it out, you have a hand going down there ready to grab the slide and to rack it as you're pulling it out. You need it racked very quickly. If you can do that, then that's fine, but just know that that takes up at least another at the most 2.5 seconds. That's why a lot of guys and people now got these little backpacks because it's a fashion thing now and it's a trend, whatever. It's in whatever for guys to have little backpacks. Like they're not purses. Some people like to call them a man purse. If if it's the type of one that like actually does look like a purse, then yeah, I guess you'd call it a man purse. But if it just straight up looked like a little miniature backpack or like a pouch or something, like a pouch that's a Under Armour brand or whatever, like uh, people they don't care anymore. You know, Bird and them think it's so funny to be calling me this fuck shit. Like they got no kind of clue the type of years and years of hard work, hard work, like work that I think I'm gonna be doing for probably 30 years, maybe, or at least the next 30 years. Like, I don't know how I'm going to advance and get something really important in college, which I wouldn't mind doing, but without going into debt. I'm like, I know the main answer to that, the easiest way, the most traditional way is, excellent grades and scholarship, but that just wasn't on the cards for me. Like, I got told by one of my best guidance counselors. Almost all my guidance counselors were great. even my grandma. My grandma was my guidance counselor and music teacher. Anyways, this guidance counselor told me that, you know, she she basically said, she said, when I used to teach you speech lessons, she said, because when you were almost 4, and we're starting pre-K, uh, your grandma brought you out here and introduced you and said, we think we're going to have him come here for kindergarten, which she taught also. And she said, well, I do speech lessons. And my grandma was like, well, I was going to ask you that, Miss T, because, he wants to speak and talk, but, he just can't, he hasn't had anybody. She's like, I'm afraid that, from when he was at least about 2, maybe even a little before that, when he can start just barely talking. She's like, I don't think, and she's like, basically, you hadn't been talked to, like they hadn't gotten you comfortable to talk to people. My grandparents said that we would try to talk to you and look at you in your face, give you eye contact, get at your level, and you would just cry. And I said, what? And they said, you would cry anytime somebody, you know, got down, maybe on their knee, or if you're sitting on the counter, maybe they squat down a little bit and get to where you can see their face and they can see yours. They said that you'd look at their face for a second all around and then look at them straight, and then your mouth would just start going, a frown way, and you would just start going. I mean, sometimes all they had to say was say peekaboo or hey, what you do today, buddy? And you just start crying. They said that we did not. They said we didn't get it, and finally we got told by somebody that uh, you. That means that since I was born, since basically 1 to since I was not still about almost a half a year from being 4, they said that from 1 to 3, basically till now, or right before now, they said he's been grown up. He's been growing up and nurtured in an alone environment, meaning like he doesn't have. They said that he, you know, he wants it. They were like, does he ever? Does he never want a tip? My grandpa said, well, he'll after he eats and stuff, like he'll hug on and he'll want a little attention and he'll try to talk, but when he tries to talk, like you can tell, he's not even got the natural rhythm down. Like he just talk. Almost talk sound like boop boop. And she ended up hearing me, and she said that's actually common. She said that's common when they haven't had a lot of interaction, and so whatever he's watched and absorbed basically and heard, he's kind of put it all together, and it's basically just the way he's heard it. You know, to him it sounds exactly what he remembers, but to everybody else it sounds like basically gobbledygook. You know, my brother tried to say hi to me for the first time, and he was very like hands on. Like he put my arms up and he tickled me under my armpits basically, and then he put his hands like around my chest, and he was 5 years older, a lot bigger. His hands going around my chest almost. Hands could go fully around each side of my chest almost, and to where he had a hold of me. And after he tickled, I said, ah, ah, and like, and I just started. They said, you just started crying, and he said, ah, and he was pointing at his hand. Basically, he was like kind of pointing at his hand, and then they said, finally, like we said, Logan, like, oh, he's gonna need some. It was saying we was trying to tell him like he's gonna need some speech therapy and stuff, and he's real shy, so don't aggravate, don't. And he was like, I'm just saying, uh, he's like, what did Grandma tell? Finally, when he said, what did Grandma tell him? Because Logan basically just ignored her and was still like holding on to me. And when he was holding on to me, I think he basically, like, I didn't, he said he's like, I was like holding on to you, letting you know that I got you. And, oh, he was taking his fingers and kind of like pinching me around where he was holding me. And I finally grabbed his hand and, I don't even know how I did it or knew it or what, but I grabbed his hand and I basically was twisting it, like twisting his wrist and hurt. And, I just cried and cried. Uh, they said, we took you to a party of a family members and you was doing okay. Uh, they said that I started to interact with some of the other kids, but just as quick as I started, next thing happened was, they would look and see, and I would be either off in the corner or what have you, and I'd be doing something alone. And I said one particular instance, we stayed and watched, and eventually, like, and your brother saw it too, was it was basically this little bit older, active kid that saw himself as the leader of these other two, and they saw him point at me and say, "Not you," And my brother ended up coming around and basically scared him, and he's like, "You too, you can come too," Like then he's wanting inviting me and want me to play. Same thing happened with a game one time at Pizza Hut, Super Mario Brothers. It was a Super Nintendo game. They have it in arcade. They had that there forever, and you put quarters in to play. And I was playing, but I was going real slow, because I didn't want to mess up. I only had so many lives. I'd been playing it a lot, but still was kind of challenging, especially standing up and doing it on an arcade, different than the console. And I hadn't died yet, but basically he pressured me and kind of just shoved me off, like not violently, but just gently enough, but with enough force, kept pushing me until I slid off. And he's like, let me got it. He's like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll help you. And he's like, I'll give it back. I swear. And, me being me, I'm just like, okay, probably because I just want to know that, well, I got this guy playing and helping me. That's probably the way I thought of it. My brother intervened on that and said, hey, my brother had 4 quarters. I know there's no way he's played all of them now because at that time, each quarter gave you a play. And I was like, I have two left. And he said, he's got two left and you're playing, you know. He's like, and you're playing? He's like, well, I was helping him get to a place and play. He's like, well, he'll either get to it or he won't, but he's not going to get any experience or have fun out of it by sitting and watching you play. And he walked off and he said, like pouting. My brother said, he's basically taking advantage of you. He said, those are your quarters, your play, He's like, even if he's better than you, he's like, you'll never get better if you don't practice. And that was one of my prouder moments, like with my brother, like having that memory is a fond memory, him sticking up for me. But after I got my speech therapy and I could express myself, they said, when you got talked to after that or anything, you didn't cry anymore. I was like, did I cry with Miss Tanya when I went there? She said a lot. She said when she first got you there, you were acting pretty good. She hadn't said much to you but hi and stuff. You were nervous. They told me that my grandma said, but I talked to you very clearly and I reassured you and told you that you're going to be just fine. She's going to play some games with you and help teach you some stuff. And she's going to bring you back home. And she then told me, like, what food she'd have waiting for me. Like, the the kind that I like to eat the most, whatever my favorite was at the time. And so I went, and she said, but once she started talking to you direct to try to get into your mind, she said that you covered your eyes, you didn't want to look at her, and you started crying. And she said by the time you just got finished crying up, you just kind of peeked out in between your hands real quick to see if she was looking at you. And she was still looking at you, and she said, "It's okay," And I just went, ah! I just cried again. I said, ah! And she said, what I did next was I got up, I picked him, I picked him up, and as I picked him up, he just got louder. She said, I just went, ah! And she, she was like, I think he even said at one point while he was crying, or tried to say the word mom. He's like he said, Rami. He was saying mommy. He wants his mom. And she said, I gave him a hug and rocked him a little bit, basically, like, but really, like, because she realized, like, he's really behind. Like, he should be older in terms of behavior and stuff, but he's not because he's just been left to stay where he was at. So she hugged me, but she said, hey, she said, she basically got to communicating with me. And anytime I would say something, she'd get me to say what I'm trying to say. She said, what would you like to for snack? And I said, uh, I meant to say apple, but I basically said apple. And she said, say apple. And she would say it, and I would say, but I start to say the same thing. And she said, no, say it. And I would go, like I'd make the first vowel. She said, okay. And then she'd sound out that, and the second vowel, that sound and then she'd sound out that third, maybe the final two, and I'd sound out, and she would say it fast, and she's like, eventually you'd say it fast. I might have to say it a couple times, but she said, and that's how your speech went. She said, you started out from crying to crying at eye contact, crying. There was a student that came in. It was like a lot of like a, what was it, middle school. Um, I think it was like related to her in some way, and rode maybe home with her or something. Because I seen her years and years later. Remember she telling me all about this at the reunion. It wasn't her daughter, but I think I want to say her niece. Anyways, said she came in and she thought she was so cute. And she went over to you. I didn't even think about it. I didn't stop her, but she went over to me and what'd she do? She pointed at my shirt. I had either a shirt of a car on or something. She said, "That's a neat car." And she took her fingers, like, and like scratched on my chest where the car was and went, and smiled, something along those lines. And I just looked at her and put my hands over my eyes, closed them, and started crying as loud as I could. And she said, but that was a little short lived. Uh, this Tanya said, "Oh, you should have seen me and everything else." She said she's like, I think he's finally worn himself out from crying so much. And sure enough, as soon as I got done, and just as quick as it begun, it was over after doing it twice. I started to get a little sleepy, and she says, I went to sleep. And she's like, I basically let you nap for like 30, 45 minutes because I'm not even in kindergarten yet. I hadn't even started preschool yet. But, she had agreed to my grandma. She's like, I know I can get him talking correctly, socializing to an extent, not being so shy. She's like, and get him to know how to sound things out right. She's like, he ought to be able to almost do all that already, but he hasn't been. And my grandma said, I think he was just almost put in front of the TV. And, he's like, she's like, the one thing he can pronounce and do is Barney. When Barney is on TV, he sits there and sings it. And she said, really? She said, I could use that. And she basically got a Barney doll, episodes or videos, whatever was Barney, and a book of some of the songs. And when she showed it to me, of course, I got really excited. And she basically made some sheets of paper that would have words from the Barney songs and stuff. And she'd get me to try to sing the song, and I might try to not get it good at all, like be sounding out. Because, like, I really only knew the main one. That's the one I always sung. I didn't ever sing any of the others. Um, and she would write the individual words out, sound them out, and then have me sound them out. Um, I would try to sound them out, but I would always think it didn't. She's like, you basically thought that you never could get it to sound the same. And I told you She's like, I don't think you really understood me, but you finally got it. She said, I told you to, I would put the word down and then and write it normally, and underneath it write it the way to read while you're saying, in other words, how to pronunciate it. And when it was just written there, sometimes I would pronounce just one. I'd pronounce the first and then the last one, then the middle, try to. And finally, she said I basically I pointed and you'd get them. And as that point, and then I would point real fast and you would say it real fast. And I'd say it real fast and ask you to say it real fast. And I was like, that's all it. She's like, well, you did that. And she said, and as time went on, right before I got done with you, she would have me, she read with me through a book. And she had tested me. Not like a test where I read a bunch of questions. She would like, it would be over the stuff we read, and she read it to me twice. And you get to a certain term or something, or a certain word, and she'd want it pronunciated. The few things I could do, she said, she basically taught me that if she said, pronunciate or whatever, like I would know that even though I really didn't get what the definition of that word is, I knew that that meant she wanted me to sound out and say the word. And like I said, I did that for almost a full year. Then I went to preschool, and after preschool, I started kindergarten. And in kindergarten is when I basically got in trouble the first time for pinching a girl that I liked. Apparently, I did it another place somewhere else. So when I did it this time, that was like two strikes, sorta, and the same thing. So 2 strikes, you go see the principal. Like 3 strikes is some punishment after like you get a fourth strike or more than, or basically all three. I think they would run a line through it if it was all three. I think you would get paddled back then. It would paddle, and you might be sent home for like a day or two. Um, and I think they did that hoping you'd miss out on the little bit of social time in class. So that way when you go back, you make sure that you do everything so you keep that social time. I never had that. Like, I got one, I got those two. That's right. Those were the most I ever got. I didn't get 1X every week, but a lot of weeks I would get 1X. But every week I didn't get an X, and I got nothing but smiley faces. If it wasn't a smiley face, if it was a okay face, that'd be alright. But if it was a clown or anything worse, then that would mean that basically or if it was there was a little emoji type symbol that was like and this was on paper in 1998. If that got marked down instead of, I mean, a frown is really bad. A mega frown, the more defined frowns, even the worse. But to get a red fired up, you know, frown emoji means essentially basically means you were downright mean. Those would only show up to if it was a social. And what it was, I was mean in a group setting. And she elaborated more on it. She said, was into a mutual, what she observed, she said, like a mutual strain and bickering, fighting, arguing over basically who more so leads the group, the little group of us. Like, you know, he wanted to, I wanted to. His father was the fucking principal and superintendent. No, he wasn't the principal, he's superintendent. He was on the board. So was, you know, my grandma. At one point, she eventually got off, but she kept teaching. She'd been there forever. She thought she was valued. In 2022, not 2022, in 2002, a year after 9/11, I still remember the day we came back home from school on 9/11, and my grandmother telling us, do you realize that, he said, the terrorists attacked us today in New York City. She said that is why your teachers were leaving the room and letting you guys have some free time today, because everybody was very upset and scared. We didn't know if we were going to end up releasing everybody or not. We were paying very close attention to TV. She's like, that's the first time ever in a school day we did so very little because we couldn't believe what was happening. Apparently, they pretty much figured out in my area quickly. They realized it had to be an attack. I mean, when the first plane hit, it was probably pretty sensationalized, but an emergency and tragedy, it felt. But I guarantee you it didn't become obvious or thought of as being an attack until you saw that second plane crash into the South Tower. It turned perfectly. The hijacker that was flying knew how to get that black plane to fly. I mean, you know, if they crashed it a certain or a very different way, they could have possibly not necessarily destroyed the towers, but they could have really messed up the plane and caused the plane to go down to the ground, hit another building or something. But they were able to turn the aircraft at just the last minute, even at that high rate of speed. Like the speeds they were going into the building was not normal flight speed. It was way over the recommended knots. So the fact that they was able to make those turns, I mean, it's really amazing. I don't think they really know if they were purposefully slowing down every time that they made a move or turn. But still, I mean, it's nuts. I don't get why they have to be so salty about me showing, like last night, and proving that I trolled y'all. You didn't hear shit. Like now, if you had me on cam, like getting up after hours of being gone, and I mean getting up, like getting on the computer and immediately changing the tab to Google or YouTube, basically, in other words, getting on and not realizing that I'm still streaming. That would be a clear sign that I just woke up. But the fact that as soon as I become active back on the computer again, I flash my camera, I flip you off, then after I flip you off, I go into statements, commentary, reaction mode, and then after that, I mean, what else is there left? Huh? I mean, what else is there? I swear, like, I wish this woman would get back with me from when I was younger. Not that much younger, but back in 2018 was the last time. I was a lot younger then, but still, I tried to take my life in 2019. I went to rehab the last time that year. I got finished at the end of 2019, came back home January 2020. I got to spend from January 2020 till November 2021, one more year, and what was it? January 2020, like, well, technically 2019, December 24th, I got back. So 2020, crap, crap, crap. Shit. Fuck. Damn it, I can't think with the shit tonight. It's insane. Casey tried to text me, and I pretty much texted her back. If she keeps running her mouth, I will leak them so you can see what's said. It's nothing embarrassing or nothing. I can even prove and show after editing it, not so much so you can't tell and so Bird can't tell and Books can't tell, but edit it just enough so it's YouTube friendly and Jean, Bird, Books, and all them can tell that KC, back when she said you're starting to act like the Jean team, you know, and had sent me all that stuff, both her and Sly both got in my ear at one time, not at the same time, not each other at the same time, but at different times. For Sly, it was December 2023, January 2024, because essentially near the end of Christmas, you basically decided to, you got on the panel and you started arguing with Bird and them, and they, said that, then I guess we gotta let you get, and you said, oh no, like I already decided that I'm done. I just, you just wanted to know some things. They ended up kicking you off panel. I tried to stay neutral. I still had you around, even regardless. So I tried the neutral game. What happens is you always get caught in the middle. Anyone who plays neutral game, you will be caught in the middle. Whether or not, however many people choose to individually embrace and call this a troll community or algorithm, that is your individual and collective reality that's only manifested because of the spirit and intent and matter of the desire. However, at the exact same time, I wish Books would have never done what he did because I had to take a stand on that stuff. The reason being, if I didn't, I would be a hypocrite. I then technically couldn't call out. I could, but I would be being selective, even though I didn't say, oh, I am okay with Books, but not him. Even though I didn't say that, even though I might say, look, I don't agree with that, but at least in Books' case, it was a response, but at the same time, just a response and a joke, like it wasn't serious. But here's the thing, a lot of time's passed, and now I think essentially that Books is and should be scared of going back to jail and having to probably not stay long, at the most a night or two, maybe if at the worst, or even just a few hours, but you will have to pay a fine. You can try to go to court and contest it, but that would probably be a waste of time and a bad idea, even when the lawyer says so. But if you plead no contest or guilty, what have you, take a deferred prosecution. They may even be willing out, because of the type of crime it is, and because you have a record, you're not getting a deferred prosecution. I forgot. So then, my guy, that means you gonna have to do the full minimum sentence, and that's if the judge is, a little soft. If not, then, fuck, you know, it's bad. I don't know why people think like me and Brit or something, possibly, or me and Carrie, or me and Kelly. It's never happened. Even when I was cool with Bambi, I always called her Miss Bambi, MRS, which usually means like the person's with somebody, and I know if they're not technically supposed to be just MS. I'm just so used, and I just keep putting MRS, but I'm mindful of the fact that it, obviously may not be that way. That's just a habit of the way I do it. I told, I told, you know, I said, essentially, no matter what, literally, no matter frickin' what, I'm serious, no matter what, do, and I mean absolutely do not forget the money I lent you. I am counting on it. If not, I am not prepared, nor am I willing going to chase you for it. What I'll do instead, I'll leave you to try to figure out, and if you're wise, you may want to think on what that possibility might be, because I'm not playing over my money. I ended up staying with somebody all night long. My friend, he was a lot older than me, but I ended up finding out he was legit in a regular chartered firm, standing upright. Made craftsman. And because of that, I really paid attention to every word he had to say. Because he's from a different, a whole different, it's essentially the same, the overall seat, essentially the inner, all of the inner, very outer structure and temple of it all. It's all right there, and it's not going anywhere. The only thing that can happen is the shape it's in and what fruit it can produce, depending upon how you treat it. It is really insane, though, because I've told all these random stories and I didn't even share this one. So, what do you think about when I was with Kayla? All right, now keep in mind, Kayla and her friend, we'll call her, Deanna. Anyways, Deanna was kind of hippie, hipsterish. She had almost like red, like ginger type hair. So you could say she's a little wild, but she was. We go to meet and hang out with her the first time, and just through habit, like I ended up asking her while there for her social media. Um, she's like, "Let me see your phone," and she put her number in my phone, and she told me to put mine in, her, which I did. Kayla didn't even look at me weird or anything. But after I got done doing it, I kind of like looked over towards Kayla's way to see if she was looking at me weird. She wasn't. Come to find out, one time there was a guy out of state, whatever, that them two hung out with for a good little while. Like a little while he was around, and like went out to like his property even at one point and stuff. And the dude was probably like, 5, 6, maybe, hell, even maybe 7 years older than him. Like my brother, or a little bit more his age group, older than us. We're all the same age, other than Deanna. Deanna is technically a year younger than me, or no, 2 years younger than me. Still close friend. Anyways, that all ends. We leave, talk about hanging out another time. What ends up happening is I'm just going through my day. I get a message from private that's like, they said, "Hey, this is my name, correct? Look, I've got something you need to know, and I need to tell you about, and it said, your relationship. Truth you need to know so that maybe if you want to reclaim any dignity or whatever back, like, you'll do what you need to." Then they gave me this picture, and the picture wasn't explicit. It didn't show anything suspicious, but there was two real big smiles, and eye contact. And this was at the time when this person was technically with their family. So they were lying to me. And when they're in this particular photograph, the time that it's stamped as thing is, didn't come in for, it's about 15 till right then when they started to head in. And it came back 4 hours later, 15 till. So it's fine though. I mean, a lot of people would like to wish that I'm the freaking boogeyman. I mean, that's crazy. Reason I say that is, I mean, anytime a major instance happened in my life, even when I got hacked back when I was 13, 14 on the computer, I reached out to the police and the feds, and because they attacked and DDoSed, and they had the log, the proof that they were DDoSed. They were like, look at all these, and it would say ping from IP address, and it showed how many times it was trying to access and basically ping, and it was a crazy number. Like the number went so long you couldn't even read it, and basically when they even pulled that up, it caused the system to crash. So like, it's so big, you know. So they had to like literally, they didn't have to reset, but they had to go back in time a little bit because that shit infected their computer. Uh, I always loved and tried to
Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is there's a small armed conflict in a little-known Eastern European country known as Ukraine. At least, you should know that, especially if you are an American taxpayer. Anyhow, the 2022 Ukraine war has definitely been a weird one. Not only because it's the first major armed conflict the first world has seen in a long time, but specifically for this video, because of some of the weapons that are being fielded. In fact, I've already made 2 videos talking about some of the weird weapons that we've seen popping up in Ukraine. Some of them are weapons that are seeing combat for the first time ever, such as the AK-12. Others are just having their first time seeing combat in like 90 fucking years. But to kick this video off, let's talk about something really fun. RPGs. I mean, who doesn't love a good RPG? Okay, maybe other than that guy. But RPGs are dope as fuck. And in the Ukrainian conflict, I have been seeing some inventive shit with them. First off, we've got something that is legit a first for me. Modified mortar RPG rounds. So what it seems like is going on here is that they're taking the rear half of an RPG-7 rocket, the one that has the propellant that actually shoots the projectile out the front, and they're attaching old mortar rounds to them. I guess the purpose being reusing, older munitions, maybe if you don't have a mobile mortar system or something like that. And now you put them in a man-portable, shoulder-fired system. I guess it kind of makes sense if you think about it that way. Instead of having to lug around a crew-served mortar system, now you have it in a 15-pound tube. Kind of reminds me of Saving Private Ryan, where they're smacking those mortar rounds into the piece of steel and tossing them at tanks and shit. Once again, proving necessity is the mother of invention. That in guerrilla warfare, it's always useful to have a couple of rednecks around. Speaking of some redneck shit, I've been seeing a lot of photos and videos, including stuff like this. That is an RPG with several regular grenades taped to it. For when a regular RPG rocket doesn't say "fuck you" loud enough. I actually do have a theory about why they do this. It is just a theory, but if I'm correct, it's just kind of mean-spirited. So regular RPG rockets aren't really necessarily anti-personnel, they're more for anti-armor. The reason because of this, it's not just an explosive. What it is it's an explosive, but with a shaped nose cone, basically to use the explosive to liquefy the copper in the projectile to create just a jet of molten copper that penetrates tank armor, for example. That way, instead of just blowing up omnidirectionally, it has a focused jet of liquefied copper that can penetrate through thicker armor. But with all of those videos that we've seen of, a half dozen dudes on top of BTRs and tanks and shit, driving through Ukraine, just penetrating through the tank armor really isn't enough to get the job done. So that's why you tape 5 or 6 anti-personnel grenades on the outside of your RPG-7 rocket. Does this actually work that way? I have no idea. But I've been seeing it enough that I can confidently say that the Ukrainians seem to think so. And I can confidently tell you I would not want to be any fucking where near that thing when it goes off. Now, you guys have known that I've had an RPG for some time now. The hard part in the States is not exactly getting the tube, it's getting the rockets. They kind of don't exist. But I've been talking to our buddies over at Drive Tanks. We're trying to get together and maybe do a range day with some real RPG-7 rockets. So if that's something that you guys want to see, go ahead and let me know down in the comments, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss that. There's very few videos of people firing an RPG-7 in a non-military setting. So I think it'd be really cool to bring the slow-mo cameras out there and just show how the RPG-7 actually works. I think that'd be really cool. So if you guys want to see it, let me know. But anyhow, back to Ukraine. Now, a lot of what we covered before involved Ukrainians using a lot of old, out-of-date, or sometimes even improvised weapons. Obviously, this is kind of out of necessity. Like when it's all hands on deck, you just use whatever you can get your hands on because, it's better than not having anything at all. But now they're not the only ones, apparently. Check out this video that was filmed by Russian conscripts, not exactly enthusiastic about their new AKs they were just handed. Yeah, these guns, I've heard a lot of people talking on the internet that they looked like they were picked up off of Somali pirates. These guns were the absolute shit when they came out in 1957. Comrade, you have Kalashnikov, ammunition, and sling. What more do you want? Let's be real, though, as beat up as these guns look, they're AKs. They probably work fine. But apparently, you'd be lucky to even get that. According to the caption on this next video, this is a weapon that the Ukrainians pulled off of some poor Russian bastard. This one was a hard one to pin down, I'm not going to lie, because this thing just looks like a cursed gun image if I've ever seen one.
Apologize, you couldn't hear me. I was trying to sort something out, and I had to get another earbud attached, another mic attached. Basically, one of the most meaningful stories I could share. I've shared a lot of irrelevant stories, just facts and old stuff. And, look, I know some people will take and twist them around and try to make up their own stuff and make it seem funny. Maybe some of the stories I told were funny themselves. I mean, it was kind of funny and shocking, but I did laugh some. But it was a little bit more embarrassing that at one point, I was so shy and afraid of new people and new everything. The first 2 years of my life, I pretty much, besides the interaction and socialization I have with my Mimi, and occasionally my mom and occasionally my dad, I did, there was one other There was just one other person, a little kid, like a girl, my mom's best friend's daughter. I'd see her, and I wasn't like really shy of her because I met her around my mom and stuff. And she was my age, and we hung out, had like little play dates, like when my mom and her mom would hang out. But that was it, and those were so short and few and far in between that when I saw newer, um, kids and different stuff and people, like, I don't know, I feel like I would see them and I would feel like I'm not good enough, almost like jealousy in a way, like, there they are, they have all this and I only have that, like I always was aware at how I had the basics and like what I needed to essentially keep going, but I didn't have the best. I knew a lot. I knew other people were used to the best, and it made me feel inferior. And I communicated that one time to my counselor, not my grandma's counselor, but a different counselor. And she said to me, and she's like, "You are one of the fastest spellers ever." She's like, "I've been telling you to try to get you to think about maybe entering competitions. They don't have a lot around here, but I'd be willing to help you out. I'm sure she said, I'm sure your grandparents would help you out to do this if you wanted to." She said, "You can get recognition for it." And she's like, "I just know you can beat some of this." She says, "You outspell everyone in this school." She said, "You can even outspell some people who are in the eighth grade." It's, and I mean, I just, I told her, I said, "I'm afraid that if I go, even if I'm good enough at the spelling, the rest of me won't be good enough." And I looked at her and I said, "I haven't broke out crying from fear in a long time. And the worst fear I have now is that anytime I'm out trying to be quote unquote normal, it's going to come back at maybe the worst or most embarrassing time. I'm going to do it, and everybody's going to say, you know, what is wrong with him?" And she said, "Okay, if that happens, so what?" And I said, "So what? Then I have to, my mind is aware that there," and she's like, "Well, let's get your mind unaware of it." I was like, "Once it's aware, how can it become unaware?" I said, "It's like once knowing what exactly is being made for dinner, you might have wanted two, three, four other things. It might have been the thing that you were hoping the most it wasn't, that you'd even take something not as great, but anything better than that, and you find out that that's it. How can you get that out of your head? Pretty soon it's going to be sitting in front of you to eat." I mean, when the mind is aware and made aware of certain things, becoming unaware, the only possibility of becoming unaware is either the thing itself is actually unaware or unimportant because it's gone, being shut down, falls in that category. You can try hypnotism, on your mind, self-hypnotism, into accepting, or however you want to word it, to manifest, changing your response when you see it. The most crude and barbaric method, of course. A lot of us go to this for this reason and we didn't even know it. That's the most craziest thing. This was the last thing I learned and realized about my active addiction I used to have. We didn't just take them because we liked the feeling. We didn't just take them because we did have medical issues and pain. Oh, yes, while these are all reasons, there is a much more less known, less spotted, matter of fact reason that we all fell. Ones of us that did. Pretty much, essentially, reason why people love to laugh, relieve stress, unwind, share a intellectual a moment that you and another or more than another group, etc., all together realize and understand simultaneously, almost like telepathically, what something is in front of you and what the joke means or what it means or what it signifies. You all get it and click at the same time. You know what these things are? That's it. Some of you that will listen to this, you really want me to be dead. You may and can say it's for the troll. That's the thing about when you're a troll and you do the things these people have done. There's such a culture of acceptance for certain things if it's done in the name of trolling, and people expect that certain rules and guidelines were followed. But the things these people do that they call trolling does not have rules and guidelines. They may have thought they had certain ones and said them and thought about them in the beginning and didn't cross those lines. But once fall 2020 or 2022 came and Filthy was done running with Iceman and going at the littles, he saw an opportunity to get the littles into a corner back him into a corner where he wanted and establish dominance. And he did this by getting the attention of Fusion in the Workyverse and others. And he essentially got to meet up, have a chat with Fusion, and he probably said something like, I've seen the cow that you've been streaming and y'all are obsessed with. I've been over there a few times myself. And he probably said, Filthy, you don't understand. Like, he is so ripe for the taking. We have found that he really wants, friends. He doesn't have a lot going on offline in his real life right now. It's his first time ever on here. He's not aware of any of the tips, the tricks, the things he can do, possibly legally, the things he can do on the platform to get back at us or strike us. He doesn't know any of that, and all it takes is someone to pretend to give a shit, pretend to be cool and chill with him, help mod his chat, pretend to be interested in it, and eventually he will spill more and more to us, thinking we're a friend. And when the time's right, we drop that he was buddy trolled, and we do it all again with somebody next. It doesn't matter who he inevitably picks. If it's not one of ours, we can sure as fuck make him one of ours, even if only temporary. And that's what they've done over and over and over again. And the reason I'm hammering this home and talking about this now instead of more stories is because Jules had the nerve to say in her live I watched today and reacted to that if you go real life, I want nothing to do with you. I've not gone real life. I know some trolls want to argue and try to say I have because anything but me not being in the same category as them. But if I had went real life, I would have faked or abused a call to emergency services. I would have intentionally called somebody's job and done more than just one call or whatever to get them fired. I would have called individuals 32 plus times like they called me back to back to back to back to every now and then, switching numbers back to back to back. And when they answer, say stuff like, your dog's gonna die, we're gonna get your dog, you can't run forever and hide, your grandpa won't save you, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get you. Everyone's going to know that the diddler you are, and you're going to go to jail. And before you get there, they're going to allow us to execute you. I mean, saying some crazy shit like that and meaning every word of it. It's not an elaborate try and fool you and really scare and prank, but really playful. These motherfuckers went with the hashtag Cage or Crave, 2024 Cage or Crave. Now they're going with it again. They want to see me in a cage or a grave, and getting off YouTube wouldn't do nothing but put me at a disadvantage to never have an eye or a possible ear on what they're doing or saying if I need it. It makes me look weak. It makes me retreat. It makes it to where I can't make any more content, enjoy and have fun with the people I do enjoy time with. It means I can't clap back or defend myself anymore. It would literally mean to be sticking my head in the sand at the hopes, even though they will continue to release stuff, hoping I look. After they release 10, 20 things and they don't hear a peep, they might then accept he's not looking. Then they have one option only. They could decide a person offline, agency, delivery service, something, etc. Plan it and have it to go a little over the top and make sure, if possible, a note could be there that will, and come up with something to say that'll get him so intrigued, concerned, worried that he will come get online. And tell him if he doesn't, to enjoy being in real life, sincerely from us, or whatever. In other words, going to attack my real life. So if that's what messing with any of this, or thinking of doing anything, I just need to know what to do. Tell me what to do. I will do it. You know, my mom may have worked as a dancer, not prostitute, okay? My mom had a boyfriend when she worked at Platinum Plus. He came from a good family. He gambled basically professionally. He had the money and the brains with the computer and the stuff he did on that at a college, and what he was doing in work and could go back to work for after he got done finishing more school. Like I said, good, wealthy family, plenty of resources, kind of spoiled, but a gentleman, like, wasn't the type to abuse my mom. He did smoke, grass and stuff. My mom straight up asked him, I remember one night, she's like, do you get mad? Or he said, you already know. He's like, I know that as long as, everything's good between us, I know you're mine, I'm yours. I would never doubt you, like, he's like, I'm always picking you up. If you're cheating in some heck of a sleazy way with somebody up there. And I already, you had me meet the owner, and the owner told me, not to worry. Specifically, once you went in, that he don't let none of y'all, get stalked or harassed, or, you know, he said they could offer $2,000 and let me get half of it and give her 1,000. He's like, I'm not gonna do that. He's like, dude wasn't a pimp. He ran a club, and the thought was basically, I remember my mom's boyfriend saying, you know what his thought basically is, because if he allows y'all to do that, all it takes is the one that goes wrong, and somebody goes yapping, and more gets uncovered, and next thing you know, he's shut down. And my mom thought, like, well, that wouldn't bother him that bad. He could opened back up, and she's like, "Why do you say that?" He's rich. He has. He's like, "Oh, you." She's like, "I looked it up and read it and and he said, well, look at this and whatever he did for search by Yahoo and stuff. He showed him. He said, you see the name? That's his name, right? You think? But looky here. Look in the family." And Mom's like, "It's his dad's." He's like, "Yeah, it's his dad's." And he's running them into the ground. And he said if he runs this one into the ground, gets his dad all his debt, he's like, I doubt that he would ever, ever let him run another club again. And like I said, he'd pick her up. She never got hurt, never got accosted, never got robbed. I would see my mom come in at night, but even though I remember seeing her in real high heels and stuff, the stuff she used to wear when she left and wore in to wear, it looked obviously, it wasn't like casual clothes or like church dress clothes, but it wasn't revealing. And like, I imagine once she got there, it took like the over part off or something. Maybe it did, but you know, she even done things in a way that when she left, I saw my mom, dress up for whatever it is she goes to work in. But what she was dressed up in, it just told me, she's going to do something, but it didn't scream like, I didn't know the concept even. It wasn't until we was about to go to court that my mom said, she's like, "You like your shoes, don't you?" I was like, "Yeah, I really like them." And she's like, Ian, if she said if I worked a different job than the one I worked, she's like, I wouldn't be able to get you those. I'd be lucky to get you the best brand that they have available at Walmart or something. She said those are real Nikes. Chad helped get them for you. She said, they're gonna try to take you back from me, you know. And I said, why are they doing that? They don't care I want to be here. She's like, honestly, no. They don't think. She said, I don't think they feel that you're safe here. They're worried about you because they've had you for a few years, so they're accustomed to you. She's like, but I told them and I made them promise to me when I was back on my feet. But of course, depending on who you ask, I'm not back on my feet, she'd say. Even though I'm working, all of our bills are paid, you're in school, you have clothes, you have stuff all the stuff you need for school and different things. She said, and you have stuff you want, you have a computer and stuff. And I did, you know, I had PlayStation 1, like, but it wasn't that long. We went to court that day. I tried to walk in the courtroom and sit at a chair on my mom's side. The judge, when he noticed me in there, he had the bailiff basically get me and Mom gave me a hug and she said, they're not gonna let you stay in here, hon. So they took me out and made me wait out there where eventually, dun dun dun, my grandmother and grandfather show up on my mom's side, basically my mom's dad. And he said, you was supposed to be the star witness. Hell, he's like, how are they going to make a decision without asking you? And my grandmother said, I told you, Charles, they're not going to ask him anything. He's like, it didn't matter what he says. Like, all it matters is what they basically put on there as truth to accept and make their decision from. He said, well, we need to go in there. They can listen to us. You know, just because she does, I remember him saying, just because she does the job she does, the way Chad picks her up, I've been to that place, you've been there, you've seen the security cameras and everything. It's not that far. You know, it's in Memphis, but just a few miles down the road, you're crossed into Mississippi, and then she's only 10, 12 miles from her apartments where Ian's at. She's barely 30 minutes away from where she lives, you know, and she doesn't work all the way past midnight. The latest she'll stay out is midnight, and somebody's there to make sure, you know, when she is there that late at those nights that Ian's put to bed. It didn't matter though; they would not let them in. He came all the way from Nevada, flew from Nevada to fucking Memphis on, you know, even the Air Force covered it. My granddad hadn't retired just yet at that point. His father, my great granddad, had just died. My mom's grandfather. I got to talk to him for the first time ever one day at our apartment in Mississippi at mom's. I talked to him for about 45 minutes, you know, got to know him, asked him a lot. He asked me stuff. He said, well, maybe your grandpa will bring you out here sometime to see. I'd like to see my great grandson. He said, you take care, Ian, you know, goodbye. I love him. And he was sick then, but, you know, nobody told me like he's close to death. Well, not the next day, but the day after, like my mom said, do you remember talking to my grandpa, your great grandpa? Grandpa's dad. I said, yeah, she's like, he passed away last night. I said, what? She said, I'm glad you got to talk to your, you know, he's a good man and he served our country, she said, and he passed away. He was in some pain, not too bad. They had him on medicine, but she said that he passed away last night in his sleep. An alarm woke him up in the middle of the night. He stopped breathing. Um, they did CPR just one time and checked him, and they pronounced him dead. See, they pronounced somebody dead. You know, my mom, when I would ask stuff, even if it might seem a little morbid or outside my age range, if I was interested in it, my mom would say, do you want to know? You sure? She's like, because especially if it was something that was like graphic or something, she would, Amy, you really sure? She's like, because if it was embarrassing to like ask a loved one or parent, she would say that. A lot of the times when she'd say that, I'd say, never mind. And she'd laugh. But she'd be like, are you sure on this one? I'd be like, yes. And she'd say, well, you know, she's like, you have a responsibility on you. She said, because when I pass, now that your great grandpa Gibb has passed, the only ones left are your grandpa, me, and you. She said, I'm not going to have any more children. She said, Grandpa Gibb's not going to have any more children. And I said, what do you mean it's just stuff about Grandma Gibb? She's like, well, Grandma Gibb too, but she's as old as your grandpa. And I said, well, what about my cousin? That she said, nope, you're the last one. She's like, that's why I gave you my maiden name. She said, I thought that you especially deserve to have it because She said, when I realized I was having a boy, she said, I wanted to give you Grandpa Gibbon my name because she said, when I knew I was pregnant with you, I was only going to have you. I would never have another kid. And since you were going to be a boy, she said, I figured you would carry on our name. So I gave you the maiden name. And I said, wow. I was like, Dad and them argue with me and say that that's not, in my name. That's not my name. That's just something silly your mom. She said, it's on your birth certificate. I had the power to give you your name. Only your mom, not your dad. She's like, I could have listened to him, and if I didn't care, I could have left it off, sure. She said, traditionally, usually people have three names. Not always, though. There's plenty of people that have four names, sometimes five or even six. And if they have four, they either will have a hyphen or just a space in between them. But the hyphen in between the last names helps to identify and not get the middle name confused, or the name after the middle name that's a part of the last name to be confused with the middle name. Otherwise, people could think almost like my middle name is Jagger Gibb. It's technically, if pronounced the scientifically correct way, like Ian Jagger Gibb Wilson. Gibb Wilson, just like one right with the other, real close. Just quick space in between the hyphen. I uh I wondered about it, and I asked Dr. Bay. I said, "Well, you said that I learned in another culture, especially in Muslim cultures and even in some European cultures and African, that traditionally a lot of people's middle names will be automatically picked to be their father's first name." I was like, for instance, my Somalian friends, their middle name is their dad's first name. I said, my brother has my dad's first name as his middle name. I was like, but my dad gave me a middle name based on somebody he's a fan of, but he didn't give me their full name. He gave a sort of like a nickname or abbreviation, Jagger. Technically, it's Mick Jagger, but it, instead of that, all that together, just Jagger for short. And essentially, Ian is Gaelic for John, not Gaelic. Uh, what is it? Hold on. It is the Gaelic form of the name Ian. The meaning is Ian or Ian, however you want to say it. I actually kind of like and prefer Ian. I'm used to it. Like I was called it the majority. Didn't even really know, or like my mom mentioned it to me when I was younger, but didn't really stick. And it was a thing I was aware of till I was like in my teen years. Like, so all the way up to my teens, like I'm just Ian, Ian, Ian. A lot of people would automatically spell my name with an E, and that piss me off. Like I liked having an I as my first name. It's a blessing and a curse. See, an I is a very gifted, intuitive, multi-talented person who has the energy, what's known as the beast. In the code book, the code for the beast is given. Like they actually give that code away. But, the interpretations and the theology teach all of this is something else entirely, as if it's a warning to beware. But the fact is, the beast is 666. Now, remember how there are 9 spirits and 26 letters of the alphabet? So some letters or some spirits are repeated more than once, sometimes or at the most like 3 times, I believe. So with 666, we have the 6th letter of the alphabet, which is an F. Okay, we're solving the code. The next 6, wait, first you have 6, then 16. 16 is or not 16, 15. 5 plus 1 is 6. The 15th letter of the alphabet is O, so that would be F-O so far. The third and final 6 would be 24. 4 plus 2 is 6. The 24th letter is X. So that's an X. F-O-X. Fox. The mark of the beast, while the code is 666, deciphered, that means fox. And what is a fox if not very cunning, smart, intelligent, fast, quick-witted? Do you know when people go fox hunting, they take horses and dogs? It's the only type of hunting where they require so many different species of animal variety to hunt and use simultaneously, because a fox is smart and the fox is fast. The fox can think ahead using not its brain, not its analytical genius, but its intuition, its connection to nature, to know basically what fate is brewing up on the horizon instead of having to know and see it with the naked eye for sure. Intuitively, the fox will get the warning, and if dwelling on it can help expand it to understand it deeper. If the fox goes with its first mind, always. In other words, if the person with the 9 spirit, the 9th energy is the energy of humanitarianism. It is the energy of giving. It is the energy of a higher purpose for mankind. It is the energy of multi-talented individuals. It is the energy of psychic phenomena and intuition. It is also the energy of divine protection. Now, divine protection is probably one of the most unique things of our world reality and our code system. Think of it as the matrix, almost like a chessboard. A chessboard in itself is the matrix. You have rank and files, you have the squares, you have the notation of the squares, you have the chess pieces abbreviated, their notation. Combining all that notation, how it works to record moves, captures, special moves, castling, as well as check and checkmate and resign, etiquette, sportsmanship, all of that put together is a doozy, I bet. However, it's come to the attention that some people on YouTube believe and want to seriously keep the false belief going. They believe it for the performance only. In their heart, they don't truly believe it. If in their heart, people like, oh, Dickory Vickery and um, freaking Dandy Gandy, uh, and you got, uh, I said, oh, Dandy Gandy, and don't forget, oh, also Mr. Hanky, aka Jay McCraney. Took a second to find the right thing to go together to rhyme with that, as well as some new additions, such as Cream Team Rejects. They have now formed a no strings attached, we still hate both of you alliance, but, together in solidarity in the comments against Square and in other ways, other than a panel, we think that we could cause more hurt to Square and it would be more intensity instead of both of our groups going at him um, single-handedly only, which would only allow if he does engage or can't get off the subject, he will only engage with one of us, whereby if we're all together in the same comments and stuff, he's more apt to bring up both of us and he'd feel more overwhelmed and we could break that old gangster square act to where he turns into soft core. I just want to be peace, love, and nice, easy going, soft Squizzy. Look, that is really who Squizzy is at the base. My friends, a lot of them, a lot of the guys I've grown up with in high school and stuff, they always felt like they had something to prove to other people. But paying attention to those wonderful early mentors and people to help me in my life, like my speech therapist and stuff, even stuff that she taught me that I can't remember, but I know my mind consciously gets because I get the concept, even if I can't recall or describe it anymore. But if somebody, you know, if I were to tell a joke and 3 out of 4 people were to laugh when I give the punchline, or let's say 2 out of 4 people laugh when I gave the punchline, the other two didn't laugh, maybe they didn't think it was funny. As soon as I get done with the punchline and I say, hey, what do you two think about that? And they're like, oh, it's good. And then all of a sudden these other two start laughing when the punchline's over. And they're like, did you hear that? Like, yeah. Oh my gosh. Uh, I'll take a joke book from the dollar store for $20, Mr. Alex. Like, yeah, do you think the next thing he'll do is do a knock knock? Ma'am, does your refrigerator run? Because, next one he'll do one of those or something. If they laughed and said some shit like that, and not even real close next to us, like close enough to hear me, but really not close enough where we can hear them completely. But we heard them laugh after the punchline and say something. I go over to them and I say, Yeah, excuse me. I didn't think you guys thought it was funny, but then you laughed. Did you not get it at first? They said, "Oh no, we got it. We got it the first, 30 times we heard it here, here, here." You know, what we were laughing at was your mediocre, mediocre, mediocre attempt to try to be a comedian. And laugh again. You know, that would be right in your face disrespect, like middle finger, you suck, like, not a friend. I don't want you to get better. I'm bitter. I'm mad about something. Somebody else is bullying me, and I want to be what it feels like to do the harm. That is essentially what it boils down to. Anytime when I was growing up in school and there was somebody that was below me on the food chain, which didn't, I mean, it came around more often than you thought. Um, but after a few times of being the one bullied and falling into the trap of thinking, well, I got a few friends, they're laughing at this kid, even though I don't like bullying or be bullied myself. Like, if I don't laugh at him or make jokes with him, they're going to consider me lame or, worse or worse. They could tell me, why don't I become his friend since I don't, that would be some type of the shit that we would think. Like, I just know it. And so, like, this one kid is, I'll call him Gilmer. Put it this way, he used to wear very cheap branded clothing, messed up shoes. Sometimes he'd have emotional issues and stuff, outbursts. Like, I remember now when people bullied people, they couldn't wait. Even when we were kids, I remember seeing kids that would taunt people, not necessarily because if they could get them to cry, fine, anything didn't mind. But they especially liked it whenever, like when Gilmer would get mad and storm off and say something that was outrageous that he's saying, out of his feelings, everybody would laugh. He'd go off and let the teacher, and here's the thing, like later on though, in reflecting time when I saw he was alone at lunch and stuff and I wasn't around, the peer pressure, because even though I did eventually get my own circle of friends and stuff, and I would sit with them at lunch, but I always had a regular thing of liking, not every day, but most days I would prefer to eat lunch alone. My friends would sometimes ask, especially once I had them, I said, before I had any friends, I started out eating alone, and I was like, and it would be my mind's time to think of everything I've been through and how to make anything better, how to adapt or fix or do things the way other people do them. If I think that that's something I should do because I see positive stuff coming from them, they're doing it and good things happen. So I want the same thing. I was like, it's basically a time for my mind to think about anything that comes to mind and think about it in terms of, what I desire and what I want to do and whatever I'd end up picking out and figuring out, then I would follow up with doing everything that came to my mind that I thought I would need to do, intuitively thought I needed to do before I could start with my idea. And once I did all those little things and then I started with my idea, you talk about unstoppable. Like, you know, I didn't, when I made my little rainforest setup, It was a rainforest stand. It was meant to show fine, specific details of the rainforest. I had it built with some figurines and stuff that were like jungle figures and stuff. I had an exotic bird on there, almost like a toucan Sam. Not toucan Sam exactly, but a bird sort of be based off of what he is. Snakes. My grandmother just helped me get the background. She helped me with that much of it. And she said, I'm sticking to what your teacher said. Your teacher said to help you initially make your display, how big you think you're going to need it and want it. And then when you make the other stuff, they said to help you to put it together that way, it's nice. She said that we could let you put it together, but, she's like, I want it to look nice for you. So she's like, I'm going to let you do everything else like she instructed. And when you get all the pieces and individual parts done like you planned and we talked over and I helped you, because my grandma even helped me fix and revise things. She would find we had math calculations to help us with putting the stuff together, and she'd see I do a calculation wrong. She'd revise it, and we got it all together. I made all the separate parts and got all the pieces and got all the material and the glue gun ready to use it. And then the last thing she helped me to do was to align everything to be in the right places for the presentation. And then I'd secure it. She watched me secure the stuff, and then she would help me make sure to make all the parts that are supposed to move and do different things. They did. We had trouble with the waterfall, and we eventually fixed it. And because of that, did y'all know, like, that was my idea completely. Everybody else, like, at least two or three people straight up did a different variation, all but of the same thing. And came to find out, like, all their parents knew. And their parents wasn't really good at this type of stuff. And so they all did the same thing because they all kind of helped it and they did different variations. And it was straight up, like, not the best one, people thought, because it was supposed to be a diagram about, you know, the water cycle as well as some other weather type facts and the diagram and the things they used to try to make the wet lake. There just wasn't a lot of creativity in it. You could tell it was rushed for all of them. Ours took we had a full school week and 2 days after that into the next week before they were due. And we literally started the first night, we didn't have to work uh the last 2 nights. That we didn't have to do. So that Sunday, like, we just checked on it to make sure, because the waterfall effect was one thing that we built that, like, I really wanted to be real as possible. So we got this little from a small fish tank. What is that? Those filters or whatever. And the way it would work it would stream water up that would kind of curve over like a waterfall and go down. So we connected that up. It had a plug ran to it, and my granddad stripped it to where I could connect it to a battery and a switch. And it was a manual switch on the back display. And the battery was taped and secured and plugged into positive and negative on the back. But basically, what I would do, there was a thing where I could fill up about, uh, it was a tube that ran along the back, and we basically put two of them together. Thought that'd be enough. Then we put two more. And then finally, we put two more on a stack. So when all these are filled with water, they can bend up enough to where the water will pour down into this basin where that motor was situated. And you can't even see the basin's like really covered up and hidden behind where the water's going to come out. And at the front of it's camouflaged, so you can't even tell that that's like a little reservoir there, but it is. And then it cycles the water up and it goes down all the way. And of course, eventually it will run out, but just end up turning it off before it runs. I mean, it goes for a good while before you could turn it off. And people were so impressed by that, the way I made it. And I obviously said, like, my granddad helped me, but he gave me instructions on how to get it to work, and they helped me situate the stuff and mount it. But I had to work it out. I had to say, okay, this will make water go up out that way. Where's the water gonna stay? How do I get, like, I had to think of that and figure that stuff out. I said, well, I'll just have to put it here and then cover it up with something in the front, and everything in the front underneath it hid the base and stuff, and on the side the walls where basically the water flowed down, that was coated so that it would, just like a plastic straw or something, it didn't soak in to the material or anything. It was basically waterproof, where waterfall flow down and the water will stay in, collect and start rising up. We had to end up re-going back and making the place where the water goes at the end to build up higher, because we started at one time and it started to overflow and start to get things wet. So I had to really quickly turn it off, and we had to dry some stuff. Some stuff just wouldn't dry and was ruined, so we had to take it apart and remake it. But that project and the project of Voyager 1, like my idea, basically, there was a golden record attached to Voyager 1, which these things were launched in 1971. So we're talking 1970 spacecraft technology, a decade after the moon landing stuff, unmanned. Well, this thing had what was called the Sounds of the World, which was a golden record, like a golden, basically, disc record. You could, I would imagine you could technically play on a, what you call it, fuck, record player. And supposedly, whether they had a record player or they had some type of advanced technology, or there was like, there was instructions on how to play the sounds from the record, from the device itself, if they're able to understand and have certain technology that is compatible or can be compatible with, basically they've got the sounds in a music file inside the storage on the thing, besides being on that record. And the last option, if they can't get those first two ways to work, don't have a record player, can't make one, whatever. This is cool though. If it were to run into some life form or other species out there that is at the very least able to retrieve the craft, and where they could take it, study it, they there's supposed to be an instruction set on there, I believe, unless this was just a big, like a lie or a fib, tall tale I was told when I was younger. If they're messing with it and they come across and they do read the instructions, all they have to do is essentially a cheap makeshift speaker under a little doodad. It looks like maybe it's kind of like screwed on, but if they unscrew it, and then when it gets to the very end, it's kind of like got a little seal because it's got a little thing attached to it that once it breaks, and then it does it once, and then once more, and then meaning it'll play all the sounds in order from the track and stuff one full time, solid, and then it'll play it again. Clearly enough that, like, if it's in the vicinity of some beings or something, that's like the last way that they can listen to it if they can't figure out a way to interact with the first two ways. And they even wrote it down. They wrote it down and they had it explained thoroughly what the sound would sound like. That, like, they wrote down how to sound out our language and words and read something and make it come alive, basically for vocal out loud. So they did that too, just in case they wasn't able to listen to it one of those three ways. And the Voyager spacecraft is just, it's a marvel that it was launched back, you know, almost 2 decades before I was born. It's still flying. It's so far out, it's not even comprehensible. We couldn't even get a man as far out as it is right now. Over the years, recent years, the communication system has been weakening. I know one of their cameras and um, information sending via data is a little corrupted, if not on the same one, but on one and the other has an issue. And I know they used one of them to transfer something. Like, I don't know if they were able to get them close enough together, if they had to get them close, if they were able to do it remotely. But I know one of them, it was like, if they got, for instance, like this long of a clip or audio clip, because of how far out they are, it would take something that's just like 5 minutes. They gave a comparison. Like, what if it was just a 5 minute video, perhaps, or 5 minute audio? The calculations aren't exactly exact at all. They're just estimations, but at the distance it takes and how long it takes to send simple uh, atmosphere reports and the data that it transmits and sends, some of that is just mere megabytes, sometimes kilobytes. If it's kilobytes, it takes, like almost half a day. If it's up to a certain amount of megabytes, takes over a day. Anything over a certain amount of megabytes just goes up and up and up and up and up. Can you imagine a 5 minute video? You're talking about a certain amount of years, if not even light years. Like, it's crazy. Maybe every 40 or 50 years, a minute will almost be collected and downloaded. Like, because the way they're sending stuff back via the satellites and the links and everything, it's remarkable even that they can have stuff sent and they can confirm it's being sent. Can you imagine how slow that sending rate is? It's like they leave and they come back a day later, if it's luckily just basic info, and they're like, whoa, we got a new report. But if they were to ever get anything massive or whatever, the excitement of what it could possibly be, hell, some people are going to end up dying before they would never hear it. They'd get to see the progress of it until they died, but unless they somehow figured out a way to speed it up, wouldn't that suck? Like working to get possibly the first alien contact message. Your device code is so far into deep space and so far away, even though it's a concise 5 minutes, and they even compressed it to a zip file. Guess what? Your estimated download time is still another 40 years for the other minute. What? There's still 3 more minutes left. I know. So that'd be 60, 80, 160. 160. I feel bad with myself. Um, and I know I've explained this before, and look, I'm gonna be real serious here real quick, and I'm gonna end and get off because I've got to go to bed. Um, since y'all won't even be good sports and admit that you got trolled by thinking I was asleep when I wasn't. Also considering the fact the time, it's not like I didn't let it go, all night until the stream ran out of time to keep going past 12. Cut that shit off just at the beginning of 9 hours, so it could have still gone for another 2 hours, possibly. Like 4.5 hours, I was gone. That's it. You think I slept those 4.5 hours, got up with a voice like, that basically sounds like they're on their fourth cup of Coke, or they're really giddy and active, but it's definitely not the voice of somebody who just woke up. I mean, look at the time lapse. It's not that far from when I start flashing my screen, then flashing my messages, then come on panel. If I had literally just woken up, how did I pull off that performance? But like I said, I'm gonna stop doing it because y'all can't even be good sports and admit when you're trolled. That's why I shouldn't troll at all. Now, I don't mind putting out some artwork and certain stuff every now and then because I know it makes people mad. And I had no incessant, unprovoked desire to get anybody mad. But if you want to make me mad, hurt my feelings, hurt people that love me, that might see yourself, possibly make false calls, I truly hope, like, I don't hope because it'll be a hassle, but I truly hope that if you actually called social services, whether it was books, all three of you, or a combination thereof, that is great. Uh, Even if you used a voice changer, that is great because guess what? You fucked up if you done that this year, just recently, because now that there's a cyber crime task force, my officer, if we get any more of that similar shit like from before, he can get their attention on it finally. All you gotta do is make one unneeded, unrequired waste of time and service call, delivery, repairman, person coming and trespassing, running up on me while I'm out walking my dog or running myself, trying to jog. Like, if you do any of that, like, I'm telling you, like, it will not work out like how it did for Seth. Seth only got the grace to leave because he had that leg, because he knew I wasn't liked by the police. Although I wasn't aware the chief was a fan of my trolls and had bought a mug, but I would find out later from the new police when they showed me a picture of the mug that they found and they cleaned it out, threw it away. I didn't clean the mug, but they just threw it away. And I said, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." I was like, "I don't suppose you'd let me have that." He said, "Man, we threw it away." He's like, "Honest, we didn't even think about it like that." He's like, "Look," he's like, "You don't want," he's like, "coming after us because the old chief," he's like, "You know what I mean? He's gone." I was like, "You're right." He's like, "He's gone, Ian." He was like, "He didn't like you." Uh, I would have to say he probably had to do some with that Facebook video. Even I know what you're gonna say, but you're right. He said, and it is. It is it his right to be able to respond how he did? No. But we live in a world, unfortunately, if you're in a position like that, in a small town like this, not a lot of oversight, you can, there's definitely opportunities for people to make things personal and use perks of the job against people that, I mean, we wouldn't even, it's not even allowed, even if you've done something bad or whatever, like, you're not supposed to be ignored on a call. And he's like, "I saw how you made a few calls for service, claiming about the harassment and different actions. You wanted them to come report and stuff." And he said some of them were about impersonating the Haiti police. He said, "And those times nobody came." And I said, "Wait, yeah, how'd you know?" He's like, "I looked up your history." He's like, I'm really sorry." He's like, "I tell you what though, I bet you those were on days where only Shane was there and one other person, or no Shane and just that one person." And I mean, they pretty much were told by him that I imagine that only deal with you on a have to basis. Meaning, he basically, and this was going around that basically, I'm not, I can't say because I promise, but some of the officers, he's like, even some of those officers that were here under him, they didn't agree with it. But it's one of them things where you disobey your boss, you know what can happen. And I said, "What was the issue?" He said, basically, If he is trying to file a report or get us to get the FBI, do anything, any way possible to avoid, put him off, and, you know, basically don't ever start or try to do any of that, that's what you do. Uh, you know, even if, I mean, he said, put you down that um, you called and wanted to talk about maybe getting some help and ask him what kind of help there is and said that's not the help I need. And he's like, oh yeah, they literally put that down on one of your calls. He's like, when I read that, I said I knew that was bullshit and a lie. I was like, he wouldn't call them after being involuntary detained and everything and swatted. Like he ain't gonna call them and ask for help. You know, he's like, so I knew then that basically he used something that basically when chiefs don't like you know, it could be a chief or a sheriff. They don't like a particular sentencing, especially if they're trying to get them to help them with something that, I mean, he said they clearly have to know, especially if they're buying mugs and shit, watching any of that, that what they're doing to you is them coming at you. He said, I know everybody wants to give you a hard shit because you respond and stuff sometimes. He said, there's been a bunch of times I've seen things and it came out their own mouth. He's not responding. He'd watch and they would say, and he's upset thinking about it. We're rent free in that head, but he's trying to be strong and tough and not say anything about it. He's like, you've not responded plenty. He said, then this outrageous shit, them trying to say you had CP. He said, shit. He said, I don't know why they ain't called us and told us that, you got CP. He's like, I wish them son of bitches would. I'd make sure to get them to attest. Will you attest sworn? If that's a sworn statement, get their ass recorded. And then hopefully, you wouldn't make it have to get a warrant. Just let us get your computer. We go through the thing real quick. Don't find nothing like they say, because there is nothing. Then their ass can get in trouble because they just wasted their time investigating something they said was there that is serious and, is not there. That'd be like if I made my report about books or MC and I was lying or I wasn't for sure that it is what it is. It is. I am for sure. You know, very back in the old days, I almost got confused a little bit thinking, well, it could possibly be chicken giblets. But I didn't ever go back and look up close, despite what people may think and like to try to repeat and put out there. But I did look up close this very, very last time a while back when he started in at Paula's, and I told him to stop or I'm gonna report, and he didn't, so I reported him. I looked at it close up. I zoomed in. I took screenshots, screen recorded the video, downloaded it, went slow-mo to see it be brought out, be tucked back in. I was like, oh, 100%. There's no way. There's nothing wet. If it was chicken giblets, I mean, you ain't gonna be able to get them things spotly dry. You're gonna get grease, wetness, the oil from them would get all over your fly. When you tuck it back in, it would make that light colored, some parts of that light colored pants would have dark spots on them from the chicken giblets. It'd be messy. When you would tuck them back in, they would just flop and go right down. They wouldn't, you know, yeah, they might even fall out the bottom of your shorts if we could see all the way down below. But no, I ain't trying to lie. How the hell are you gonna pull chicken giblets out your zipper? And then I don't think chicken giblets would pull out and stretch like balls do, far enough, wide enough, long enough to be able to hold upwards while holding the shaft up and covered, and then let go and basically let the balls hang a little bit and let all that pube hair fucking be all frizzy all over the place, that gray shit. Then take your hand while holding the shaft, take your other hand and take your balls and tuck them back in. As he's tucking back in with the right hand, he leans in. You can see his face. You can see his other hand that after he grabbed it with the other hand, he let go of the shaft with the other hand. He put it on his chest. He went right back in his fly, pulled him up, straightened it, and by the time he was closing the zipper, straightening it, he gets kicked off the panel. And they all go, "What the fuck? That was sick." You know, I'm sorry for anyone that had to see that. And he wants to try to say it's chicken giblets. There's 3 people up there that say they saw that it was your balls. There's me. There was a recording of you saying you put your balls on live stream. Troll or not, that's just another legal excuse, wannabe defense you're thinking of and putting forth. You said it. We got it. What else? Books. You pulled your ball sack out and you waved your dick around. You waved your black penis around, almost like the only thing missing is you doing that, replacing the audio of MC saying, "All I do is cry all day," and have you say, or have you do it to that song, "You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record player, right round, right round." You know, that song. We should have that playing as you're sitting there slanging your dick in like a circular form, whatever you're trying to do. You stop and you covered it up, then you tuck in and you look at the camera and you smile like, "I'm so funny. I'm so cute. Yeah, you girls still seen that long dong. You want that, don't you? Yeah, yeah, I like to flash and exhibition myself. Yeah, that's what all the cool kids doing. Yeah, when I was in kindergarten, I mooned people. We had a kid in first or second grade was standing out in the playground. Some kids were right there coming out. Most kids were still on the way to coming out. All the teachers were right there. All of a sudden, this guy, Tyler, he says, "Miss blah blah blah, Miss blah blah blah, and Coach blah." He's like, "Oh, and Miss blah blah blah, one more." And they're all standing there and they're like, "What? Hey, watch this." And he just says, "Watch this. I'm gonna be free." He kicks his shoes off. He takes his pants down completely off, gets his legs out of them. As he's got them off and got one leg out into work and getting the other, that's when finally it kicks in. The teachers start responding, like, "Tyler, what are you?" And then he gets it off, and then he starts running off into the sandbox and shit in his socks, fucking nude, just mooned people. Like when he bent over to get his feet out and shit of his pants, he mooned people, shook. Like there was 2 girls there. One of them girls that was my best friend that became a nurse. She said when Tyler did that, the adults started going, saying his name, like calling him by his whole name. I, uh, our other friend that's a girl, A, all screamed and said, we screamed and went, "Ew." And the boy, she's like, all the guys basically, from Eric to the ones who's out there, Russ, they all straight up just laughed. They just laughed. And he gave them a chase. Like one was chasing after him while the other grabbed his clothes. Then another finally went after him too. They got him. They tried to keep him, like cover one hold him while, stand in front of him. facing our direction, have him face away. One brought the clothes over there, and then the other two, they all kind of like stand around him in a circle. They said, "Put this on." And then they was basically holding his hand, walking him back. They said, "You just got yourself suspended, sir, young sir. Your parents are gonna be so upset." It's shit. They're like, "You're gonna get bad grades on the day you miss, because these will not be excused. I can't imagine what they will punishing you to do at home." That's what they were saying, basically. I remember hearing. And I got out there and I was like, I always miss the crazy shit, but I'm glad. I said, it don't matter. I didn't say crazy shit, but I said, I always miss the crazy stuff. That's how we was talking back then. But from all those stories that I can fluently remember like that younger, there's all the millions, billions refs that I can't, thousands, hundreds refs I can't. I can't, remember my cousin and me walked down into the kitchen. My dad's down there in the living room with my cousin's father, who was also my cousin, and my dad's. He's like my second cousin, my dad's first cousin, and his kids were also, I guess they were my second or third cousins, what have you. Josh walked in, he's like, "Ian, look." And I look at the TV and I see just a naked woman, first time ever. We're so young, and Josh is laughing. He's like, "Be careful." I think he said something to the effect of, "Be careful." Like, I don't, we might have been like just 8 or 9. I don't know. But I want to think or recall he said something to the effect, "Be careful. You're gonna, you're gonna turn hard down there, like, or turn your pee pee hard." So probably said shit like that. And I was like, "Oh, gross." I was at that stage still thinking. And at that time, we had made just a little too much. My dad turned around, saw us both. He said, "Hey, get out of here." And my cousin grabbed me. He said, "Come on." He said, "Ian, what are you doing?" And I was like, Josh was like, "Don't you?" I was like, "Josh told me to come here." And his dad, our cousin, he was like, "Joshua?" He said, "Ian's not lying, is he?" He said, "No, sir." He said, "All right." He's like, "Since you told me the truth, and dude, you do not want to get a spanking from his dad. He did the right thing by it. He knew better to answer truthfully because he already knew that he had believed." And my cousin gave me this look like, "What's wrong with you?" He's like, "They would eventually went back to what?" I was like, "But you did. You didn't tell me what it was." I was like, "I didn't know that was about to happen." And he's like, "Oh, get over it," type shit. I can't control how my subconscious mind feels about stuff in general. Like, I've got more than 3 9s in my energy. A person's energy or spirit is basically their name. Your name is spiritual. It was chosen by you before you were born. Your mother knew what to name you because as you were connected to her, your intent became clear and one with hers. It's supposed to. So she named you what you decided. You were able to decide what to be named, not simply freely. Not that it's not based on free will, but depending on your will, the type of name you can have. There's a reason my last name doesn't have certain letters, and that's because my will from my last incarnation from my last life was not entirely negative, nor was it fully positive. I didn't cause any major negative effects on society as a whole. However, on the other hand, at the same level, I did not seize any chances or dreams to leave a lasting impact on future generations. I did go out of my way for others, though, even when they weren't deserving, and I knew it because I have a good heart. My mom told me, it, and this may seem fucked up, but my mother told me this. Ian, women are not all women. And she's like, God, I pray that you just get blessed and you do the right thing and choose the right woman that is not going to do any of the bad stuff women can do to guys. I'm like, she was like, a lot of women, Ian, straight up, only want you. You know, they may end up liking having sex with you. So I'm not saying that they don't like you, but a lot of them is especially starting out, um, after a certain point when reality hits them like, you know, they, we think in ways, she said, at least and from what I've seen, women agree, like, we think in terms of patterns of what we can do and that will bring the best, or we try to. Don't always work, I guess. And I said, well, what do you, like, I don't think I understand, but basically, my mom said that if you make it to 30 and you don't get accidentally by 100% your own fault, not, like, not the woman, she's like, be wary if, she said, you should wear a condom. She said, I don't care if it's like the third time or whatever. She said, you should wear one unless you're for sure going to be with that person forever. She said, because once that thing comes off, she said, it's just Russian roulette. She's like, some people will claim you can stop and pull out before. She's like, that's never for sure. And I said, I was like, I really don't want to hear this with you, Mom. She's like, well, you better. She's like, and you better make sure to always bring your condom. Don't ever ask for any. She's like, I knew girls that straight up, and I didn't even ever think of this. And she's like, it's true. She's like, they, one of her girlfriends told her, I got this guy pregnant, and the great thing about it is, like, he really likes me, but she's like, I really, she's like, I don't have a lot of common with him. He is a little bit too much older for me. She said, but he's secure and stuff, and I know he could be at least a good dad. She's like, I just gotta play a certain part for a few months, period. And then right before, you know, I was like, you mean basically telling me like she only planned to have a kid with him to make sure to get, she's like, not just child support, but, she played the part like she liked him too. They got married. But just as soon as they got married, when she had that baby, boom, hits him with a divorce. And I, man wasn't smart enough, didn't get a prenup. So I was like, damn. And she's like, if a woman doesn't want to do that, then if they're not trying to get you pregnant, she said, you may have one that's just trying to date, but even ones that aren't trying to do that, she said, a lot of them think out for themselves. And I said, this is just depressing. I was like, why are y'all like that? She's like, because, and she said, we are females. Your sex is the males. No matter what people say, feminism, stuff like that, women want men to, she said, this is coming from your mother and from my experience. She said, I'm telling you, women want men to be assertive, you know, dominant, to an extent, not to a crazy psycho possessive extent. Uh, I said initiative. Every now and then we'll do something that usually is expected by the woman, but the guy does it for her too, so she doesn't have to do it that one time. You know, my mom was like, when I was growing up, even though I knew a lot of women that was doing that, I knew that I didn't have, one, she's like, I didn't have a desire to do that. And two, I knew that I wasn't going to end up finding some rich guy. I didn't believe it. So she's like, I knew I had to work. And she worked and she, she went into school, only worked part time, but then some in between then ran into my dad, started getting uh, involved with him. And when she's pregnant and she found out, one day I'll get clarity and ask her to clarify this, but she'd swore that my dad asked, are you going to take care of it? You know, and that he said it was a mistake, He just got out of marriage and he liked her, but it'd be too quick. And I was like, damn, my dad tried to have me killed. She's like, yeah, he really, you know. And she said, and I've never tried to get child support from your dad. She said, if you would have lived with me and I would have won that court case, she said, I would have, but I would only gone for the minimum. She's like, but while you were there living with me, once you got there and said you wanted to decide to stay, and I told them I wasn't bringing you back, I didn't ask them for any money. So she ended up quitting her job at Platinum Plus because she felt ashamed. She felt it was the cause that she lost me. So the guilt ate her up and she quit the job. A lot of you might be saying, well, that's good for her. She should have. It was degrading to begin with. I know, but at least back then, at the one she worked at, there wasn't people coming in there with camera phones uploading freely. They wouldn't probably even allow today that to happen. Uh, Not that it probably couldn't. I'm just saying they try to not allow it. Let's see, what else? Oh, it didn't end up on the internet. She didn't do any actual sex. The only embarrassing thing, uh, kind of low thing that she would have to do, of course, is strip. That's it. Like I said, she wasn't doing it when we first got there. Boyfriend wasn't didn't like the idea at first or anything. She explained to him the bills. She explained what he's said out of his own mouth he can only be able to contribute. He said, I'll add some more. He said, but he finally said at the end, like, all right, he's like, but I want to check it out and stuff. But if it's not safe, forget it. We'll figure something out. He said, but my mom was making enough money that even though he was contributing more, so she didn't have to pay as much on the bills, she was able for the first time in her life to save money. And she did. She bought me school supplies, like I said, the Nike shoes. I mean, I had everything I could, pretty much want. The only thing is, Mimi ended up coming back to stay with us for a little while, visit. And it kind of was settled randomly, like she was going to stay, help out since mom does work late at nights and a lot. Um, that away, don't have to waste money on a sitter. Um, so my Mimi came. One night, I think my mom may have gotten a little tipsy, something. Argument started and broke out. My Mimi, wanting to get away from it, took me into my room and locked the door. My mom, being arrogant and, messed up, intoxicated, banging on the door, like, this is my house. You gonna lock my fucking door? Mimi said, Leslie, she said, don't bother and do this in front of the boy. She said, if you come in here, she's like, I don't want to have to. She's like, but I will. You're not gonna scream and yell and get in my face or his face. She's like, you're scaring the mess out. And she was. She was really scaring the shit out of me. Well, mom ends up calling the cops. And Mimi said, that's fine. That's great. She's like, I'll have to use them to get out of here. So when they do show up, my mom goes out to talk to them. They finally come in there. Mimi opens the door. She's like, she explains it all to them. They can pretty much tell. And they basically keep the peace, let my Mimi get her stuff. Mimi says bye to me. She walks down there. Once she gets out of there, like they start to walk off and leave. And, my mom's like, there's really nothing else. Like, can I please try to talk to my mom a little bit? If she's leaving, she's leaving. And he said, yeah, y'all don't get in, don't arguments or nothing. And my mom tried talking with her a little bit more at the car as she's in the car getting set about to leave out. And I mean, I remember asking Mimi, she's like, I just told your mom. I said, I did all I could do, Leslie. She's like, you've gotten this way before. She's like, I know you don't get to that way all the time, but when you do, she's like, you drive me a nervous wreck. I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna go crazy and end up hurting you or something and go into jail. And, she's like, I want to be here for him, but if he wants to be here with you, I understand that, but I cannot be anymore. And she left. That was Valentine's Day. What day before yesterday was? 2001. However, when my Mimi got back, that's when the other side of my family got creative. Being that that's my mom's mother, her own flesh and blood, who just had to move back to her house in Missouri because she couldn't deal with my mom's emotional swings sometimes and stuff. Um, my dad and grandparents went and talked to her and they said, look, we get it. She wants to be a mother and, all that. But, or you would just tell us what you know and if it, like, and my Mimi straight up always said, well, she's not much of a mother, just like your son ain't much of a father. You want to know the truth of what I think? He should be with y'all too. He should. I would say I would love for him to be with me. He could if, God forbid, there was nothing else. But I know y'all two will keep him active and stuff. And she just, she's, drinking sometimes. And she talked about all those issues with my mom. And when she gets in these mood swings, she scared him. She scared him. And when she saw him crying, my mom actually like got up in my face and said, "Oh, you're upset and crying now? When I don't know why. You basically caused this argument between us. It's all because of you." And my Mimi was like, "Are you out of your mind? He didn't do anything. Well, he said he wanted to watch something with you, and I asked him what about me, and he you know he hurt me with the way he looked. And my Mamie said, "Well, imagine if this is how you always act. I probably wouldn't." I was like, "I don't blame him." And she was like, "Oh, she'd just go." My mom had bad moods, especially when she'd use or something, and then she'd smoke and. She must have smoked marijuana sometimes, but my mom would close the door back there, try to ventilate it through a fan, whatever. Some would seep through. I remember smelling something different and strange. And I remember my Mimi saying, you smoke cigarettes in the house with him, that's one thing, but then you gonna smoke that other too. She's like, I keep it all back here. She's like, it don't matter. Like, it comes through. And basically, Mimi said, she makes good enough money to take care of them, but the fact is she don't know how to take care of him and be a love and support mom for her. She takes things way too, and that is true about mom and me because of our names. She thinks always somebody, uh, is planning to do something that hadn't happened yet, but planning to do something specific, whatever the pattern or trigger is. They haven't done it, and they really aren't planning to, but she thinks they're planning to. And when that happens, all it takes is almost anything and start going off like diarrhea at the mouth and It's insane, but you know, she just could not. She was not ready to parent, and even though she did make the right money, like uh, I don't fault my Mimi and my other family members for not wanting me to be there because number one, like something could end up happening or coming there I could be exposed to. Two, um, I mean, I'd stayed with her and grown up there and things went a certain way. Like, can you imagine, I run into or someone from school, like, goes around, I got bullied that, like, my mom works at Platinum or did at one time, what have you. Uh, After she lost me and she did quit that job for good, she went on to work at the casinos, Tunica, because it's a big company, a lot of opportunity, right? When she went up there for any opening type of interview, like any position. Normally, she's probably looking for like hostess, whatever, and that's what she asked about. She asked about hostess. She asked about doing gaming. She said she was interested in doing a lot of stuff and her skills in hotel management. She's like, I know I'd have to learn some stuff, but she's like, the skills I got in managing a hotel, um, she's like, I know how to be organized, and once I've got something learned, its process, I can keep it going. She's like, I was the only one they relied on for as long as they did, just me by myself, and not just managing the thing, but running the front desk. She even had to do some of the cleaning up and take care duties because the custodian that would do it and the repairman, they would come regularly and do the stuff regularly, but on the weekends, they had to be off. So on the weekends, it was always the worst on my mom because she literally was doing everything in that bitch on the weekends. Every fucking thing going 90 miles a minute. And then she finally said, if I'm going to do all this stuff, I've got to have somebody else work the desk. And they basically made those guys, they let them take off some of the weekend, but they had to come in enough to do all the main stuff to where she could focus on up at the desk and everything. But they'd still get some time off to where she's like, I'd have to do stuff like change coffee and different things, turn that off, turn this system on for the next day, set things up for the breakfast. Oh, and check all the trash around, and if anything, was too much or whatever and needed to be dumped and go ahead and do it. That's what they would. And I gotta say, I want to say something like, I can't wait to be able, like, we've been planning this trip, me and two friends. I'm not gonna go into a whole lot of details, but they got, always, their family has always had guns. They got their very first gun just a couple years back, and they've added a second addition to it, and now they've just added a special type of long gun. They won't reveal what kind it is, but they said it's a very, very fun kind, very expensive kind. And it takes a lot of extra paperwork. Uh, has a tax stamp, so that's got me the most excited. This other guy that I know, this buddy of mine, he actually acquired the Nagant revolver, the only revolver that pushes the cylinder all the way. The cylinder and stuff is cut and shaped into a way that when you start to press the trigger, it has a mechanism attached with the trigger that causes the cylinder to move and create a seal with the barrel for the bullet. Whatever bullet is lined up with the barrel, the the bullet and cylinder is lined up and has a solid, you know, gas seal. So when you fire the gun, it will, go through there. Basically, like this is one of the revolvers where technically, by having if you were to accidentally somehow, and only in some awkward way, have your other hand or a finger or something in front of the revolver cylinder, as long as it's not in front of the barrel, you're gonna be good because it makes a seal. Other revolvers fire whatever bullet's lined up with the barrel. Yes, it's gonna go through straight through the barrel, but since there's no seal, when it fires and the ignition hits, stuff is gonna spray down 360 all the way, and it can come out. And if you have your finger in front of one of those, they've done it with hot dogs, and the hot dog has gotten shredded up, whatever you like, burnt up and shit. Yeah, you don't put your finger in front of those. So the Nagant, and he said he's going to be getting a silence report before we do this trip, so he has it to bring. Um, he said that's the hardest part is finding one of those right now. He's found some, but they're just ridiculously high. But he needs a silence report so then we can silence it and shoot that bad boy because you're supposed to be able to shoot that thing an insane amount of distance. Uh, and having the silencer, I mean, that'd just be awesome. I've never been able to shoot a gun at the range with that's suppressed. I shouldn't even be say silencer. That's a gun etiquette no. That's a noob term. Not silencer, suppressor. So basically, I've never been able to shoot a suppressor, but it will be cool to be able to shoot something and not need ear protection. Okay, my mic shit. Yeah, it's working now. I made the mistake, guys, of talking. My mic was unmuted. It must have ended up going muted because, see, I forget that when a headset goes out and I switch, it mutes me. And, or maybe I wasn't. I don't know, guys. I apologize if I started and then I fell out. Look, I'm not a perfect streamer, alright? If I had a room where I could set up a desk and set up, you know, a straight chair, maybe lean back some, not a whole lot, not too comfortable, comfy, but not too comfortable to where I could just, sit. Because I'm the type, I can be sitting up on, if the couch is comfortable, chair, hell, even if it's a chair without a lot of cushion, if it's comfortable enough and at the right angle and I'm tired, I can go to sleep. Now, I have not fallen asleep, but apparently you guys might have been here for a while without hearing anything and wondered, well, he must have nodded out. I didn't. Hold on. I worded it that all content, videos, audio, and image, I want copyrighted that covers. Okay, somebody is saying that you can copyright your entire YouTube channel, but you're not really copyrighting the channel so much, the mark and the brand. But this person is saying that they worded it when they filed that they um, basically, you know, we all think that everybody else. It seems like I've been noticing a pattern, whether it's Paula comparing and talking about uh, her old friends that she feels betrayed her, Filthy, Fusion, so on and so forth. There's Miss Cassie, or whether it's, for example, oh shit, think. Oh, fuck, I can't think. I tell you what, the other ones would be like the people that listen to people when they apologize. One moment. I gotta switch. Apologize about the interruptions and stuff, but remember, and please don't take it personal that the comments were not read. If any of you said hi or anything important, I will eventually read it at the end of the stream. I'll look from top to bottom. They should all be loaded. I won't miss one of them. If you said anything that was urgent and I haven't seen it, I apologize. I committed myself tonight to only doing things a certain way because I didn't want to get distracted. Now we're going to get to the end, which is more the relevant for the YouTube stuff. Beginning and the middle part was just a lot of storytelling. A lot of it might have seemed boring to folks. That's the thing. All these people that hate me and stuff, don't like me. They say that they don't want to give me any promotion or attention. They say no pew pew for the Jew. They say no something for the kike, no money for the kike, no views for the kike. Anti-Semitism is real nice. And even if they say that shit and try to walk it off with, oh, well, we're saying that, but we're not really anti-Semitic. We're anti against believing or going along that he's Semitic because he's not. So that's why we call him that stuff. So since he's not a Jew, it's not really anti-Semitism. That is so much trampoline mind. That is so much mental gymnastics and jumping jacks to dance around bad behavior and excuse it because of technicalities. No, I'm not Semite by blood. Never said I was. If I was, I would have had a bar mitzvah. I would know probably, if not how to speak Hebrew fully, speak or read it good enough to the point that I could study the Quran. Then again, I could be one of them lazy Hebrew Jewish kids that just only know some letters or something. I'm sure there's some of them that don't really give a shit. But no, I'm not. I was always fascinated with the Jewish faith and religion, especially when a church I went to in Nashville, that I actually was brought to, my dad went to, was very involved in Israel and did a lot of sermons over Israel and different things. And more, like I had questions about, well, how come in the Old Testament we were told not to eat certain things, but then God supposedly told Paul, aka Saul, that what the Lord has made is not unclean because of the new covenant. You know, the old ways and laws are gone. That's all interesting to me. But see, Jewish people, whether they're Orthodox, well, Orthodox especially, but if they're not Orthodox, like you can have Jewish people that don't follow everything strict, but they do for sure, like don't eat pork and certain things. And then there's Jewish people that eat pork. Like they're not Orthodox, they don't follow it. They're Jewish by blood. I even know some Jewish by blood people, and their parents were ultra Orthodox Jewish, like to the point that they're buried in an all Jewish cemetery. And I asked them about that. I said, why did it have to be all Jew? And as an innocent question, I asked a mentor, a friend of mine, I said, all Jewish though? I said, Can I ask a question without offending you? There's a reason I thought. And he said, ask the question. I'm sure if you ask it in a way that's, if you ask something that's non-offensive, nobody will take it offensive, even if it's delicate. And I said, did you say he was born in or buried in a Jewish home, right? He said, that's right. He wouldn't eat pork, unlike, you and your mom. He's like, that's right. I said, and he observed the faith pretty religiously. He's like, well, I'm sure he didn't do every single thing that an Orthodox Jewish person is supposed to do every day, every week, every month, every year. But for the most part, yes. And I said, okay, my question is, it's a little sensitive. I said, the Jewish only cemetery thing. I said, you're not going to be buried there then, huh? He's like, no. And I was like, and his wife is buried in a regular cemetery with Christians. He said, that's correct. I was like, I guess I just don't understand. He said, well, those were his wishes, you know? And it's not that my mother didn't like the fact that me and my mom hated we were Jews. We just, I don't know what can you say. My dad, he said, my dad wasn't the type to make anybody, you know, follow or do things his way, even religion, even whether it was me or my mom. And he would expect us to join him on certain festivities and things that were Jewish related. And he said, and we did, of course, we always did, you know. Uh, he said, whenever he saw us, he said, we never would really eat anything that was technically unclean that he didn't eat, especially when we ate with him. He said, but one time we were eating a sandwich, and I think it was pastrami or something. He said, basically, it has pork in it, And it was me and my, it was at where they were working. He worked with his mom. Well, his dad came by just to check things out and stop and say hi. He saw that they were eating, and he said, like, I'm actually a little hungry. And he said to his wife, let me have a bite. What is that? Roast beef? And she said, no. She said, hon, you won't, you can't eat this. And he said, I'll never forget. My dad, his eyes widened up and he said, but you're eating it. He's like, it's one thing not to, he said to both of us, he said, both of you two, it's one thing not to observe the Sabbath. He said, it's one thing to maybe, use bad language once in a while. He said, but it's another thing entirely to eat something that which God himself deemed unclean. He's like, you know, he said, how could you do that? Oh, and I said, well, why do you do it? He said, I guess we just don't believe it. Don't believe it's as important. Do they say the reason why it's unclean? He said, no, who knows? I mean, I think it has to do with the fact that a pig is a very filthy animal. But, all animals are not as hygienic as humans, he said. But they all, when they get slaughtered, they get washed and cleaned. And, so I really don't see he said maybe in older times, eating a certain type of animal was more dangerous because they were filthier conditions. But nowadays, he said they don't do hardly anything like they used to do it in the old days now with mass farms and everything. But initially, man, like, and then on to the pros. Like, for instance, I have it's not about being flip floppy. That's not what it is, and it's not about uh having doubts or second thoughts. It's called consciousness. It basically, I don't like, I don't feel right over the fact that I don't feel right over the fact some of the I don't feel proud. Okay, I am not fucking proud of myself. I feel like I'm down in the dirt, getting dirtier, and I'm wrestling with a bunch of other people in the dirt, and I don't even want to be wrestling with y'all. But y'all don't want to stop. Like, I could fucking tap out, and y'all would still fucking uh be like, "Oh no, motherfucker, you can tap out all you want, but we never stop it." Like, I mean, god dang, dude, how long are you really willing to keep this up? I told you guys all from the get go before you ever saw me get, like, as you call it, gangster squizzy or mad or telling them off. Like, before you see me do any of that shit or anything that's close to or on the borderline of joking, clapping back, trolling, when you saw that happen, didn't it take a shitload to happen? Yeah, it did. Even when I was making videos on Cammy or on Johnny with Cammy, I believed wholeheartedly everything that was being not. Now, if I had seen a disclaimer saying that the stuff on here may be entertainment and only fictional purposes only, we leave everything up to the imagination and like to create a fantasy driven environment for a guest and audience to see the story in the ways they wish to see it and other ways other people can't see it. Like if it said some shit like that every time something started, then I might just, email somebody like can be like, hey, by the way, is this stuff just all fiction? Like we just pretending to get to this bastard, like to try to bully him or something? If she were to have told me, yeah, that's exactly what this is, Square. Not that I was even smart enough then or, even experienced enough and been here long enough to know that, to be able to ask something like that. But she started telling me about Durkee and shit and to check him out at who Scooter was. And she said, I'm going to tell you this right now, boy. She's like, you want to expose me? You want to put my shit out when you don't even still fucking understand, she said, what exactly happened? I tell you one thing, and just because I tell you one thing, and then later on I say, hey, there's an update. What this is what actually happened. Well, I can't help it. That's happened, Square. I don't know who was that made that call. I told you that I believed, but was not for sure that it was Gotcha Man. I was like, yeah. And then later on, you said, oh, it was 100% Gotcha Man. She's like, where did I say that? I did not say that. I was like, you didn't say it in text. You said it over the phone later after the text messages. I was like, we can go back to that night. The text messages will show when the text messages were, and then I could screenshot the phone calls, and you will see that after you texted back at this time, immediately just 2 minutes later after I saw it, I decided to call you. You answered. We talked for about 35 minutes, and then when we hung up, literally a minute, two, three at the most afterwards, after hanging up, you texted me and said, glad, good talk. Glad we got things more sorted out. I told you, like, when I find out more, I will let you know. She was like, I understand that, you put out basically false information. I have too. She said, hell, I started it. It's more on me than it is really you. She's like, you're not even really getting that much. And I was like, bullshit, I'm not. Because, see, at that point, the people that would end up become trolls, I was just getting a lot of criticism then. Hell, I got this phone call with Fusion I found that I recorded. It's in the fall, near the fall time of 2022. And he's talking about, oh, no, I'm trying to find out who's fucking with us because blah, 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 blah. I was like, dude, if it was me, I'd just say me. I was like, well, what about that buddy troll, that you've been doing? And you're like, man, I don't know what you're talking about, a buddy troll. Like, dude, it's so crystal clear looking at this shit now. But now I see why when this happened, I looked at it and I pretended to have the mind. I was like 2022 mind. And the next thought I had before I hit play was pre YouTube. I hit play and I'm listening to this phone conversation, what you're saying back and shit. And at the end of it, the only thing I can think of, without all the new YouTube stuff and knowledge being known, I would have thought, number one, this guy is acting way too close and friendly from the internet. Number two, he talked about trolling and stuff, but now he's trying to make me think there's some situation going on. We need to get to the bottom of it. But he swears he's not trolling, even though I didn't even know what trolling was till just now recently. And there's a lot of stuff that indicates he is a troll. Like, and you're probably thinking, well, okay, at that point, why didn't you see it? Why didn't you just block him and not talk to him anymore? It's not that I, kept talking. Well, why I first talked to him that first year was because he kept screaming so loud how he was legit a real friend. Like, he didn't ever buddy troll. They all say fucking that. But, I mean, there's plenty of streams out there. It's just the problem of which one, where there's plenty of times people have acknowledged and straight out pointed out the buddy trolls that these fuckers have done. It was bringing up the fucking peace talks. And when they was getting into it with Menace one time, because Menace came up on my panel and was talking shit about them real, without any prior planning, them knowing it was a buddy troll. He's like, oh, it's a buddy troll. And they're like, well, everybody loves to say it's a buddy troll whenever they get caught doing some sideways shit, but you don't even know us, and you was talking some mad hardcore shit about us over there. And let's say you are buddy trolling. What about the people that see his live and see you there like that? Like, then anytime they're gonna think you're being for real. And he said, and then anytime, he said, when they come around here or you, they're gonna be asking like, what's up with that video? And then you're gonna have to re-explain it over and over again. You can make a video address, and there'll still be people that come and ask. And that's why I said, okay, and that's why this wrench shit, I'm going to see. They've been loving to use it as a weapon simply because they know that a wrench does show the whole point you two making it. Look, a wrench is not just a tool or a little blue thing that makes your name blue. A wrench is a status in a chat that basically says, either this person is a close friend and is a part of the creative team on the channel and appears on the channel, or they are a very good friend, not close friend, but good friend from the chat and other channels, so forth. They might even have a channel of their own, and they have a wrench to help moderate the chat. They don't have a wrench to identify them as special, because everybody in the chat, even people without a fucking wrench, are special. But when you have alt accounts, different things too, and people that like to copy other people's channel, this is one way to know. Like, as long as you're sure the account you wrench is the real person, which you should double check and verify through more than one way to make sure, then you really got nothing to worry about. And they love to say and tell people, especially if I go to a channel and I get a wrench and they're like, "Oh, you really got the controls like you're showing." They're like, "Hey man, if they come in here, feel free to block them shit. Like, it's not like they've been here before. Like, shit, they'd only be coming to mess with you. Oh, okay, bet I'll block them. I block them, right? But here's the pitfalls with that. As I block more and more, as you know, I blocked two, three, maybe in all of just 3 minutes. I only blocked three. Those three were gone for about a minute and a half after the block, and then right around the 2 minute mark, like one channel says something, 2 more minutes, another one, and a minute and a half later, another one comes in. Basically, them three channels I just blocked, them fucking same fuckers are right back in the channel under an alt name. I mean, hell, even have subscribers mode turned on. They will sit there and watch that shit, hate watch it, and then all of a fucking sudden, they will proclaim that, I just can't, like, oh, man. I can. All the times I've had, a lot of those were one time because I've had the pleasure, and some of those people I did just meet very quickly, but some of them, even though I met them quickly, like we dated for a little bit, and more than one, like I took this one woman to Alabama back when I was in Nashville when I had a Pontiac G5. The vehicle that I was in when I had my wreck later on, this would be maybe a year and a half or two later. Before that, back in 2013, 2014, before 2015, 2016, I had essentially worked at a call center, and she was working there. And when I went outside to get a break, which I vaped, but I would also go outside and I had a couple blunts for her because I was just rebellious like that. Like I would smoke blunts. Like if I knew that there was no one around and this big of a parking lot, being in the car, I could get behind the car. I said, man, ain't nobody going fucking. And I got in there, I started smoking. She just came up to my window one day and knocked, and I had like put it down real fast, and I rolled the window down. I was like, hey, she's like, man, I see you and I smell it. Man, let me. I was like, I just smiled and let her in. I rolled the window up. I told her my name. I said, what's your name? And she told me her name. Um, she lived alone in an apartment, by herself. She was 36. Well, no, she was 34. That's right. She was 34 years old at the time. I was, shit, so I was 20 years old. I was just 20 years old, going on 21, coming up next June. So basically, I smoked that with her, and I told her I was like, I've been vaping, but I was like, sometimes I don't mind a cigarette every once in a while. I was like, can I have one? And I was like, wait, do you smoke menthols? And she said I do, but I also smoke. She said I also smoke these blacks, these Marlboro blacks, and I was like, the red. She was like, yeah. I was like, I like those. She said, I got some of those. She said, don't be hating on my menthols. She's like, that's She's like, damn. She's like, you just met. You're already being racist toward me. And I said, what? I was literally like fucking like I thought. Bro, I heard that in my mind. I didn't even think about her tone or the fact that she did smirk a little bit, but then she's good. She went back to serious. She did smirk. I had to think of, I didn't register it at first, but when I was focused in, she had, right after smirking, she went back to like a serious face, like, really? I said, "Well," I said, I started just fucking stumbling all over my words. And I said, look, I was like, my brother always smoked cools, menthols growing up. And when I wanted a cigarette around him, I'd either take one of them and deal with it. I was like, and hell, I even bought them and smoked them myself for a little bit. I said, I'm not hating on menthol. I was like, I just prefer non-menthol. And she said, I'm joking with you. She's like, but it is true though. She's like, we love menthol cigarettes. I was like, shit, y'all ain't everybody do. And we kept talking, and she ended up telling me about her child, how she was trying to talk to her and help her and tell her sense, but she keeps following her heart. She's like, she keeps following her heart, but she's not using her head and taking and using her head with it. She's like, she's just up and abandoning everything she was doing and building. And I'm like, once you go, that shit cannot come back. Especially with how you go, you just keep going and going MIA. Um, she actually asked me. She said, she's not too far off from your age. She asked me how old I was again. She said, "Gosh, you baby." No, she's like, she said she's actually your age or a year older than you. Uh, she's like, well, we won't tell her that. He's like, because she said you mature for your age. So not then, but we went back in because break was short. But later on, we got done. I got her desk when I got done. She oh shit, damn, God, golly, fucking cold as a motherfucker. Anyways, I got to her desk and she's, oh shit, damn, I can't even get through my store. She said, don't run off. She needed to go talk to the boss. I said, you know what, I do too, actually, because I had thought of a question or two. I was really new there compared to her. I was like, I asked her walking there. I said, hey, I said, what's the way to win with him? She said, shit, he just wants you to know that you got results. She said if you're lucky to get someone on the phone and you do and talk how you're supposed to, and you can keep them on there, that is just gonna overjoy him more. He said, but he's cool and fine with even if every damn single one of them is a cold call, or they tell you they can't talk right now, or maybe they talk, but it's just for, you know, it doesn't pass the mark. Like, we want to at least have them on the phone at minimum for 3 minutes. You have them on the phone for 3 minutes, you get just a regular check mark. If you have them on the phone for 6 minutes, you get a check mark that would be like I don't know, like a bigger check mark, but like more effects around it and shit. I can't really describe it. And if you happen to have them on the phone, that's the last go up besides this one. If you have them on the phone at least 12 minutes or more, and you keep that one big check mark you got for the first two, and then you end up getting basically a star after the check mark. And the star basically means you got, in other words, you earned enough for a check mark, and then you earned a ultimate check mark by having a call. You know, that's basically how you get that. Otherwise, it would just be it'd be a little bit of a different symbol if it didn't have both of those. So you kind of like got two birds with one stone type deal. But she talked to me for a second. I played it out, and then I went inside and I said, I'd asked him. I waited till the end, but at the end I asked him about pay, and he told me, and I said, okay, great. I was just wanting to know, so I have it in my head. I was like, I told him how I did today. I was like, I was able to keep somebody on the phone for 4 minutes 55 seconds. I was like, but everything else was voicemail, cold call, hang up on me pretty quick. Uh, no matter how pleased I was. And he's like, how many did you do? And I said, I ended up doing approximately, on that first day, I did, oh, 48. I mean, probably literally almost 20 to 25 of those were automatic voicemails. Maybe another 10 or 15 or so sometimes would answer, and I would say hello, and then they'd hang up. And if they didn't do that, they would answer and say, I'm busy right now, hang up. And then the rest of them would answer. They'd stay on the phone for just maybe, barely a minute or so and say to call them back later. And they would tell me like one thing about one player I would get down usually. But a lot of them wouldn't even do that. They would just say, call you back. So it's just dead, dead, dead. But I got one call. It was on there 4 minutes 55 seconds. He told me about his quarterback. He told me about athlete. I was like, you got an athlete coach. That was a line that they told us to use. I didn't even know what that shit meant at first when I'm like, they're all athletes. No, 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 no. Athlete in that sense, and coaching language, what have you, football, especially anyone, means like he's a natural, talented, uh, gifted player, does the right thing nearly 99% of the time, almost flawless. That is the athlete. They're not imperfect. It don't mean they can't sometimes fail. But those times are few and far between, and they give them plenty of insight to look into. those would be the players get down because the reason why I got a great chance fucking basically ended up getting a bonus because I turned in the most potential scout candidates. If you find an athlete, you get all their confirmation, everything they need, and they're on the phone for at least a minimum of set time limit, just 3 minutes, so 4 minutes, 5 minutes past that, or longer. Uh, you get everything done, of course, and confirmed. That is an automatic confirmation that will go and will make sure to be like ahead of any other player before on that team that they will look at his position, everything else, stats, and then look at basically your phone call that you had, and even listen to it if they want, or read the transcript. And then it might be like just a couple months out before football season starts again. So what they decide to do after reading your stuff and getting to know everything, they try to call the athlete directly. That doesn't work. They call the coach. The coach will work just fine, but there's nothing wrong with them calling the athlete directly because there's some, I don't know, because people ask questions about it. How did we have not just parents' number? Like a lot of the times, not every time, but every now and then, and it would seem to be especially with a very gifted player. So I guess because they're gifted, they've been approached already, and somewhere they got them to do that because regular players a lot of the times would never have a phone number. There would be a house number, but you may go, probably not going to reach. And your goal wasn't to try to talk to the athlete or the student. It's just that by them having a number, whenever if you get that sent in as a possible pick, the person that's gifted, the upper part, the next row of staff that makes contact, who will contact not just the coach but the parents, they, depending on how they roll, this is what I heard from my boss. He said sometimes they will call directly the student first, and they basically, promise and promise and, make things sound real great, which it is a good opportunity, don't get me wrong. He said, but, they want to get the student first because they want the student to make his mind up, just in case the coach or parents ever push back. He said, because that's always a possibility. He said, but if the student wants it, he said, he knows it's a very good chance that they'll change their mind if they do have an objection of mine. And I said, after he got done saying that, I said, corporate America, eh? He said, hey, man, it's here. It's been going. You either get on the train and, uh, partake in the fruits of your labor, or you get off and complain. He said, be broke. And I said, I know that's right. He laughed. He's like, good man, good man. He's like, all right, well, y'all did a good day, and because she was still hanging out the door. We go out there, and she said, yeah, make sure don't ever call anyone else other than that coach, though. She said, because I promise you, she's like, I done seen it twice. They will fire you. And they didn't even mean to, you know what I mean? Like, just been looking at the computer all day. Like, they even were calling and asking about. But, and some of them tried to not say anything, like it didn't happen. They would just apologize, what have you not. But apparently every day they checked the log, and if one of the numbers that was called was not the coach, like, it's going to come up as that. That's how it got their ass. She said they got called into the office just the next day. It's like it didn't take no time. Like, she said, I guarantee you they sent him an email, called him, and told him what happened, sent him the file, and you know. And the thing is, if that happens, she said, if they had went to him yesterday and told him what happened and gave him a transcript of the call, which showed what you said, and you were very polite. You apologized, like you were, and the line is to say, and this is for another reason actually, but they use it for this. You basically say, I was calling about a promotion that has to do with another promotion. The fuck am I saying? I was trying to get a hold of somebody else about oh, what's the word? If you accidentally get the parents or the athlete themselves, you accidentally, like a dumbass, grab the wrong number or click it and send the wrong number by the mouse to the phone because our internet, our phones are connected to our computer and shit. So it's basically say, hello, is this? You'll automatically be thinking to say hello, is this? And you'll say, because it'll pop it up, the coach. And when you hear the older voice or the young voice, whichever person it's not supposed to be, you're supposed to say, excuse me very much. I was meant to be calling. I was supposed to be calling, I believe, is somebody else to do with a survey and promotion that deals with football games. I didn't actually mean to, something along those lines. I can't really remember exactly. It's been a long fucking time. If I could remember that script still, shit, I could get another job with them. I'll tell you what some of the name of the company was, or what. I'll tell you what. I'll give you one word, and I'll make the rest. All right. Think of it's essentially called Allegiance. Allegiance is the first one. And then simple term sports. Third word data. Allegiance sports data. Excuse me. Basically, there's some kind of company that has, I would imagine, some sort of contract. It's not with, it's not with NHL. It's not with the national, or not NHL, NFL. It's not NFL, but colleges. I believe it's colleges. Like, and I'm talking about like we had Vanderbilt is a very prestigious school in Nashville. A lot of good players from different sports come from there. Of course, so does Tennessee Vols. All of those teams are somewhat represented. That's a whole nother process. It's not like we're coming after specific team. Coming to them as the first step as an intermediary to get what their data is. Every year, whoever comes across the task and picks that person to call, they keep updating it. And then once they finally get to their senior year, instead of waiting um, until the beginning and then after football, you're still going to call after the end of football. It will. But still waiting until the beginning of football season. You're going to call them very early in the year, and they get a bunch of other information that has to do with, and they only get this call basically, and get another call after that, like before. Essentially, one of the basically one of the corporations that works with Collegiate is saying that they won't have because it's basically what do you call them, chaperones or sponsors that Collegiate brings. I don't know what I'm saying. It's softball. Anyway, Legion brings all of that doesn't really think, but whatever it is that the company I was part of basically helps uh, talk to coaches, good ranking. I mean, even if they're not a good ranking, even the worst ranking team can have a very skillful player that some college that's not going to get it might be a college that doesn't do that. But if he's a good player, college might do a little better. Not be the best. So, yeah, that's what ends up happening. Obviously, not all of them will be proven. Not just the athletes get recruited. There's a certain number of regular players that they really good high record. They also have to have like not a bad disciplinary report, good grades. If they have all that, and the coach speaks good, to the phone interview. So then they basically will be sent something. And the next thing that will happen with that is they'll get the coach from the school, get on the call with three-way family, and talk about parents asking what they want to sponsor. This sponsor is also going to practice with the athlete, and they're going to essentially be representing. Like, I think they're usually supposed to be, if I remember what he said correctly, alumni. And if they're not alumni from a specific team, then they just didn't play in college. But, like I said, some of them end up, like, you might not, the young person may not ever end up choosing, like, Pittsburgh Steelers, but say they're sponsoring something Steelers alumni, or it's not won't be Steelers, it's national. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Say they're from they're a ball alumni, you know. They're gonna really try to talk, the person why they should, you know, try to get sponsored by ball. being the person to be, if they're alumni, then they're a real good sponsor to have, you know, if you want to get into this. Now, if you don't want to get into school, like, it's going to be a little awkward trying to use somebody that went to bought the school, Tennessee Balls, Tennessee State, whatever the fuck it is. Um, but say you want to join the freaking, um, was it the Arkansas Redskins or Pigskins or I forgot. Mississippi State. What's the motto? What's the little think of it? I believe the phrase "sweet" is some part either at the beginning or ending or something. But let's see. Well, Mississippi State. So, Ole Miss. Another one. Oh, now I remember. Oh, hotty toddy looking ass. I'm fucking. I have friends from grade school, middle school, lifelong friends. I believe I have two more that was friends of my. They were mutual friends of my best friend from grade school and middle school. They went to school with him in high school, but anyways, they all went to Ole Miss, and he played football for Ole Miss. Although I don't know if it lasted more than just one season. I'm not. Here's the thing, I'm not important anymore. Talk to in his life. I haven't blown him up or nothing either. I haven't tripped on him. I haven't tried to call him, even though I'm sure his house number is the same. It's always been. I'm not gonna do that. Like, it's the 21st century. He checks his internet stuff. Eventually, sometimes, like, he's gonna ignore me. He's gonna ignore me. It is what it is. But when he was growing up, I can't think of one reason why he would. Like, he was one friend that, I mean, being the fact that he was born 3 days before me, we are both very, we're both Geminis, both born in the same Gemini one cycle, just days apart. It makes us very much alike in a lot of ways. And I'm telling you, it's no fucking wonder why sometimes, and like I said, this didn't happen 20 times. It didn't even happen like 15 times. But a few times it happened. The most memorable I can still think of is in what I told before. We both went to school one day. We didn't stay with each other the day before. We didn't, talk to each other about clothes or nothing. We didn't talk at all on the phone. I have recently moved to Kate to went to JCPenney's, what else? I don't know, just put a book out. I might want to what you call it? Vans. If not just Vans, then yeah, I think I'll now Journeys, I believe, is the shoe store. Whatever the shoe store is, that place. Went there and then ended up just that yeah, nobody hurt anyone and take that pain, not waste it, not just shake my fist at it, curse it. I will take that all built up inside my stomach. The intention, the prayer, Jesus Christ, God, intention, use to do what must be done. Must be done. Lord, thy soul, the flesh, flesh, friends, people that listen to them, listen to them. If no one listens to me, I'll know this. The odds of me having suffering, Jesus did. All is very, very, everyone else who's so my point is, the point is, I seriously sit here and think about it, seriously, because I can't think of one good goddamn reason why fuckity fuck you will just run her mouth telling people they need to be aware of consequences. They need to be careful who they bully and go after. Real life isn't cool. Don't talk to if you go real life. But why don't you cut off Paula? She's went real life. And don't give me the she asked it. She did, and I guarantee you, somebody can put her bad enough. She got known by somebody just the right person in her ear. She would go do some shit again. She'd feel even safer because she would just learn no touching mailboxes, no pounding,
harassing on the door or yelling and harassing. I mean, technically, it could be argued that if you just pull up to an address or a door or something, knock one time, what have you, maybe they open the door and you say something stupid and funny. Maybe you leave before they come and open the door. Maybe you don't get along. Maybe you just, I'm just talking shit. The point is, people get mad, blame the people that caused it. Poor bird trying to privacy strike. Poor bird trying to privacy strike. I got your privacy strike right here. Alright? Just listen here. That privacy strike, I'm gonna do just what the fuck you do, just what the fuck you do. I'm gonna edit it a little bit better, and I'm gonna release it again. Edit it better. So not even release it again. I'm gonna release something new. Okay? And you could try to privacy strike that. I promise you try that one. I'll figure out a way to fucking reply to it and tell them you're fucking full of shit. Because if you think you could identify somebody, even in the state that it's in, you crazy. Of course you can. Of course you yourself you can. But I mean, shit. There's smoke all over in front of you. There's fucking a mosaic blur in front of half your face. The only thing showing There was going to be a giveaway. Look, we're just a little bit early. I'll share with you best movie I saw and the most depressing, like almost fucking fate in the balance type shit, like not knowing what the fuck's happened. Like, bro, when I was in jail for nothing because of domestic violence, abuse, blackmail, after basically saying, I fucked this dude. I get taken into county. I'm sorry if you hear me eating. I get taken into county. Excuse me, but I am multitasking. It's late. I get taken into county. I get in there, of course. They make me do the stupid fingerprints. I'm like, man, they do it. He's like, we gotta do this every time. I'm like, well, hell, they got hard copies of them. They got digital copies. I was like, hell, I know you guys got my damn eye scan too from the damn real ID I got. He's like, you got a real ID already? I was like, yeah. He's like, I need to get one. I'm like, really? I'm like, shit, they done had them for a minute. He's like, I usually don't fly. I'm like, well, you can't leave the country either without it. Like, you can have a passport, but if you don't have a real ID, I'm not letting you on a plane and letting you leave the country. I don't know. You might be able to drive across one or the other, or both. I don't know. I think you have to have a real ID too.
They said that they were implementing that nationally. Let me see. When I got my license, they talked about it happening. My license was issued. I think this is a copy. June 7th, 2023. Surrey DMV. The Real ID Enforcement Day in Missouri is May 7th, 2025. This means that you cannot use your current Missouri issued driver's license or ID card until this date. Hold on. Okay. It means you can use it even if it's not a Real ID compliant, but only up until May 7th. A Real ID is a driver's license or ID card that meets federal standards for assessing federal facilities and boarding domestic flights. The Real ID Act was passed in response to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. The implementation of the Real ID Act was delayed multiple times, including due to the COVID-19 pandemic. How can I apply for a Real ID in Missouri? You can apply for one that's a compliant driver's license or non-driver's license at a license office. You just need to prove your identity, lawful status here, social security number, and Missouri residency. If you don't get a Real ID, you still need to present another acceptable form of identification to fly domestically, access federal facilities, and enter nuclear power plants. But you can't do that without a Real ID. Like, there's no other. The only other way to do it is if you had some type of government clearance or excuse or something. Beginning May 7th, residents of every U.S. state and territory will be required to present a Real ID, compliant driver's license or ID card or another form of ID accepted by the TSA to board federally regulated domestic flights. Yep. I know I got this before 2023. That's a reissue. I didn't take a test last year. I know that. This must be a spare, and it must have put the issue date from when I got this one. But I got this renewed. It's either 2021 or 2022. It's good till 2027. So I still got 2 more years. It's got the little star. It's Real ID compliant because I'm probably gonna go out the country. Shit, if I like it so much out there, I might not come back. You never know. I gotta eventually get away from these fucking trolls online. Like, I hate it, but one of these days I'm gonna have to abandon my channel. I may sell it if the price is right. You know, price is wrong, bitch. License to drive. If you need to travel by land or sea to Canada, Mexico, Bermuda, or the Caribbean, you got to get a passport card or book. Damn, you ain't gonna be able to get into a military base. Oh shit. How do I apply for real ID? Identity, birth certificate, lawful status, social security, proof of Missouri residency, 2 documents from different sources, voter registration, example, or utility bill, or some other mail, name change document. If you have it, do I need one? Yes, if you're flying domestically. Yes, if you're accessing federal facilities, military bases, federal courthouses, entering nuclear power plants. Yes. Driving, no. Voting, registering to vote, no. State purpose, no. Age verification. You hold another form of identification that meets federal requirements, such as a U.S. passport or passport card. Yeah, but I thought you can't drive once it goes into effect. I mean, I know that that's what it was before it went into effect. Okay, well, here's the problem. You don't technically, like, some people don't want to get the real ID because it's like a conspiracy theory thing with the fact that it's legislation from 9/11, and a lot of people think we were lied about some parts of 9/11. And you know what? I'm skeptical. Like, I really wonder. Did you know that they could never identify the people that jumped or didn't just jump, but had no choice but to get out because of the fire? They could have either burned to death or they could have jumped. I think that's important to remember is like, not all those people jumped just to give up. They didn't give up. They ran out of room. Like, they couldn't do anything else. And because of the sheer pollution and trash of the damage and all the debris from the collapse later on, they've not been able to identify any of the people that have fallen from. There's photos of some of those people in active free fall. Some experts said that it's such a long distance that they suggested that at the speed that they were speeding up at, they more than likely, if they didn't pass out once they got about halfway down, um, he he was like pretty much if somehow it'd be a miracle. He said for them not pass out at all. He's like whether they pass out right at halfway or a little bit before halfway. He's like, but they should eventually pass out. If he said for some miracle they don't, the only thing I could see a problem is perhaps if if they landed in a certain way that didn't affect their head. But he said at that speed, the whole body, even if the person was positioned to where their butt hit first and their legs which that would certainly crush the crap out of them just falling that fast and stuff. You know, they're going to be shattered. But your tailbone will be shattered. You know, probably break your back. You know, your head just might, from everything else hitting first, just might absorb enough to keep your head from. So you may retain some consciousness, but you won't be able to walk or nothing. Shit. Oh, that. Y'all have no idea, man. What you try taking care of somebody that's a client of yours, and like, you know, that was one of my most hardest jobs, was taking care of somebody who pretty much was very good at managing their money, but they wasn't a saint. They were in a wheelchair. They were paralyzed, paraplegic. They could move their arms and stuff, but not their, you know, fingers. But somehow, just by being able to move his arm, he was able to grab his mouse, and the way he clicks it is by like putting one hand down to hold it steady, using the other one to click the mouse. It's weird, but you know. Anyways, essentially, one morning, like I had been there since I wasn't supposed to come in, or I came in just the day before. I was supposed to leave at 6 p.m. and I didn't. And now it's in the morning time. It's just now 6 a.m. So that's a double. That's two shifts. And I remember, I want to tell you all this story. I said, I remember straight up saying, yeah, fuck. I said to myself, fuck this. I said to myself also, now be nice. Don't, like, chill out. Remember, he's in a fucked up situation himself, but still, some things I just can't get over. Like, number one, being paid like fucking pennies on the dollar, basically, compared to the day when I work at night. You know, so I basically called him out. I said, man, I was like, shit, you're pocketing so much, it's not even funny. I ended up telling him, I said, you know, like, you help run this corporation. I was like, you picked me. You wanted me to be your helper. He's like, yeah, I wonder about that decision every day. I was like, okay. I was like, but I was like, you did pick me. I was like, of course you can always change that. You don't have to keep me. He's like, yeah, but you know everything. He said, you're good at it. He said, despite your attitude, he's like, you do know everything. He's like, and you actually know how to do it the right way and a good job. He said, if only we could just fix your attitude, Wilson. I said, man, I was like, my attitude is the way it is. I said, I could say something about your attitude too. I was like, but I won't. Thing is, shit. I was very clear, and you know, here's the thing. I begged and pleaded and asked very nicely, even before books like really turned. Like,
I asked him, like, please, man, don't go back to like your old ways back when you was drinking. I was like, if you gonna be drinking, just let me know. I was like, no offense, but I'll stay away from them escapades. Like, cause back when he'd get really drunk, he would be very easily to manipulate. Either that, or maybe his real side was coming out. But to me, it seemed like he'd be easy to manipulate, and he'd start talking shit. And I went to his panels many a times, and ended up having to leave or get into an argument with somebody and having to leave, get into an argument, trying to stay up there to prove a point, and eventually having to leave because it gets boring as shit. You know, like, there's a difference. I could have, like, let it sit up there, of course, even though the other person wasn't saying nothing. If I had let mine sit up there forever and they just kept going and going, they'd be like, why ain't you making a noise, Squat? Like, uh, that dude ain't made a noise for hours. He's down there sitting on it. I'm like, I don't know why he's. Hell no. Oh, what's it? Trying to think. What do I want? Like, I mean, seriously, I'd like to try to put forth some peace ideas, but I don't think they would take them. Like, look, I know I have been very, I have been very not give a fuck lately, alright? Just like y'all have been. Let's be real about it. Don't act like I came out of nowhere. And if that's not y'all's channel, y'all supporting the hell out of it, and they're tagging the shit out of you, and it looks pretty damn suspicious of not being a channel controlled by y'all. Here's the other thing. Even besides that, your bullshit, your show is like, are you really gonna sit here and snipe and sit on YouTube fucking Monday through damn Saturday, and then come Sunday, starting late Saturday night, you gonna start editing, or actually you gonna be editing all week, and then when you get your final clips and little doodads and trinkets you want to play for the stream, you put them final pieces together early Sunday, and then booyah, we got some trocal news, y'all. We bringing the news. We ain't bringing no motherfucking news. How the hell? What in the fuck is news supposed to be when you take what is it? Somebody's casual conversation about something because you don't like him. And decide to what? Take the heads off, okay? So now what are you gonna add some heads back? Like what the fuck is that supposed to? Oh my god. Jules, you are such a hypocrite, Jules. Like I can hear you now. Like, here's the thing. You was sitting there talking about how people need to cut the shit out. Da, 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 da. Bro, I sat there and then watched you after giving them speeches turn around and start just basically doing this. Stirring the goddamn shit pot. You sitting there stirring it, and as you're stirring it, you're yelling out, "Hey, anybody want to stir the shit with me? Come on, y'all. Let me get them $2 donos. Or let me get a $5 dono. It can never help your half queen out." Fucking bro. Look, if you ain't fat like they say, turn off the goddamn filters, first of all, because that shit can make you skinnier than you are, fatter than you are. A B, turn that whole shit off. Just turn your camera settings and adjust it to Snapchat's little app, which is what you like to use, to your regular built-in webcam. Turn that bitch on. Go to StreamYard. Set it to webcam. Turn that bitch on. When you turn it on, turn the light on you. Show your face. Turn left. Turn right. Go up. Go down. And then next thing you know, make sure if you want to do something else, say something else, whatever, act a fool. You got three, two, going once, one, going twice, a half, going three times. Hope you're done. Zero. Alright, we're done. So basically, you know, it just never failed, man. I would rather let a young dog go out and try his chance and then, you know, because he's a mistake, he's got nowhere to go. Like, number one, you find him a place to go. But number two, if you just couldn't, or you just wouldn't mess with other people, barely mess with you, you get him healthy as you can, let him go on, be the best thing for him. I wish people cared more. Just in general, like more considerate, I'm not gonna lie, like we all can't be one of those awesome ways every day, I don't think. Maybe we could, but I'm not challenging that. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? It would be nice if, we could know what all is going around so we could make our decisions. I got up there. Oh my god. You showed a chick the old. Oh shit. You know what? Fuck it. Let's move on. Shit, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little distracted. Kind of spaced out a little bit. What was I on? What the fuck? What? Why?
And if some of you remember,
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear this, but I'm not. Oh, what's the word? I am not. Whatchamacallit? I'm not playing it to down Bambi. Damn, I'm going a little slow. It may be getting. Yeah, it's not gonna be far off where I gotta end it. I am gonna end it tonight. I'm not gonna try to trick and play games anymore because nobody can be a good sport when they fucking get proven wrong. Why do you think I blinked? I told you the timestamp to go to. 9 hours. I think it was 9 hours, like 8 minutes and 4 minutes and 35 seconds, something. It's on the community post. You go to that timestamp and you see my screen flash from turning the camera on, off, on, off. And then I was able to I grabbed my keyboard, I typed in the chat, I displayed it, and I typed another message, displayed it, and I typed another message, and displayed it, and I typed one more saying what I was going to do, and I displayed it, and sent something back to what's his face. And he's like, oh, fuck you, whatever. I was like, I don't go that way, but uh, all right, let's hold on a second.
This mic number.
Oop.
5 or something like that.
How old is her fucking husband?
I don't know.
I mean, the thing with Swear's grandfather.
Wait, what?
It's
About my granddad?
about things other than useless. No.
What?
When your ghost uses illegal drugs, fuck you on about? At least I'm not a meth head. Shame on
What?
you. He's a fucking bully. He's a bully. Nothing. Why would you need a bed in every room? I think some shady shit's going on over there is what I think.
Yeah, Tony's into that.
Only piece that can pop out his dentures. There you go. No teeth dragon. Boom.
Yeah, he likes red rockets.
I hear old Tony. I can't believe this bitch. I was like, yeah. Hey, who the fuck are you to talk about someone's deceased loved one, you twat? Didn't you hear, Lauren? Somebody give me some internet raid.
I'll send the SWAT fucking bug killers over your way.
I can deal with roaches. I already have to deal with the fucking bee. Now I gotta deal with some roaches? Fuck that.
Which one's a man, Grumpy? Which one? Which one you choosing? The one on the right hand side or the left hand side? It's eating or not?
I might have gotten way backwards from, but eventually it'll come.
Thank you so much. Now fuck you and your fake bullshit.
God.
Creep. Yeah.
Oh, yo,
He said,
guess
"Yes, man." I said,
what?
which one?
Oh, I heard from a content creator that old Big Bird struck him. He said they give me 48 hours to look at it. He's like, I don't know how much more I can make explicit. He said, maybe I got an idea. I'm like, oh shit, what's that idea? He said, maybe I should just make all that little area right there, blurred. You know, he said, and on top of it, or like to replace, hell, I mean, I have no idea. I think all it could take is, maybe like some, I tried to do what I did. The hospital said that it really, you know, they said that there's a subconscious reason for why I chose to do that, but it doesn't mean it has to be. Doesn't mean it's absolutely serious. Um, they had tried to ask me, is there anything you lost? You feel sad about, or I was like, well, I mean, not exactly recently, but not that long ago, I was thinking of somebody specific, and finally, eventually, I got I can't believe I'm watching what seems like I don't know if I'm wrong, but like a thing. Oh shit! What happened to this? Sorry about that.
On the right.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Mhm. I say the same
I
thing.
thought it was fucking playing. I'm sorry. I stepped aside for a second.
Grumpy.
we've been asking
Doing
outside
something.
sources for their opinion. You know, I think this is going to warrant a baby's word on the street. I think I'm gonna have to
Apologies.
do a word on the street Canadian version. I'm gonna go around and ask strangers, man or woman. I'm gonna play, Jerry Springer and Maury Povich, and everybody in the audience gets a man or a woman,
Mhm.
a cross-dresser or a woman, or real.
Right.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do a baby's word on the street. I'm gonna go out in public. I'm gonna ask strangers, totally unbiased people, and I'm gonna ask them their opinion of that particular picture. And I'm gonna be like, well, what do you think? And then I'm going to follow it up with, would you date that? Oh, that's right. What does Rochelle and Lauren win for being two vile twats? What do they win, Johnny? That's right. They win being trolled by strangers in public. That's right, Johnny. That's what these two vile twats get. Bambi going out in public and getting strangers to make fun of you.
Love. I've been all Andre the Giant fan. That's why I said that was an insult to him. But yeah, they do kind of resemble each other.
Yeah, and Rochelle's so dumb. She didn't realize that picture was Andre the Giant, not her. That's how dumb she is. So how did she strike that cunt? I'm gonna laugh my ass off when I send YouTube the picture of Andre the Giant. You and him look similar, actually. I was actually surprised by the metamorphosis.
Wow.
And Lauren, go have some tea and crumpets with that right up your ass. Twat. That's my opinion. Are you coming up, love? I'm needing to hear your fucking opinion.
Yeah, come on up, love. It's your turn.
It's your turn. I've been waiting for you to unleash for 2 goddamn days.
Just don't get all crazy. Just stay calm there, girl.
Here you go. You know what, love? In honor of you, just to get you flowing. I got you. Here you go. I got you. Are you nuts? Bitch, we can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. I'm so ready. I'm so ready for love to get petty. Oh, I know. Love's like, I'm dying to. I know. It's all good, girl. Harlow, you should have Harlow say. She's like, I can't believe this bitch. I was like, yeah. Who the fuck are you to talk about someone's deceased loved one, you twat? Didn't you hear, Lauren? You didn't know I killed him? You didn't hear that? You didn't hear that I killed him? So what the fuck do you think I'll do to you? What the fuck do you think I'll do to you? I mean, seriously. Shouldn't fuck with somebody who's crazy, somebody who's, apparently a murderer. Shouldn't fuck with somebody like that. But you'll find out, because, don't fuck around. All right, you got it.
Fuck around Friday doesn't always happen on Fridays. It can happen any day of the fucking week.
Sometimes it's shut the fuck up Saturday.
Yeah. It can happen any day of the week.
It's bashing time anytime.
Yes, she did, Stella. She put out a thing talking about Bambi's deceased husband. Calling Bambi a narcissist, that Bambi killed him, and all this other shit. Yes, she did.
Hey, what's up? Well, first off, imagine being so toxic that your husband kills himself. He didn't kill himself because of me. I'll tell you that right the fuck now.
Hey, Shy.
Right the fuck now. And nothing to do with me. And I had to do with the fact that he was a real man, something you don't know nothing about. And here's what happens when a real man no longer work and provide for his family, whether that be due to a disability in his case. It wears on one's self-esteem and depression.
Well, let me ask you, Lauren. Have you ever been married? Probably not.
No.
She's probably one of these that has a couple kids by different daddies and sits on her ass and government supports her and the kids. I'm not saying anything bad about the kids. I'm talking about Lauren. Okay.
The
kids are innocent. The kids are innocent. I don't drag kids into nothing.
She bought herself a Valentine's because I guess her man is too cheap.
Yeah, bought herself fucking roses or some shit. I mean, really? Really? If you really had a man that really loved you and adored you and blah, 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 that man would be doing things for you. Buying your flowers, whatever.
No, but I'm just saying, she has no idea what a real man is. My husband would have rather died than not work.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Especially Rochelle. She's got to untuck that shit first.
But
you're right, love.
But then again, Lauren, you don't know nothing about work, do you? Because you don't work. You don't know anything about having a job. You know nothing about providing for your family, do you? No, because you got every disorder on the planet. Whoever got syphilis, your kids apparently, according to you, have all kinds of disorders and Munchausen syndrome. I think is going on. I think you're so fucked in the head that you pass that shit off to your fucking kids. And want everybody to think that you're some, troubled soul with a lot of problems. No, you're fucking fucked up. And you need to shut your fat pig mispicking out. One more time. When you look like you two clowns, when you look like this, you really need to shut the fuck up.
No, she ain't got Munchausen syndrome by proxy. No.
She got cunt
It's beyond that. It's beyond that.
She got cunt syndrome. Got hypochondriac syndrome. Got I need attention syndrome.
It's I got to impress Rochelle, because I'm the only friend that she has. So let me try to act like I'm big and bad and insert myself into something that I have no business jumping into.
Well, insert away.
And I warned you, Lauren. I mean,
Munchausen system by proxy.
Insert yourself where it didn't belong. You're the one that's inserting yourself. You're the one that's putting out fucking shorts. You're the one that's posting shit on your community page. You inserted yourself, so you're no better than Rochelle.
I see you're a fan of Paula. I see you're a fan of the Horse Face Cunt Club. Okay, I see you're a fan. Oh, that was good. That's hilarious. Oh, dude, I got the real picture for you. You should be using this picture, Mr. Troll. You should be using this one. This is the picture you should be using. You should be using this picture. Boom. Horse Face Cunt Club leader right there. There you go. That's right. There you go. Horse Face Cunt Club leader right there.
Let's get that real quick. Ebo. Take a screenshot of Miss Horse Lady.
That baby. Use that. There you go. Yeah, attention whore. Exactly. Attention whore. That's what we're doing with an attention whore.
Yep.
Yes, attention whore.
Because neither one of them have anything good to put out as content. Both of their fucking channels suck.
Dude, I zone out. Like when they were live, like when she does her lives, I zone out. Like I zone the fuck out. And I remember because I would share Rochelle's live with you guys. And I remember the groan in the social club was, oh, it's so boring. I want to know what
I would have to leave because I couldn't stand it. Yeah, I zoned out. That's why when Love hit me up that one day all mad, I was like, she seems really upset. And I couldn't figure out why she was so upset because she heard something in the chat room that I didn't hear because I zoned out. And then the next day she's like, oh, listen, Bambi. And I went back and listened. And I was like, oh, that's why Love was so mad. Now I'm pissed. Okay. And even then, I tried to be civil. I tried to back away politely. And then you had to act like a clown and fuck with a high-risk pregnant 20-year-old. Yeah, no. Now it's I'm glad some of you caught some of the shit that Rochelle was saying the other night when she kept covering up her mouth and mumbling so we couldn't hear what the fuck she had to say. I mean, that's pretty pussy-like. Well, she told you to suck her dick. And like I said, remember, she used to do that on Deadlies. Well, you know, if she has a dick, and she wants me to suck it, she can bring it on over. I got a nice sharp fucking knife that'll take care of it. You know, Lorena Bobbitt.
Damn.
No, you know what? You know, she can go see Tony Pizza if she wants her dick sucked. Oh God, yeah, Tony's into that. Tony Pizza can pop out his dentures. There you go. The teeth dragon. Boom. Yeah, he likes Red Rock.
Damn.
I hear old Tony Pizza gives the best blowjobs on the East Coast. That's what I've heard. Oh, heard that. I've heard there's glory holes all up and down the East Coast with pizza's name on it. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Rumor. Oh, jellyfish queen. Oh my God. Fucking jellyfish queen. Ew. Oh God. Oh God. Imagine. Oh, I don't want to. She didn't have furniture. She has chairs, and like I guess Seth broke one of her chairs. And how do you not have like furniture in your living room? How do you entertain? Oh, you don't entertain, you don't, because you don't have any like real life friends to come over and hang out like I do. Okay. Well, I guess kitchen chairs will do in the living room. I suppose it's gonna be, you know, tacky. Guess that works. I mean, not that I'm an interior decorator or anything, but you know, you would think. And I want to know how she affords a horse. You know how much horses cost to like feed? My brother had a fucking horse, and it was like $350 a month just to feed it, and then like stable costs, up care, veterinarian. You got to exercise. You got to have a place to exercise.
Oh, she got a little money to burn.
Or does she like use other?
It's her husband's money.
I think she's a pretender. I mean, I know she pretends to be
She's probably saving all her retirement and bonuses and stuff and just using her husband's.
Horse face, head of the cunt club, you know, horse face. Miss,
just in
I
case.
have no content of my own, so I have to swear because I'm so obsessed. Yeah, that one. Well, mind you,
thank you, Miss Bambi.
Back in like the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, I'm sure.
Again, we are not sniping Miss Bambi in a negative way. We are reviewing her live and reacting to it. We have no issue with Miss Bambi. Any negative comments will not be tolerated, and you will be kicked.
I just remember it was really fucking expensive, and he ended up selling it. The horse, like later on, it was too fucking expensive. Beds in each room. What, do you run in the hospital? Fucking run in the hospital over there at Paul Holly's, or a hotel room. Maybe she has like a secret like escort service going on. Because why would you need a bed in every bedroom?
Damn.
You need a bed in every room. I think shady shit's going on over there is what I think. I'm just kidding.
Good question.
Yeah, well, old Heaps and Meth Head Rick weren't too happy about me, you know, outing their boy Moses, Mr. I like to dox people and act like I'm better than everybody else. I use a voice changer and I live in Kentucky. Fuck you, Steven. You were crying like a motherfucker to any Mob 2 person that would listen. Make her take it down. Make her take it down. Fuck you. How do you like it, cunt boy? You know, I fucking warn you, cocksuckers. You're gonna mess with the one person. They ain't gonna put up with your bullshit. I'm not one person. I ain't afraid of you fucking bitches. Bunch of internet tough guys. I live in the real world. I live in reality. Y'all live in fantasy world. You know,
and guess what?
Moses Heaps,
And guess what? Now that they have done that, they just simply, this is what it matters and comes down to. We gotta get off soon because the stream's gonna cut off. This is what it comes down to, though. Rick and Moses were both doxxed. Filthy is very, very close, I suspect, to being doxxed. If he hadn't been already, and it's just not widespread yet, he will be. Everyone else, most important, has been doxxed. Anyone left will come along too. Why was this happening? Why aren't people staying private? Because just to be private online in this day and age, especially when you're using your voice and stuff and the way life works and how your life is connected, you know, people can find stuff. And to put it mildly, you pretty much figured it out. Don't forget, sometime next stream, people try to remember me. I'm gonna do a random spin for some merch for some people. You know, I got wind of a post that said people haven't been getting their membership benefits. Listen, I'm gonna make this really clear one last time. If you are blocked from my channel when the majority of what I do is live stream, and you know why you're blocked, it's because you've got nothing positive, uplifting, or good to say, but negative. You get blocked, and what do? You think and decide that it would be best to simply what? It was uh, basically, in a nutshell, basically, you should probably get, uh, man, people. Sorry, back again.
Actively try to get a man to take his own life. Shame on you. And you know who the fuck you are. Shame on you. Shame on you. He's a fucking bully. He's a bully. Nothing more. A fucking bully who's trying to relive his high school days by acting big and tall on the internet. Let me tell you something, Heaps. I've been on the internet since 1996. Okay, I got a large following across many web platforms. I know this
Heaps.
game very, very fucking well. I'll be better than you.
Oh, Heaps and
From
made a
AOL
peep.
to fucking MSN to Oasis to Pal Talk. The list goes on. I ain't new to this fucking internet game.
Oh, Rick showed her face too on a fair use panel.
You're not funny at all. You're really fucking shady and you're really fucking two-faced. Acting like you're the fucking king of fucking YouTube. You're the king of losers. Your fucking co-host got busted for fucking methamphetamine. And you want to talk about other
I want
people's
you to y'all
prescription
strike
medication?
that
You wanna
one,
strike the doctor?
and I'll make sure to
Tell me
strike anything you have of me.
What you want about? At least I'm not a meth head.
Looks close to
Yeah, I know,
it.
this is where I dropped the mic. You know, and I'm so glad I got you triggered, though, because you never once got me triggered. Not once. Hey, Pam, did I ever bitch or be triggered by old fat boy?
No,
Mm-mm.
not at all.
Nope, not for the year that you've been pulling your bullshit.
I promise you,
And then finally I decided, oh, today's your day. Today's
Warthog
the day you
2.
fired back. And all I had to do was fire one bullet. And you were crying like a bitch. You can't stand the heat.
The king of scumbags, Cheyenne.
Yeah, king of scumbags, that's right. Fucking king of scumbags. Fucking clown.
Alright,
Thank God I don't know him. He sounds like a real winner.
Well, he's sucking on Paula's tit because, Paula's sucking his dick because they give money to each other. Some money thing.
Mhm.
Because there's some people on here that are way too desperate for money. How about this?
Gotcha.
J.O. Job. You want money? Get a job.
9 to 5.
That's how it works.
At least you can collect taxes at the end of the year.
Yeah, I took it down, but I might be putting it back up because I'm a spiteful cunt. So I might be putting it back up because it's one of those days where I feel like being spiteful. And the reason I took it down isn't a reason anymore. I had to respect my ass. Fuck you and your respect. And you know who I'm talking to. Yeah, respect's going right out the fucking door. I think I'm gonna put that video back up.
I am smoking on something called funnel cake.
Like my intro, some days I'm a super bitch, up to my old tricks. Today's that day, I'm up to being a super bitch. Tomorrow I'll be Supergirl again. It's one of those days. I feel like being a violent, Hey, what's up?
Not much, just bored at work.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're bored.
Hey, girl, what's going on?
I'm just talking about you. I'm just talking shit about the clowns. That's what we're doing. Our usual. Me and Pam's usual.
I was actually surprised I could join.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome to the shit show. What's your opinion? We have to hear it.
Well, I don't like pizza because he looks like a literal human turkey. And when you don't got teeth,
Uh.
you give, and this is a little TMI. When you don't got teeth and you give a blowjob, it's called a gummy. Which if that's what he's known on, whatever coast he's on, he should be called.
Oh, you gonna be sucking
That's
it?
what I put out there.
I said when you give head, you don't have
I
teeth.
thought that.
He should be called Gummy Tony because that's what that's called.
Oh, Gummy Tony.
Gummy
That's what
Tony.
like, you haven't seen some of my.
An
This
ostrich.
is the Halloween costume the pizza verse was selling at Halloween time.
An ostrich.
And this is pizza's.
Yeah.
We've got a statue in Malta, in Sicily. Great Tony, him and Leon.
Yep.
And then here's
Mhm.
Tony Pizza and his boyfriend Hector and Leon. I'll walk out.
Yeah, he was part of the Knights of Malta.
He's going out to do some
Let's
work.
go with it. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is pizza.
He ain't part of the Knights. If he's a part of the Knights of Malta,
Disco days.
I'm in the
He kind of looks like
Bilderbergs.
Dynamite.
He does kind of like Napoleon Dynamite. That's right. He does. Yeah, a little bit. And this is still my favorite one. Ostrich Man pizza. I gotta upload some different photos. Oh yeah, here we go. This is pizza in North Korea. He's in North Korea right there in that one. North Korea. Around the world of pizza. He's a real legend. You don't understand Tony Pizza. He was a Gambino.
Photoshop, maybe.
Fran Cheesy put him on his lap and fed him bacon. He was poisoned by the Iceman, Richard Kuklinski. He got hog-tied and thrown off a bridge, only for some clammers to save his life. Right. And what else?
Why not show the original picture
I just
so
have
it shows
an issue
where he was
with
sitting?
bringing my family in their fucking mouths. I'll pull Will Smith.
That would be Rochelle and in Canada and Warren in the UK.
I've been wanting to go to the UK and Canada.
I still got my friend that's a customs agent over there in London. He lives in West London. He's a customs agent over there in England. You remember my boy Dane from back in the day? I still talk to him. He's over there and he's still a customs agent over there. And I know some mob 2 people that live in England.
They just mad because they have my size and they ugly as shit.
Oh, and now that I think about it, Pam.
Yeah.
Josie's brother or relatives are English gangsters. Like her brother just got out of fucking prison.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, I remember her telling me about it. She's talked about it on her show before. Yeah, her family's quite infamous over there. Lauren. So you might want to shut the fuck up, cunt.
Yeah. We got Canada covered with our reporter from over there. So.
Whitney Lee's got Canada.
Oh yes, definitely.
I would laugh my ass off if Whitney
Yeah,
Lee
I know a lot of YouTubers in the UK too.
I would laugh my ass off if Whitney Lee drove by Michelle Obama and took pictures.
Oh God.
I would laugh.
I told her too. I told her she was in that neighborhood. Get some pictures. We want to see.
I would title it Pizza versus Breaking News. A reporter on the street in Ontario, Canada. I would. I would. No, I would. Malky, our boy Malky lives over there in Canada. He's crazy. He's a biker. He's a crazy guy. Malky, wild woodsman. I can't remember what part of Canada Malky's from. Do you remember what part of Canada Malky was from? I don't remember.
Yeah, Melky does live over there. No, yeah.
Well, well, in case you hadn't noticed, Evo Elmo and Pollard, that's what they do. That's all they do. I mean, we talk shit over here, but like I do content. Like we talk about things other than useless nobodies on the internet to make ourselves feel better. No. I'm really talking about these two useless idiots right now because they want our attention so fucking badly that they got it. They got it. That's right, you got our attention, cunts. What are you gonna do? You gonna cry? You gonna cry to Canadian authorities? So Americans are bullying me.
They're attention seeking because both of their channels suck.
It's not my fault. Quit clout chasing.
It's not bullying if you're stating facts. Just saying.
Exactly. It's not, thank you. It's not bullying when you say facts, and we say facts over here. Facts. You're a twat.
Yep, facts. Tell me receipts. We got proof of what you've been doing.
Yeah, I got receipts.
Keep giving us the evidence.
Receipts of your shady shit. In fact, I posted them yesterday on my live. We showing your shady shit. Because you know, if I'm gonna accuse somebody of being a shady twat, I'm gonna show everybody why. Because I know with YouTube, nobody takes your word for it. You gotta back it up, and I always back it up.
And if you two want to continue to post stupid shit and do lives and talk shit when everybody's sleeping, we could do reactionary lives and spit out some more facts.
Well,
So bring it on.
I got Pizzaverse members that are like night owls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can be like, hey, keep an eye out. This ugly twat wants to run her fucking mouth. Let me know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I bushwatch all hours of the day.
No, I know.
Whatever, depending on if I'm tired or not. I mean,
hey, what's up, Emily? Lovely Emily. Admiral Impeach was asking about you, Emily. I told him I would keep him posted. So he was asking about you. Well, I don't know, Deadpool as in the comic book guy? Or like, is there a chatter running around as Deadpool? Because like, a little old, be making a big deal out of a comic book character, for fuck's sakes. I mean, I thought the movie wasn't that great either, but nothing to cry about. Shit. Evil Elmo, just one fact. This is a fact. She rocks with a proper snitch.
Oh yeah.
The bug, Jules, the bee lady, is a snitch, a rat. She went and ratted on her pimp boyfriend because her pimp boyfriend dumped her. She got mad and went to the FBI and ratted. Oh no, I'm sorry. The story she told Glenwood's sister was, I was afraid I was going to get arrested, so I had to go tell.
Yeah.
To save her own ass. And I think she told Heidi that too. On that IG, she told everybody back in the day, I was afraid I was going to get arrested. Then you get arrested, cunt. You do the crime, do your fucking time.
I'm sure it's not the time. I'm sure it's not the first time that she would ever be arrested. I'm sure she's gotten caught, doing her little prostitution gigs.
I mean, it's all been backed, certified, and sealed. Court documents, her own admission, her own bullshit. And just because 2 years later she wants to run around acting like that didn't happen, it happened. She did it.
Hey, yo, I gotta hop off the stream, but I'll be listening on YouTube.
All right, well, thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks, Diane.
Welcome.
Bye.
What's a Deadpool? I don't know what that is. What does that mean? What's doing a Deadpool on somebody? Like, did they blow him up? I didn't think he was dead. What's a Deadpool?
I don't know. I think it's a Paula and Square thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what doing a Deadpool means. I have no clue. Must be their community talk. I have no idea.
Speaking of Square.
Okay, a Deadpool. Okay. I thought you meant like the comic book character. I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Square, I know you're listening, and you did ask Bambi for information recently. Remember, you were asking her information if she had that little bit of information on Dudley and him saying what he wanted to do to the 7-year-old.
I got all the information on everybody.
Yeah, but you did, Square. So don't try to deny it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, I know. What was it, Pam? Her husband's been married. She's wife number 5 or some shit, right?
Yeah, I think they said Paula is wife number 5 or something like that.
Well, how old is her fucking husband?
I don't know.
I mean, the thing with Square's grandfather is I'm not being cruel or mean or trolling when I say this. He's in his 90s. So, if you look at life expectancy and, lifespan, natural, human anatomy, I would say, within the next 5 to 8 years, if he's lucky. If he's lucky to live to be 100 or past 100. I mean, not everybody lives to be 100. A lot of people die in their late 70s. I've noticed, like, 70s is the age limit of most senior citizens. I mean, if you live to be 100, that's, like, epic.
Yeah.
Him living to be in is the 90s that he's in, that's epic. That's a long-ass life. So in reality, it's not like he's going to live another 20, 30 fucking years. He's not going to outlive me. He's not going to outlive you, Pam. He's not going to outlive Emily. I mean, that's not being mean. That's just stating a fact. When you're in your 90s, you're lucky if you got 10 years left. I mean, I'm not being mean. I'm just stating common sense, for fuck's sakes. People don't like common sense. I don't get it.
No,
a lot of
common sense is too difficult for some people.
And Rochelle has no goddamn common sense. I mean, trying to say that she was the first female in an all-football college university team is ridiculous.
Yep. Yeah, pipe dreams.
And that she hit it the whole time, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Like I said, she got that shit fucking idea from one of the guys. The movie, one of the guys.
Fucking ridiculous.
Man, we got a snowstorm going on over here. It's bad.
Is it? It snowed here today, but not very much.
Oh no,
I
it's
mean, we
it's
got
bad.
like
It's supposed to snow all
6
weekend.
inches the other day, but fucking snow. Yeah, I know. I was talking to Theo, and he said it was snowing there in New York, where he's at in the city. You guys got my snowstorm. Enjoy it.
Is that what the name of that is? She's the man, where the chick
Yeah.
pretends to be a male and plays on the football team? Okay.
Yep.
I knew it was one of the other, one of the guys, or she's the man, or
From
whatever.
the 80s. From the 80s.
Yeah.
One of the guys. Or is it she's the man, or is it one of the guys?
I don't know. All I know is it's the chick that puts the ace bandage around her boobs to keep them flat, and and talks like a guy and plays on the football field.
There's like 2 movies like that. There's She's the Man, and there's just one of the guys where this girl pretends to be a boy in school and shit. I don't think she plays football.
Yeah, it's the same movie. It's the same one.
Yeah. Hey, Mikey, what's up? I hope you like my cartoon.
Hi, Mikey. How are you? Are you feeling better?
I made you and Jody Dimes the hero of my cartoon, so I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. Mikey the Hammer King of Mob 2.
Are you feeling better, Mikey? I hope you are.
She is delusional. She fucking goddamn Secret Service. She's fucking. That's why she didn't say she was Canadian military. I was in special forces.
Or that she was a Canadian Mountie. I mean, wow, that would really top it off.
No, she just decided to go straight for I'm a Canadian Secret Service.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the CIA. I'm actually undercover right now. I'm in the CIA. Arrested or like foreign terrorist. Yep, that's me. I'm actually undercover, trying to catch terrorists. Don't tell nobody though. Yeah. I'm also in witness protection. That's why I live in Iowa. Right now, I'm doing pizza.
Well, I hope you get totally better, Mikey. I really do. I've had that before. It's no fun.
Well, you know what, Mikey? The thing is with Rochelle is, she pulled some shady shit a while back, and we let it go, moved the fuck on, and then she pulled some shady shit again, like on concession, not just one day in a row, but the next day and the next day after that. And now her and Lauren want to like make their stupid little post and make their shitty little comments about my dead husband. Shots fired, bitch. Now I got to release the atom bomb.
Yep.
It means I'm gonna make all kinds of videos. That's what that means. And we're gonna sit up here and laugh. And laugh and laugh and laugh. Those videos are gonna get shared because the Southern community don't like you, so they're gonna be sharing those videos and laughing at your silly ass. Sly don't like you. She's gonna be laughing at your silly ass. Let's see who else don't like them.
She goes to these people's chats and nobody fucking likes her because she's stupid. She makes stupid remarks and everything. And I mean, go watch one of her lives, Mikey, and you'll fucking see the real nutbag.
Well, I'm sure. I think Joe's gonna 86 her contest the next time he sees her. I think he's gonna 86 her because that shit with Emily was just like uncalled for.
Well, Mikey said she was in Peaches last night or yesterday.
Well, he knows about the Emily thing today.
Yeah.
So he didn't know. And besides, when I was talking, he didn't know about half that shit until like today and really this morning.
I mean, Mikey, she caused so much stress on a woman who is pregnant and high risk pregnancy, bedridden. And the woman wasn't supposed to have any stress put on her whatsoever. Well, between Rochelle and her buddy Lauren, the woman is in the hospital now on 24-hour watch because of it.
Well, it's funny you say that, Mikey, because Love was kind of saying the same shit to me. She's like, "No, Bambi, you can't be nice. She fucking dogged you." And I thought that maybe there was a good excuse, but and when Love was saying that to me, I didn't know why she was so mad. And then I went back and listened to the live again, and I was like, "Oh no, she didn't. No wonder Love got pissed off." Because like I said, most of the time I zone out because it's fucking boring. And
Yeah, Cheyenne, your mom didn't tell you about that, Cheyenne? Yep.
No.
Yeah.
I don't tell these people about. I don't tell people off the YouTube about YouTube. They look at me like I'm crazy. Can't talk to a normal person about YouTube. Look at me. Look at you like you're a fucking maniac. Oh man, dude, you'd fuck. Don't even get me started. Don't even.
Oh yeah, the talking over people and the mumbling, putting her hand up over by her mouth, so you can't understand what she's saying because she's too much of a pussy to say what she's got to say. I mean,
passive aggressive bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like at least if you don't like somebody, say something. Don't just fucking sit there and mumble and be passive aggressive. Have the balls to say their name. Yeah. Rochelle, Lauren,
or do lies and throw all kinds of digs, but not actually say the person's name. But then she'll have Lauren say the people's names because she's too afraid to say it.
Well, Lauren's her Oliver North. That's her Oliver North. That's her fall guy, Oliver North. Wasn't me, Lauren. Wasn't me. That's for Oliver North. And then you got a weirdo over there laughing up like, "Yes, master. Yes, master. You're so smart. I believe every lie you tell. You really were at 9/11. You really were.
Yeah, right.
No, Mikey said he cleaned up the 9/11 that site. I would believe him because of the kind of business he's in.
Yeah.
Working in it and then claiming she's in the Canadian Secret Service was just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, well, when people in Canada go missing in the mountains, I get called in. With a special United States government division of the CIA, and I get deployed over to Canada all the time.
Or let's not wait a minute, Bambi. Let's not forget because Love just reminded me. Let's not forget if she's got problems, if she's got beef with another female or whatever, she'll get a hold of CPS and call CPS on them.
Oh, that's what it was.
She doesn't like the mother. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to remember this morning. Because we were talking about Amzi and Rochelle's bullshit with always thinking Amzi's talking about it when that's not even the case. And when Penelope and Amzi were having their fight, she was like, her and Lauren were sitting up on panel saying, "We need to call CPS on Amzi." And it's like, bitch, it's none of your business. First off, none of your business. And you don't call CPS unless you've got actual hard evidence that somebody's abusing their kid, you dumb twat.
Yeah.
Hey, Rochelle. Hey, Lauren. What's Amzi's kids' names? How old are our kids? Is it the same dad of all kids? Where does Amzi live? What are the kids' last names? Because those are the questions CPS will ask you, and you better have the answers, or you're gonna look like a fucking retard. Oh yeah, and you better have proof. You better have like actual proof.
But just show what kind of people they are. If they can't get their way and control the person they dislike, well, let's go and attack the kids. Leave the fucking kids alone. The kids are innocent. They ain't got nothing to do. If you can't handle the adult, then you shouldn't have started the shit to begin with.
And not to mention, bitch, UK twat. just remember what's good for the goose. You know, you call CPS on AMZ, AMZ calls,
Oh, yeah,
the UK version of Child Protective Services on you, and I'm gonna guess that they're probably a lot harsher.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess.
you're right, Lauren. You're right, love. I heard Lauren fucking saying she's gonna call CPS on somebody in the UK too. So I mean, them two are the CPS fucking calling bitches over there.
Now, why you gotta disrupt kids? Because your little feelings are hurt. You know, fuck with kids because your feelings are hurt. You know,
Yeah.
feelers.
Because they're pissed off at the fucking parents. So the next best thing is go to protect the kids because they can't get nowhere with the parents.
Right. Fucking ridiculous. You are just some fucking vile twats. You're gonna go fucking disrupt kids' lives and scare children with the threat of removal. Because you know that's immediately what a kid thinks when they hear CPS, DHS. They immediately think I'm gonna get removed from my home. Even if that's not what's gonna happen, that's their immediate thought.
Yeah.
Is I'm gonna go into foster care. And you think that's okay to do to a child? You think that's okay?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're doing. Is
Yeah.
you're scaring kids that don't need to be scared because you want to be a vile twat.
Exactly. Some bitch did that. Some bitch did that to me when my daughter was younger.
Yeah.
Yep. Told said I was abusing my daughter, and they came to my house and I'm like, come on in. Come on in. She's right there. You know, like, check her over. You know, does she have any bruises? Ask her. Go ahead. She'll tell you anything you want to know.
You're right.
You don't, you don't speak that fucking way. You got a problem with the adult. You keep it with the fucking adult. Leave the kids the fuck out of it. When you drop your fucking shit to go to CPS, you're a low nasty bitch. The both of you.
Well, you know what I think warrants a Child Protective Services call? A mother who lets her children around pedos. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
look, this person lets her kids around pedos. So what do you expect? I would expect someone to call fucking CPS on her bitch ass there in the UK. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I got the evidence to back up what I'm saying because you've said it multiple times in my life about your kids being around pedos. I don't know how, because I made the comment several times. Where the fuck do you live? Why are your kids being exposed to pedos all the fucking time? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, nobody said anything about foster care. We're talking about fucking Lauren and Rochelle calling CPS on the parents when they can't get anywhere with the adults. So they're gonna attack the kids by calling CPS on the fucking kids for no reason.
You know, and I was saying the first thought out of a kid's mind, whether it's true or not, is the first thought out of their mind is I'm gonna get taken away. Something's going on at home. I'm in trouble. That's their first thought. Is I'm gonna go to foster care. I'm gonna have to leave my house. That's not okay to do, people. Unless they're not actually being abused, you shouldn't be calling CPS. I mean,
Right.
Because your feelings are hurt.
Exactly. Leave the fucking kids alone, man. If you can't handle the adult, then you should have never started